Test 1 2. Test. Test 1 2. 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 मैंने ऑनलाइन पार्टिसिपेंट का चेक कर रहे हैं 9:30 कितने बजे 9 o'clock 8:39 p.m. आज up to evening program
ये भी लगी ऑडियो विजुअल भी
8:30 तक. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Vanapa? Participant, online participant, can you send a message to me whether you can hear me well? Online audience, can you please check? Yes? Okay. Clear? Svetlana, can you hear me? Okay. Sorry, maybe the mother. Guys, we have 20 more minutes time to start. So get to know each other, and there are young people there. Young people, don't stick together. Talk to senior people. We are young too, yeah? Come on, guys. Yeah? We still have some time. Okay? We start at 9:30, yeah? Very Like that, yeah. 7 more minutes. People, few more minutes.
Yes. Yes. He's working back before. I know him. I know him. Short guy. Yeah. So he did PhD Professor P.K. Jaki, and then he was in company for Bengal Water. Then he just switched over to IIM also. He's working since 15 years. Yes, right. That I know. Oh, okay, please compliment because he knows me. He knows me. I have no hated him. He was since weeks. So he's just from work. Otherwise, he was
चल रहा है okay. वो ये ना 16:9 थोड़ा तो नहीं चेक करता और ये ऑनलाइन का है
वो जो नीचे पार्ट है ना वो ब्लैक ही आएगा।
हाँ हाँ नहीं चलता है वो ये 60/9 है इसलिए so can you ask the
okay. Hey,
oh Sundar you made it no
he's
traffic
local chef. Why he is not? Oh, sorry. There's a lot of. Oh, sir, Delhi, after that. Now, bit of that that's not. See the crowd.
You know what I can do is,
if you were
no, I am exhausted. My elections are going on.
I know
So for the last 2 days, I've been hopping around. There we shut up his office at 7:30 yesterday evening.
okay
Then I went back home, did some networking in the south. Went to sleep at 11:30.
Okay. Busy days, yeah.
We are all election workers. You know what is carrying?
Even the last time I saw that when I came to meet you guys, you were busy with the paper.
Yeah,
The
but it's,
committee.
the elections were. I take it pretty seriously.
I thought,
Pretty serious. The elections and very serious. So anyway, Kamlesh told me to issue a check in your favor.
okay.
I couldn't find the way. So
Are you supporting that? Yeah.
obviously I will be supporting.
Fantastic.
Obviously. So maybe not today.
It's okay.
Send it. I spoke to Uttam. He had sent me a link. Kamlesh told me to give 15,000. So I told him to issue a. I will issue a check
I
of
have a
15,000.
bank account, Indian bank information. I'll share.
Send it. Send it now. I will,
Once I start, I will.
you have my number?
Not sure.
Oh.
So plus, I don't use local. So plus 6 6 8 9 4 8 9 0 5 2 5.
You know, this, which factory?
Highland. Yeah.
You know Atul?
Atul
Badwe?
Atul Badwe, yeah. Used to be Thai Cotton Black.
Yes.
Yeah. He still live. I think he left Thai Cotton Black. Okay, sure. I'll inform you. I've been in a while. Didn't see him for a while. Yeah, I think he started his own business. Yeah, left Thai Cotton Black. Yeah. He still lives in Thailand, right? Tall guy, like him, nice guy. Yeah. Okay, man. I talk to you again. Let's get started. Yeah. Okay, guys, get started. Welcome you all. It's time to take a seats. Shall we? I'm really happy to see you all here. You know, the things happening in Kolkata, so I'm glad to see all of you here. Okay, good morning. I see very less noise, guys. Good morning. Welcome you all. Welcome you all to the first edition of Rubber Innovation Forum. First time in Kolkata organizing it. I thank you all for being part of this journey. It's going to be a useful event. Technobiz events always called info edutainment, not entertainment only. Info edutainment. You have information, education, and also a little bit entertainment as well. But you need to participate as well in this thing. Yeah? Welcome you all to this two-day program, 28th and 29th August, today and tomorrow, to fully packed program. I know some of you say, oh, Peram, so many topics, so many issues are there, but we're all here to learn, okay? And most importantly, this concept of Rubber Innovation Forum is to bring the young people and experienced people together, talk about what is going on in the rubber industry. So I thank you all, for part of this the program, first edition of the Rubber Innovation Forum. First of all, you see the galaxy of speakers, and all of them are very experienced. And thank you all for accepting the invitation to part of this one. I want to join together, give them a big hand here. Come on, yeah. Some of you not here, maybe they come tomorrow, the evening, afternoon. Yeah, I thank you. I brought my heart to be part of this journey on the Rubber Innovation Forum. And without these people, I won't be here. Our sponsors and supporters. I'm really thankful to all the sponsors: Finorchem, Holdwell Components, Venture, Montec, and Sri Balaji, SRM, Exoflex, Anton Power, Autocore, JK Nash, Pukaraj, Vinay Trading, and Usha Commercial Corporation. He's the first guy who booked my, sponsor. Thank you, Vivek. Appreciate supporting this one. Okay. So without these sponsors, we won't be making it happen today. And I appreciate all the support from the sponsors. And this is all good. Speakers are, but how can I bring the speakers? The two people are here very important that be part of initiation. One is Professor Kinsuk Naskar. He's the one who put a heart and soul in this, waiting to make sure that a good program put together. So join me to give him a big hand, Professor Kinsuk Naskar. Yeah. Of course, Mr. Kamlesh Jain, when I say that Technobiz wants to organize a program in Kolkata, he warmly welcome because we need local support. I know him for, and also all the AIRA Eastern Region people, very supportive, and I appreciated the efforts, what we are trying to do here. So Kamlesh and AIRA Eastern Region, all the committee members, all the members being part of this, program and supporting this. Thank you very much for them. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Okay, just to give you an idea, I had to stand here because this podium is too tall. Otherwise, if I stand, you don't see my head. So even all the speakers, maybe they had to stand here only. Okay. As I said, it is a very unique event. Probably you may see in India so many conferences. Okay. Why Technobiz is bringing another conference here? What is the difference? Our interest is focused on the innovations, and our interest is to bring the next generation into the in this innovation journey, because without younger generation, next generation in this field, industry will have serious problems. So that's why I'm more pro to the young people. So give them all the big hand. So where are young people? Who will say young people? Everybody's young people, right? Yeah. So thank you very much, and not only from IIT Kharagpur, Kolkata University, Mahatma Gandhi University, hopefully in the future get more young people part of this journey, so that we will have a sustainable rubber industry with innovations and young people in there. So that's how objective of it. So we cover on the research developments, innovation, patents registered. That's an objective of this rubber innovation forum. And of course, we talked about top, sponsors. We talk about speakers. We cannot complete a cycle without delegates. So big thank you to all the delegates, online as well as in person. Okay. Of course, people have some issues about this, what's happening in Kolkata, but I'm really happy. Yesterday, around 5-6 p.m., I'm a bit confused how I do this thing. Okay, everybody send a message, Peram, is my conference is on? Okay, and yeah, it's on. Okay, I heard stories about Republic Tea. This says this thing and that thing. Well, nothing in our control. But I'm really happy to see the crowd here. You guys made my day. Okay, thank you very much, all the delegates, all so participants. Yeah. Hey, I need more applause for the delegates. Of course, Technobiz. Without Technobiz, I won't be here. As you know, Technobiz, you can see all the posters and banners. Technobiz has been in the industry for the last 19 years. I'm standing here with the 19 years as head of the Technobiz. The journey has been, I could say, roller coaster sometimes very pleasant. But I had made huge lifelong friends and customers, very supportive. We recognize as International Resource Center for Polymer Industries and Process Technologies. We are pretty much global. We have done programs all over the world. You can say in Africa, Europe, USA, Asia, done. So it's not new to me to organize the programs, but every program is always attention to me. It's like first time organizing it, because I always see what value we can give it to the speakers, audience. So I'm really thankful to Technobiz in giving opportunities. I'm actually, it's like my baby. It's my first son. Okay, so it's 19 years now. It's a journey of me with the Technobiz. It's been pleasant so far. Thank you very much for being supporting of the Technobiz. As you know, this is a hybrid event, because some of them are, we have people from Thailand, Malaysia, and also from Russia as well participating in this program today. And some will be viewing it later on in the recorded session as well, because all my programs will try to be hybrid so that it can accessible all over the world. So it's not just for Indian event, it's an international event. But some audience are, online audience are there. Yeah. Okay, some things I want to add. Okay, yeah, some good time, man, actually, yeah. You don't like to do any exams nowadays, right? But in my programs, I started this rubber quiz. Okay, I request all of you scan this QR code Okay, we have a 200 or maybe around 150 or 160 questions. Okay, for you to answer it in these 2 days, but you can ask each other how to answer it. It's not like it's not testing about your memory. As some of the questions are from the presentations, some are from the general topics as well. So if you finish this exam in next 3 days, 2 days, or actually up to 30 years. Okay, whenever you're free, okay, you can break times, do this quiz. Good, refreshing, and if you get 100% score, I give you a free book. We know Technobiz publish a book as well. We like to give a book on the compression molding or cost reduction rubber molding. So I do encourage you to participate. Irrespective, it's not just for the young people only, senior people too. You can join as a group, answer it. I'm hoping that everybody participate in this quiz. Are you with me? Hey, no noise. Come on, guys. You got my point, right? This is an exam. Yeah. So please do so. It's an exercise to network, engage, have a discussion together. Yeah, it's useful. Yeah. If you finish it, you get a e-certificate as well. Of course, we have one more thing. Today is going to be a long day, guys. You can leave this hotel around 9 o'clock after dinner. Is okay? Okay? Come on, guys. Dinner is there. Okay? See, basically in the conference, you guys have a lot of experience here. Some of them are specialists. It's a great opportunity. You can ask questions, what your questions you have. Some young people, or they may have questions we can discuss. This is an ask your questions, expert consulting. After presentations are over, we'll have a discussions on the questions that you have. It's not going to be so serious. Okay, it's a relaxing mode. Whatever the questions you have, you can ask. I will find one of the experts here to answer them. It's rubber industry is sometimes conservative, but here experts are there. So please do utilize this opportunity. If you have any questions, you can send to me. Some people already send some points to discuss. And I thanks to the Finorchem and also Holdwell Components sponsoring this rubber clinic. As you can see, you have presentations, you have a quiz, you have a clinic, you have a dinner and the lunch. So keep your time up to 9 p.m. You can leave this hotel at 9 p.m. Anyway, the city is under strike up to 6 p.m. right? So you can leave after that. Is that okay with you guys? Say yes. Say yes. I would like to hear more, man. Come on, say yes. 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 Thank you. So I have this kind of speeches. Okay, please don't mind about it. Try to encourage you to participate in this one. Yeah. And we also started the uniqueness of this program is every Technobiz event. We are giving facilitating the eminent persons in the rubber industry who contribute for the Indian industry, not just only in India but globally. For here, we are felicitating the 3 eminent persons from India, as a Rubber World Hall of Fame. I wanted to join that time. It's going to be around 4 p.m. 4:40 something. Okay, so please be there and join me to appreciate this 3 gentlemen who contributed to our Indian rubber industry. Okay, so that is that. And of course, I want just one more time the corporate sponsors: Elasticon, thank you; Finorchem, thank you; Holdwell Components, thank you; Montech and ProQuest, right? Yeah, the other Indian company. Yeah. So, and Royal Elastomers, Sri Balaji Polytech. Mr. Vishal is here. Okay, his team is here. Yeah. The guy SRM Exoflex, Rakesh ji here. Hopefully, he's coming. And Usha Commercial is Mr. Vivek, and Venture Technologies is here. Not yet, on the way. Supporters: Anton Power, JK Fenner, Mr. Pandian, and Nesh, and Pukraj Additives, Vinay Trading Company is here. Okay, sponsors are not here yet, on the way, I guess. Yeah. Okay. And also special thanks to AIRA Eastern Region for supporting this event. Okay, that's the basically the what we are going to do this today with a list of presentations. Everybody has this booklet. Okay, there is agenda. we try to follow this agenda. Okay, there is a schedule, so please have a look at that one. Okay. Just a house guidelines for all of you. All the speakers are requested to maintain the time. Some of my, well-wishers say, Peram, you're too tight, too much. So yeah, and but we need to manage the time with your help. So some of you get 10 minutes, some of you get 20 minutes. I don't know how much I got. It also I had to wrap it up quickly. And no phone. Please don't use the phone inside the room, but walk outside and learn, exchange, and discuss. And also the networking and making new friends. So I'm hoping that enjoy the Rubber Innovation Forum. This is the guidelines of you. Please join me to welcome our forum chairman, Professor Kinsuk Naskar. Without him, I was not able to put together this program. I think all of you know, right, Professor Kinsuk Naskar? Say yes, guys. Yeah, yes. Join me to welcome Professor Kinsuk Naskar. Yeah.
Thank you, Peram, for your nice introduction, and warm welcome to all of you. Okay, all the delegates, speakers, participants, research scholars, students, whoever is here today, and for taking so much pain to come over here. But I'm very happy to see you. See most of you here already. So that's a very good sign, and we are very happy for this. Okay. If you get some chances, so I don't know, maybe not possible today, but tomorrow or the after tomorrow, if you spend some more time here in Calcutta, you can see some nice pictures over here already, so you can export those part of Calcutta. So what I'll be trying to do for next 15 minutes or so, to give you some brief overview about IIT Kharagpur in general, and of course Robert Technology Center, where I belong to. And Peram has completed 19 years, and also a few days back I also completed my 20 years at Robert Technology Center as a faculty member. Thank you very much. Well, I don't think that I have to explain anymore where we are. So about 145 kilometers away from the city of Joy, Calcutta, we are located in Kharagpur. But for your information, IIT Kharagpur is the mother of all IITs. So it was established in 1951, right after our independence in 1947. And on top, we can see the main building, main entrance of our IIT Kharagpur. But it all started from there, what you see at the bottom. And then few days back, we have our foundation day, and it started from this year, this kind of illumination, and that is our old building. In the evening, it looks really fascinating. At a glance about IIT Kharagpur, we have huge campus span over 2,100 acres. And few years back, we had a kind of reconstruction of our various academic units. Now we have about 6 different units. We belong to the Faculty of Engineering and Architecture, but also we have Faculty of Interdisciplinary and Biotechnology, Faculty of Science, Faculty of Humanities, Social and Economic Sciences, School of Law, School of Management. And if you talk about the broad disciplines, as I mentioned, we have all sorts of research in the direction of engineering, technology, basic sciences, biosciences, art sciences, social sciences, humanities, so on and so forth. We also are aligned to the national and international mission and vision, and our outreach activities are very strong. I'll be sharing some few slides at the end of my presentation as well. And we have some special centers from Department of Atomic Energy or DRDO or even ISRO cell for space and related research. Regarding the academic programs, we have BTech, Bachelor in Technology, Bachelor in Architecture. We have dual degree, MBA, Executive MBA as well, LLB, MMST related to medical science, MSc, MTech, Master in Technology, MS, PhD, and in our center at Robert Technology Center, we mostly offer either MTech or PhDs. Altogether, we have about 770 plus faculty members, full-timers, and 150 plus part-time faculty members. So if you talk about the total strength distribution, that it is almost reaching 17,000 students from this year. Out of that, 46% are UG students, 32% are postgraduate students, and 20%, 20 to 20% are roughly the PhD students. And on an average, I think maybe this number is quite dynamic. We can say that it's about 2,300 plus journal papers we publish from IIT Kharagpur per year. Very interestingly, also by the end of this year, this Rajarhat Research Park will be functional. And so this means that for our future conferences, short-term courses, forums, whatever you name it, we can hold in Rajarhat Research Park. It's maybe only 5 minutes, 10 minutes maximum away from this particular place. And next year, we are going to celebrate the 75th year of IIT system. So that Platinum Jubilee is going to be a very special year, and already several conferences we planned. And 50% of those conferences perhaps will be held in this Rajarhat Research Park. That is very new, and for all of you, for all of you for information. Yeah, about the ranking, QS ranking, we are third amongst all the IITs, fourth position in India, and if you take a look to the recent QS ranking, we are in 222nd. I mean 222 in worldwide. That is our QS ranking. Well, before I talk about our center, I just would like to mention that, of course, if there are 17,000 students, you have to make some interesting events for them, right? So we have, before the Diwali festival, we have illumination and Rangoli is a kind of competition between the different halls of students, and you can see some glimpses of this beautiful artwork. And also in the winter, when or spring, we have some kind of competitions amongst different hall of residences where our research scholars and students are staying, the kind of competition related to gardening. And most interestingly, we have two festivals in spring. The Spring Festival, which is more kind of more for art and culture, and it's a kind of competition of different colleges of all over India. So this is one of the biggest Spring Fest in Asia, I would say. And we have also more or less at the same time, just 1 week before the Spring Fest, the Techno Management Festival. For instance, some group of students have to prepare a kind of drone in some stipulated time, or for example, some this Formula 1 kind of car and things like that. Coming back to Robert Technology Center, many of you might be knowing that we were part of Applied Chemistry Department, and it was 1981 under the leadership of Professor S.K. Dey, who also got a couple of years back the Lifetime Achievement Award from IIT Kharagpur. Under his leadership, our Robert Technology Center was formed. This means that we are already 40 plus years old, and it was not that long ago we were awarded by Rubber Asia magazine the best institute in research and education in rubbers. Regarding different facilities and different labs, in a nutshell, you could see that we have our processing lab, chemical lab, simulation and modeling lab, thermal lab, rheology lab, and physical testing lab. Of course, we have others, and this is our this entrance of our laboratory. Okay, and this is in general. Of course, each and every faculty members would have different fields of interest, but in general, you could see, I do not want to read it out, but you could see that we are covering up all spectrum of polymers and rubbers research what you could think of, and some of the things like related to green and sustainability and recycling, and you could see them. Furthermore, I would like to mention that there occurs kind of paradigm shift of polymer and rubber research, and of course we could see that there is rise of interdisciplinary research. So if you say that I am only rubber technologist, perhaps it will not work anymore. So you have to be jack of all trades. So you have to know a little bit of chemistry, and also combining with your knowledge in material science and engineering to pursue the research. And I think this is going to be the future of rubber technology as well. Regarding our faculty strength, we have currently 7 faculty members. 4 out of them are professor. I am heading for last 1.5 years. Before me, Professor Chattopadhyay, who is also here. He was former head, and currently he is also associate dean of student affairs of IIT Kharagpur. So myself, Professor Chattopadhyay, Professor Sinha, and Professor Das are the professors, full professors. But also we have new chaps, and some of them will be here maybe by before lunch or in the evening. Dr. Titash Mondal, Dr. Chaudhary, and also we have one lady faculty who is basically mechanical engineer, because as you know that there are some talks on FEA simulations, and that is her interest. So again, kind of interdisciplinary research we have kept in mind. These are some of the facts and figures of student to faculty ratio and our publications for last couple of years. So 170 plus, I would say. Again, these are all dynamic numbers, and our citations are quite high, and we publish books and patents quite regularly. Currently, we have about 45 research scholars. Out of them, 5 of them are having high value fellowship, which we call Prime Minister Research Fellowship Award, and we have about first year and second year together, we have about 30 master students, MTech students, as I mentioned before. Okay, regarding some of the facilities, we are very well equipped, I would say. We have all sorts of machineries, you name it, internal mixers, two-roll mixing, different molding presses, chemical lab. We have renovated a couple of years back under the guidance of Professor Nikhil Sinha, and all sorts of characterization equipment, you can name it. So Muni viscometer, MDR, RPA alpha technology. We have also DRPA from Montech. Also people from Montech are here. Nesh, you name it. DMA 50 was there already for last 10 years, but only last month we have installed Metraviv DMA 300, and we are very proud of that. That at least we are having one high force, high frequency DMA machine at our lab. And DMATIA flexometer, capillary radiometer from CIST. So you name it, and it is there. Other equipments, denabrator. I just tried to highlight some of them for permeability testing, all sorts of heat buildup, hardness, FTIR, you name it. This is important. So some notable awards received by our faculty members in last 3 years, I'm just mentioning. So 2022 and this year also, I think a couple of our faculty members have got Institute Faculty Excellence Award in different levels, and at assistant, associate, and professor levels. Also 2022 Institute Chair Professor Award. Same year, Alexander von Humboldt Fellowship revisiting Germany. JSPS Award in 2022 for a short visit as a JSPS Fellow in Japan. And in 2003 also Fellow of IPF Dresden, Germany Award. We are members of various editorial boards of various international journals, and we are proud of our research scholars. They won every now and then in different national and international conferences, either best oral presentation and best poster awards as well. I just would like to mention that for the last several years, more than 30 technologies have been transferred to various industries and government agencies as well. And in last 2 years, you can see some of the some of them I just mentioned, that notable developments, and 50% of them are already patented. I just would not like to name them, but yeah, some of them are already in the pipeline for the processing of patents. And our deputy director and our deans of sponsored research are giving a lot of emphasis on having patents rather than publishing papers, because that affects also in this ranking and all this stuff. We are quite, I mean, we are doing a lot of international and national projects and taking part in different international activities like SPARK program, which is very international scheme for promotion of academic and research collaboration, or imprint. I mean, this is a kind of initiative from Indian government. So as you can see that we have already in SPARK phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3. In all 3 phases, we have different projects, and now the number is 7. That is a very good number as compared to other departments in such a small center. And then, of course, we are very well connected to the industry, and of course, our alumni are our major strength, and that is why today many of the delegates and speakers you see there, our alumni, or some who are connected with our alumni. And so we do encourage our faculty colleagues to take up a lot of projects from industry, from government, as a 3-year project for sponsoring a PhD student, for master student, as well as for consultancy projects. I just tried to put some of the logos, but that is not the complete list. And also we encourage our master students to pursue their 8 months project work to pursue in the industries. And in that way, in most of the cases, I would say more than 80% cases, those industries are absorbing them by the time they are ready with their thesis, and that is a good sign, so that we are not dependent on the career development center of our of our IIT Kharagpur as such. We are very well connected to AIRIA and Indian Rubber Institute, as well as very recently, a couple of months back, we have also MOU with CII. I think many of you are also member of CII, that is Confederation of Indian Industries, and for each and every conferences they organize, we do participate, we do send our students, and they are very helpful for us as well. As you can see that the list is quite long, so international and national collaborations, and more than 25 visitors from academia or industries from USA, from Europe, or from other countries from Asia Pacific region do visit. And I'm proud to say that Professor Kanika Sahakaro and Technovis team will be visiting on Friday to our institute and deliver a talk, and will interact with our research scholars and students as well. We have had MOU with many of the universities, and we are planning to have also with University of Houston, USA, and University of Akron very soon. Only it was last month, 27th of July, just 1 month back. So we have signed MOU with IRMRI. Dr. Rajkumar is also our alumni, and I think Devdipto Basu is from IRMRI is giving talk today, briefing about the activities of IRMRI as well. We do organize international conferences, workshops, symposia every year, and someone from the delegates was asking about this next short-term course. I think Professor Chattopadhyay and Professor Das will be organizing one short-term course next year, sometime in February or March. So every year we do encourage short-term course for 5 days, and about 40 to 45 candidates from different parts of India working in the industry can join that course, where we give kind of overview of entire rubber technology as such. Well, this is a picture from 2019, and we could see some of the international speakers, like I could see Tony McNally from UK, or Professor Veneman from Germany, and other people from France or Germany as well. And of course, our students and our alumni. We also organized a short alumni meeting as well during that conference days. I don't have to introduce them. I think the world knows who they are. Professor Anil Bhomik, who got also this distinguished alumni award currently in University of Houston, and Dr. R. Mukhopadhyay, R&D Director, JKTR, also received distinguished alumni award 3 years back. Professor Sabu Thomas, ex-Vice Chancellor of Mahatma Gandhi University, and people from at least three, speakers are there here today with us from MG University, his colleagues. Professor Mohini Shain from University of Toronto, Canada. I did mention about Dr. Rajkumar, Director of IRMRI, and Professor Namita Roy Choudhury, Dean RMIT, also Dean RMIT Australia. She received this year, last year, this very prestigious American Chemical Society Rubber Division Whitby Award last year. And as I mentioned already, that our alumni are our strength, and they are so supportive. And of course, there are more alumni who are there. So next time I'll put more pictures just to show you few names. And also we do have Research Scholar Day every year, but I proposed to our director that just we'd like to change the name of this Research Scholar Day to let's say Rubber Technology Day, which is more specific for our center. And my colleague Dr. Varuni is going to organize perhaps in November, and it will be notified to all the alumni. So we'll also will conduct an alumni meeting during that day. Yes, recruitment is the integral part of our center. Again, I just showed some of the logos from different companies. So it is, our students are everywhere. You name it: Apollo Tire, Seat Tire, JK Tire, JK Fenner, Pidilite, and that's why you see the people are here already from those organizations. IRMRI, I did mention, Oriental Rubber, Himadri Chemicals. They will be acquiring Birla Tire as well. Alp, BKT Tire, as well as BKT Carbon Black. We have speakers. Reliance Industries, Asian Paints, Ralston Tires, and this list is definitely not complete. But yes, of course, I invite also others to recruit our research scholars, recruit our MTech students, or if there is any possibility, let me know. We can also send our students for pursuing their master project as well. Okay, that's it from my side. I thought I was able to give you some overview about IIT Kharagpur as such and our Rubber Technology Center. So thank you and namaskar to you again. And I wish a very fruitful event for this next 2 days. Okay, enjoy this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kinsuk. One more time. Without him, I will not able to put together a rubber innovation forum. I want to give some a small break in a moment to him as well, and we all take notice. What you said, thank you very much. We are 50s, yeah. Now you take it. Yeah. So basically, we're switching each other and then moderating the session. So sometimes you see Peram, sometimes you see Kinsuk, yeah. Okay. So let me just help him with the.
Meanwhile, I can start introducing the first speaker, keynote speaker, Dr. Kanika Sahakaro. Yes, he's here from last 2 days already. Yeah. He knew that he has to give first talk. Okay. Very briefly, I would like to introduce her. I know her for last 20 years since my time in Netherlands. I was finishing my PhD and she started joining as a postdoc under Professor Jacques Nodamier. Currently, she is an associate professor at the Department of Rubber Technology and Polymer Science from Prince of Songkla University, PSU, Thailand. She studied, in MSc in University of Manchester, UK, and then did her PhD from University of Leeds, and then she moved to Twente for doing postdoctoral studies. She also received Thailand Rubber Technologist Award in 2016 at the GRTE conference in Bangkok. She is currently Dean for the Faculty of Science and Technology, administrative position as well, and very associate, one of the associate editors of the most prestigious technology, that is rubber chemistry and technology. A brief introduction. I would not like to waste our time of talk. Okay, so what to you, Kanika? And I hope, yeah, I forgot to mention her specialization is of course natural rubber, and with special reference to green technology and silica-based technology and so on and so on. So what to you? The floor is yours.
So very good morning and thank you, Kinchuk, for a very nice introduction, and thanks to Technobiz for giving me this opportunity to meet you guys here. This is my first Indian trip, so I'm also excited to be here. So hope that we will have a very insightful 30 minutes from now. So I'm going to tell you about our research and innovation from Thailand. So it will be quite general overview of what we do in Thailand. And I will start, oh, I should stand still here. Okay, I will start by giving introduction of my university, so you know where I'm from, and Prince of Songkhla University. I will also give you some example of the work that we are doing there about rubber. And of course, I will talk about rubber industry in Thailand, education and research, and what we are doing now in terms of research area and some example of innovation. So we come from Thailand, so from Bangkok to Kolkata. I just realized that, okay, we are close, less than 3-hour flight from Bangkok, but actually I'm from this university and we have 5 campuses. Here, yeah, nice picture. And you may wonder where we are. We are located in the south of Thailand. So 5 campuses scattered around southern part. And from Pattani campus, where I'm coming from, but the main campus is in Hat Yai, where the president's office is there. We established in 1967. And we are one of the national research university. Okay, the number is quite small compared to many university here. We have approximate 34,000 students altogether from 5 campuses and 38 faculty and over 300 program of study. So located in different part of South in Thailand. And as Kinchuk mentioned, I'm now taking administrative work as well, working as a dean, in addition to lecturer, researcher, blah, blah, blah. So many tasks to do every day. So I will introduce about my faculty a little bit. So Faculty of Science and Technology, we have 5 departments. And one of the department is rubber technology and polymer science. And rubber and polymer is one of our research flagship under the faculty. But in addition to that, we have a group of people working concentrated on BCG economy. We have agriculture, aquaculture, and renewable energy, especially. And we have food science and nutrition. And yes, of course, because the Faculty of Science, we need to have basic science, chemistry, biology, math, and also mathematics and statistics. So this is the kind of figure that we have in the faculty. So if you want to visit me, this is our faculty located next to the sea. So this is our faculty building. Yeah, just to show you kind of, okay, this is my campus, and we are located here near the Pattani Bay on the Pacific side, so on the east of Thailand. And under Department of Rubber Technology, we offer 3 programs of study. And I would like to mention that we offer the first degree in rubber technology in Thailand, established here since 1985. So we have bachelor program here in rubber technology and master and PhD in polymer technology. And the research focus for master and PhD students, of course, we focus on natural rubber related topic. So develop all sorts of work related to natural rubber. Why natural rubber? Because we are a natural rubber producer, and also for university, it's easier to get a funding from the either company or the government. So that's why we focus on that. And some of the photos showing what we have in the lab. So of course we are having like processing, laboratory testing, characterization. You just see from IIT Kharagpur, we probably smaller also in terms of lab and number of people. So, brief introduction of PSU, and now I come back to Thailand rubber industry just to give you an overview, the current status now of Thailand in terms of rubber production. Yes, we are the largest producer of the world, and the capacity is now over 4 million metric tons. And the synthetic rubber, the largest producer, of course, now is China. And if we see who contribute to the NR production, Thailand here on top, and then, okay, of course, those countries located close to equator because of the weather, the condition for growing the tree. And this is quite interesting, the price of natural rubber. You see some fluctuation. It was jumped to very high price at certain period, but later on it's quite stable at around $2 per kilogram of rubber. And where we grow natural rubber in Thailand, here located mainly in the south, and this is the kind of old planting area of natural rubber in Thailand. So dense here, but now is also expand to other part of the country. And the majority of the product made from rubber here, we produce TSR. This is technically specified rubber or block rubber. So this is the main raw material produced from latex there in Thailand. You are familiar with this because these are rubber people, but just to give you a flow of the rubber production in our country. So starting from rubber invested area here, there are many small stakeholder, small farm in Thailand producing rubber, and yeah, this is the main kind of economic crop, especially for people in the south. And then we move to midstream, so we produce different types of raw material, GSR, RSS, and also concentrated latex, of course, because we need to supply to glove and condom industry. And okay, we go to downstream. I give the reference here, just in case you want to read more about the rubber industry outlook from Thailand. There's a good research, kind of marketing research that give you all statistics of the rubber production in Thailand. And just to name the few of key players now in rubber industry in Thailand. Something to mention here is interesting now. So we're starting from production of natural rubber. Okay, we have a small holder farmer, and that take 80%. So when we talk about large plantation, now it's owned by the big names, and downstream rubber producer now they jump to produce the rubber for their own factory. Like we see the name of Michelin Bridgestone here in the midstream rubber production, because they even have their own plantation, produce the raw material, and then supply for their tire manufacturing. So it's turned into that direction quite a lot now. We can see more often that the large tire producer, they have their own plantation because they have a good control over the quality of the raw material. And then, yeah, this is a trend also in Thailand. And okay, don't be afraid of so many details, but what I want to point out here, even we produce natural rubber, but we export in terms of raw rubber, and this is not good for Thailand as well. We need to move a little bit more from exporting the raw material or intermediate product to consume domestically. So in terms of number now, I mean, less than 20% we use it in the country. So that means we don't make high money from the rubber that we produce, and mainly we support to like Malaysia or China. This is to give you an idea where the rubber go to. And the main manufacturer of rubber products, you see all the big name there. All the tire company, they have their production plant in Thailand. Yeah, Japanese one, American, European, and glove. We have also those, international company. And yes, this is the situation in Thailand. Top producer, but mostly export in intermediate products. And this is one of the what is it? The government that want to push harder for researchers to bring rubber into the Thai industry, making use of the material that we have. So we want to introduce you, I mean, at least to introduce you what we have, what we teach, what we do in terms of research in Thailand. Okay, come back to Thailand map. And as I mentioned, okay, we offer rubber technology program, but where else in Thailand that we offer this degree? So we have Prince of Songkhla University, where I come from. We have different campuses. So we have different degree like rubber technology, rubber engineering and technology, and we offer rubber technology program also. So 3 campuses here, Pattani, Hat-Yai, and Surat Thani. And we have another university now, just established the rubber and polymer engineering. So this is where students can learn and get a degree on rubber specifically. And even now it's expanded to the northeast. Now we have Ubon Ratchathani and to the north in Chiang Mai. So this is where we have the education about rubber. But in terms of research, okay, now it's scattered in many universities in Thailand. And this is main industrial site, making raw material is focused on this in the south. But for finished product, the production sites are located in the east and also in the central part of Thailand. So just to give you a kind of a map where we are, where the industry on rubber are located. And now we have researchers working on rubber, yeah, in different places in many universities. If we look back, what we have done so far, I tried to analyze the data from the database like SciWall here. If we focus on the Thailand research by subject area, so material science take only 10%. And if we see closely, now, I mean, inside that, for Thailand, for material science, we have this portion of polymer and plastic research. And if we look what we do in Prince of Songkhla University, okay, it's getting larger, so we have more work on polymer and plastic. The rest will be other aspects of material science. And who work on material science in Thailand? So some of you may be familiar with the name of university in Thailand. So the top player here is Chulalongkorn University in Bangkok. This is material science in all aspects, and PSU here. So this is a top 4 university who play a role in material science research. Chulalongkorn Kasetsat, Mahidol, they are all in central part, and PSU in the southern part. So we see the number that the number of articles rising here. So if I focus more on rubber and elastomer research, so based on the Scopus database, you see a number of documents increasing by year, and it jumped very fast after 2000. This is world rubber research. So I add the keyword rubber and elastomer just to see how many people are working on rubber and how many articles we produce globally. So you can have a kind of the idea here as well. And who is the key player now? If I classify those documents, about 20,000 documents, you see that, okay, by country, USA, China, Germany, India here. Yeah, from those documents, yes, these are key players. And if we look at the author, of course, who are researcher, active researcher in this world? For academic, I think they're familiar with all these names. And Professor Bomik come at the second place here after Prof. Li Kunchan in China. And there are many famous Indian legends in rubber here, like Bomik, you have Sabu Thomas, USK there, and Amidas is now in Germany. So all familiar names. So this is a kind of picture of rubber technologies in the world. And if I focus more on natural rubber, so when we talk about natural rubber, India comes first here, and then Thailand, China. This is based on the number of publication. And for affiliation-based, okay, PSU now come into a picture. We have like PSU, we have IIT, but don't forget this is natural rubber. I scope down to natural rubber. So we also have some common interest. I see the research focus that Kinshuk showed us earlier. So I think we find many common interests in terms of research. So this is just to tell you that, okay, we are the one who work on rubber, and if you want to collaborate in terms of rubber research, go to PSU. And okay, this is the kind of number. If I focus only in my country, from 1974 to up to present day, so you will see that lots of activities happening there in Thailand. And we have active researcher. Yeah, my is going down because since becoming the dean, less time for publication. So hopefully I can go back a little bit more. Okay, come back to tell you about what we do in Thailand. So I try to figure it out. So I took most recent work published from the university in Thailand. So from 2020. So I classify in terms of research topic. So we have different research topic here, a variety, and it matched well with the IIT Kharagpur. And yes, this is what we do. So this from the latest 5 years. So we are working on modification of rubber, of course, focus on natural rubber. Different kind of monomer has been crafted to modify some characteristic of natural rubber. I list the work that published recently just to give you an idea what are we doing there. So NR-based modification for different kind of applications, maybe to add some functional group to make it polar. Of course, for blends, we have different kind of blend component here. Okay, this is a kind of conventional blend component for many applications, but also like PRA for the biodegradable polymer. And of course, there are a group of people working on thermoplastic elastomer, thermoplastic vulcanized. And now we see a lot of work on biodegradable material using thermoplastic starch to blend with natural rubber. And then, yes, this is also world research subject area working on a composite and nano-composite. So if I extract the keyword from publication from Thailand in the last 5 years in terms of filler for making composite, nano-composite, okay, we have bio-based and regular filler. And I think it's more or less the same all over the world. People talk about the bio-based filler, especially lignin. and cellulose base. So these all sorts of filler that we use. And for filler, so there are quite a large number of publications on research on composite and nanocomposite. And of course, for additives, I myself also work on bio-based oil, and we have palm oil, soybean oil, and all sorts of plant-based oil, and try to understand more in terms of natural rubber. So these are topics, keywords of the research in Thailand. And don't forget that we have lots of end-of-use tire in this world. So we need to have also this kind of devulcanization technology. And now we are working very hard on that, trying to work on the waste, bring waste back to the cycle of the production. And of course, we need to move to new things. We don't talk about tire bales only, but people should go for a new application. So there are a group of researchers in Thailand, like in PSU, we have a new talented staff who work on smart material and innovative product. These are some of the topics that we are working on, like those sensor and cell healing material. I think this is a kind of popular research topic nowadays as well, and making rubber to become conductive polymer, and then different kind of new innovative product. Even for the fertilizer, we use NR-based coating material to control the release of fertilizer. So we are going toward this direction, starting from kind of conventional topics. Now we are exploring some new information. So I will give you some example of the work, especially what we do in PSU. Okay. As a researcher, we seek for money, right? And do the research to gain knowledge. But once we have knowledge, we should go back there using also innovation to make money. So this is a kind of cycle of research and innovation. And the position of Thailand now, okay, we have academic research. We can go global. We publish a lot in international article. But yeah, here, you need to make money out of it too. So how to transfer research into commercial? We need to do more on commercialization. So we need to bring this up to move also. We need to keep this position, but we want also to be in this spot. But to reach that point, we need to collaborate more with the industry, of course, because then you can bring research to the shelf. If we look at the patent file in Thailand, okay, all the big names. Here, in terms of Thai company, Thai-related patent, you see the name of the company, especially from Japan. They are working very hard in producing new things and then get patented. And for Globe, okay, we also have like Kimberly-Clark and Ansel. They patent a lot as well. And for the in terms of global, okay, Michelin is a champion patent on Thai-related topic. And we have many Thai production plants in Thailand. The big one owned by the foreign company. And what we do now, the role of the university is to support the local Thai company. Like me and my colleague, we work together with the company in Thailand owned by Thai 100%. And we have been working together for 8 years now, helping them to develop a new material, especially when they want to jump from carbon black fuel compound to silica silane compounds. It's difficult for the local company, but we successfully help them to go along and developing the new model of tire, making tire with low rolling resistance. So I think university need to work harder, closer to the industry. And this is some of the example that the work that we produce in PSU by our researcher. This is some rubber idea or innovation. Okay, rubber bag, nice. And we have thermoplastic natural rubber. So we have even established our own brand. Actually, my carry bag is made from this TPNR. I can show you later on there. And this is the innovation product also from my colleague, Dr. Abipu. He worked on TPNR for forensic application, for splint application. This is open up some new application of the material. And we have pressure sensitive adhesive patch from natural rubber, and it's been applied to a variety of application like colostomy bag. I show you later on next slide. But it has been also applied to various things. This is one of the key product made from our team, medical doctor together with rubber technology. So they apply pressure sensitive adhesive for this colostomy bag for the people who has the trouble with the this colon. So how they use, yeah, you can see here. So this also made from natural rubber and has been commercialized now, already used in hospital inside the countries, and hopefully to export as well, and has been applied to pharmaceutical science. So different kind of patch for drug delivery carrier. So we try to match rubber technology with medical doctor, with those pharmaceutical people, all sorts of faculty now working together in developing the new product. And these are new things that we also work with in developing the flexible sensor and soft robot material. And we have this brand invented by our staff. He used the waste from sandal, starting from collecting waste from the sea, and then chop it, and then make use of it, making sandal back again, and use this brand. And we have a devulcanization technology that has been transferred to the company as well. Now there are several companies interested in making devulcanized product. And I show some of the picture showing, I mean, we can do very simple thing with rubber. Just you have like cotton glove, you can just like coat with rubber. You have a very good grip, and farmer can use it. And you even like use it for coating. And actually, we work with the community in a remote area where they have the problem with water reservoir. So this is our staff in the university, making a small thing for household agriculture, but also for large water reservoir on top of the mountain. This is a thing that, okay, we try to bring not only to the industry, but also to the community. And because we produce natural rubber from trees, so we have para wood. This is an example of the work that have been supported by university as well, making toys. And what we go next? I think the whole world go the same direction. We need to think about carbon footprint. And yes, this is the direction that every company who produce the product need to consider how many kilograms of carbon dioxide they release. So Thailand will also work on this carbon footprint, try to reduce it. So all the rubber industry need to consider this as well. So I show you some example of the product that made, starting from raw material to product. They need to report how many kg of CO2 produced. And of course, because world is tightened by new regulation, and for Thailand, we have Rubber Authority of Thailand, who is now the main organization dealing with this EU-DR regulation released by EU for deforestation-free product, because this will come into force very soon in this end of the year. So we need to make sure that we can still produce natural rubber and supply to the world under this regulation. For tire, we need to comply with labeling system. And in Thailand, as the government, they want to drive our economy through BCG. So rubber industry also need to comply or at least work very hard on this bio-based and green and circular. And we fit very well based on the research that you see. So starting from nature-based material and go to the devulcanization to make it here supporting BCG. And I will end with two last slide, especially Thai industry, because I'm the one who work on tire industry. And yes, for direction of Thai industry, we need to reduce the Thai wear particle by making better wear resistant. And we need to work out on this. I think this is a kind of hot issue in rubber industry, finding alternative for 6-PPD because it's toxic. And of course, we talk about electric vehicle. I'm also having some research project now developing a material for the EV car because it's more requirement for EV. You need a better grip, lower rolling resistance, better wear, or less noise. So there are new opportunity for all rubber technologies in developing this kind of material and then developing performance of the EV tire. So Piram don't shout at me yet. So thanks my department, university, and we have National Rubber Innovation Research Institute. So we are rubber people there. Come and talk to us, and I hope to have some collaboration starting from probably IIT, but we are open for collaboration. And thank you very much. ขอบคุณค่ะ
Thank you, Dr. Chandra, for your excellent presentation, and I thought it was informative to all of us. Okay, now there's the time is now open for discussion, but maybe there is a time for only one or two topics. Yeah.
Very good morning and very nice presentation. Only one question. It has nothing to do with this, but there are a lot of nice people. And last week we had a technical seminar in Udaipur, mostly on the sustainability. And Thailand is the biggest and you're on the research. How do you differentiate the natural world, whether it is sustainable? Very short, this is a big knowledge, but very short. How you are going to differentiate the natural world is sustainable or not?
Oh.
Any definition in Thailand way, you can say, right? Because it's a very hot topic in India. Last week, 2 days, you were on the sustainability show. I thought she can be the best one.
Okay, people talk about sustainability, and yeah, it can be a debate whether it's real sustain. But okay, we come back to bio-based economy. So natural rubber, yeah, natural resources. It depends whether you see natural resources biomaterial. This is a kind of sustainable material. If you say yes, this is part of sustainability. But sustainability covers so many aspects. So natural rubber is part of that. I would say if we want to talk about sustainable material, natural rubber can be an option. But you are having, you need to seek for other raw material. So I would say yes, I would support natural rubber as part of sustainability of this world. But we need to discuss probably a whole day how to make it real sustain in the future. Try to balance not only in terms of material basics, but also in terms of production, in terms of management, in terms of livelihood involved. I don't know whether what should I answer, but I will discuss with you later on. So sustainability, we go for that.
Thank you. Any more questions? There is one more question. Yeah.
I will be here for 2 whole days, so you can talk with me all the time. No, not all the time, during the break.
Very nice presentation. Recently, I came across a notification from European Union that natural usage of natural rubber in rubber product is banned.
In
Natural rubber, usage of natural rubber in rubber products being exported to European Union is banned. Have you come across any regulation like that?
which regulation?
European, yeah. Yeah. I think in Germany.
No, but you need to comply with new regulation. It's not banned for natural rubber, but now you have to have kind of certified, yeah, from the organization. Like here, I mentioned about EUDR. You need to make sure that you can trace back. Traceability is the key word for this. Yeah, if you don't be able to identify what I mean, where that natural rubber come from, you cannot sell in Europe anymore. So it's the kind of we need to work very hard, and now we have the organization who is in charge working that, fighting with this new regulation. But we will find a way to be in the market, and of course this is still NI is still the main economic crop, and we need to maintain that. Just to meet new requirement, new regulation, you know how to do that, but just need to do it in time. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I think thanks for interesting presentation. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I have small questions for you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anika. Thank you very much. Guys, in the next schedule, there is some change. Dr. Nair, Sujit Nair, is unable to make a presentation because there is floods in his area. The health is still out. So we asked him to change his presentation to tomorrow. In the meantime, before we take a coffee break, before we go for coffee break, we take a group picture. I think I request only everyone of you stand up. But this gentleman photograph will take one group picture. Okay, just stand. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
One more. This side. I think it will be good if you can if we all are sitting. Then it will be good. Yeah. One more.
Now we sit and take a picture. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, still not go for coffee yet, man. Please. Now, before you go outside, exchange your business cards to each other. Here itself. Okay. Say hello to each other. Somebody you don't know before, say hello to the person, and then walk outside the room and have coffee. Is it all right? It is not unconventional networking. I'm forcing you to network each other.
So please exchange your business cards to each other, say hi, my name is Grace, so we'll have 15, 20 minutes coffee break. Our next speaker is Mr. Pandian. We'll have a presentation. Yeah? Exchange your business cards, talk to each other.
Check mine.
Sure.
Good morning. It must be at my
We never happened to visit the. Sure, sure. When is the plan?
Yeah. No. It's okay.
Yeah, the PDF. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I could not send the lot of pictures whether I
That's
could not send.
fine. That's why she said, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. We used to visit St. And now she compared to what used to be India, all these used to happen. So we had the opportunity. And tell you. Nice.
Nice. Hello, sir.
I-
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you very, very much for joining.
No, it's my pleasure, absolutely. I should be the one who should be thanking you. And he's the boss. जहाँ ये रास्ता दिखाता है, he follows. But it's a tough path to follow. But I'm glad you are doing this. If you need any help in Delhi,
Sure.
I can be of any.
See, my interest is all educating the people, empowering them with the competency. It's a bit unconventional, not too smooth, but a bit rough in dealing with things where the content is.
Always the ball has to roll. It gets moved over. You are always welcome in Delhi.
Sure, sir. Very nice to meet you.
Yes.
Firstly, when I see the list, I say, oh, okay, we're getting from outside Kolkata as well.
So I saw, I saw his picture and I decided. That
Okay, thank you. Oh, marketing purpose.
You get one guy for sure.
Nice. Good video.
I thought if he's involved, then it should be good. And I actually really appreciated your format and a lot of information in 2 days. And I think a lot of younger people,
Yeah,
there are a lot of people. Absolutely super.
because we need to put balance both, because we need to bridge the gap. What's happening is that the younger generation don't get interest. Industry will get affected.
So it's good to hear new ideas that are brewing. Maybe they're not successes yet, but they are brewing somewhere. And you don't know which one will become a star. So it's always good to hear.
Very happy that you're here. Thanks for making it. Let's see, bro. You'll be here a whole day, right?
I'm here for 2 days.
No, I'm going to stay here only. Okay, good. So we have up to 9 p.m. today. Yeah?
That's the right part to go. And I think we took the right decision itself. After
Madam,
1:30,
that my presentation updated.
Yeah.
Updated?
Yeah.
Can I check?
Yes.
I told my wife I'll come in 90 minutes.
Um,
I send her a message.
no way.
I might stay overnight.
This is the today morning.
Yeah, I sent for me.
Okay.
Anyway, did you clear the invoice? Not yet, I guess.
Yeah, actually, I not yet, but anyway, once I go there.
Did you correct on time?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me get my. I got somewhere my name card holder is gone.
Oh, okay, okay.
I'll give you my card.
Oh, no problem. Anyway, I have your number, mail ID, which is perfectly okay for me. So nowadays, the maintaining card is challenging.
Yeah, true. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You know, actually, close to your probably a farmer, Mr. RLM.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah, so I was associated with him also before he passing away. And also, all your, lot of guys like I think they how many was doing here? And also the EP.
90 EP,
Yeah,
many people.
very good. Yeah.
They are all from Madurai, na? Actually,
Right.
that is a big hub, another hub.
True. I think you also have some activities, right? In Madurai.
Yeah, Madurai, I mean, IRI chapter is there. The CA also very active in that.
Oh yeah, CA is doing a lot. Yeah, CA is. That's true. Hey there, man. It's good to see you.
Sorry, not interested.
You get
No problem, no, this anyway for informal.
I moved my flight little early to come and watch because
Oh.
we had another continual topic. Because,
Yeah, his area got flooded, and so we are scheduling tomorrow. So I need to check which day, which time is scheduled. Today he can
will it be the first?
I need double check because for which one I can shift it. After lunch I will get on.
Interesting.
Yeah, actually I'm just that's it's an interesting topic. That's why I put in the first aid. Actually, I know German guys. They're supposed to be the top 7 programs, but what the guy named Roots of Muslim, a young guy. Also with marketing as well. Supposed to give a talk. Every time in online session, some problem with IT happened. So they plan to exhibit in shows. So I do the shows. Yeah, kind of. I use this go-to webinar. He's unable to connect properly. So yeah, this IT. There is some issues on that.
And you know, we are still not open.
I used some restrictions and blah blah blah. 2 times I tried. Record and send to me a screening.
But he has a very good person.
Oh, yes, good. I saw that.
What issue is anything
Yeah. I had to catch him to schedule it again. Good man, sir.
The disability is to the extent of this. Okay, anyway, this slide is okay. But some of the slides, what she presented, not visible up to them.
Is it?
I don't know whether because of the color and other things, but still, I believe.
Okay, for me it's okay because I always put skull.
Let's keep it. Because we have online audience also there, so I need to
Okay, okay. The online also there.
yeah,
Okay, people are attending your online.
online as well. Yeah. And this gets recorded. So it will become my library as well.
So you are looking at multiple aspects.
The minutes we start.
How is it, sir, going on now? 2 years completed, sir. Last month I have given my registration. Now, what is going on? I think now the position will be getting the exam. You know, from and I'm also doing a small project with beauty. Hard. Marty is Marty on the call. This is one problem Marty, I'm full and tempered. When you're doing that, oh, that is not the right thing. Carry the quiet. Yes. You can only invest whether my presentation is after
প্রেজেন্টেশনটা লোড করে দিবা প্রেজেন্টেশনটা একটু লোড করে দিবা প্রেজেন্টেশনটা একটু লোড করে দিবা
এইটার পরে আমার প্রেজেন্টেশনটা আছে একটু দেখুন তো।
আচ্ছা ওখানে আমি বলেছি আপনি কি আপনার কি পেন ড্রাইভ আছে
না না আমি পাঠিয়েছিলাম।
পাঠিয়েছেন তাহলে ওটা উনি বলতে পারবেন
আচ্ছা আমার পেন ড্রাইভ আছে আপনি একটু লোড করে দিন আপনি
ওটা
করছেন
না না আমি করছি
আচ্ছা এখানে আপনারা কি অর্গানাইজ করছেন? আমার প্রেজেন্টেশনটাকে আমি আমার ল্যাপটপে দিতে পারবো না এখানে দিতে হবে?
জানি না এটা অ্যাকচুয়ালি এটা দেখছেন অন্য আমি বলে নিচ্ছি
হ্যাঁ একটু বলুন তাহলে লাস্ট মোমেন্টে গিয়ে ঝামেলা হবে আমার লাঞ্চের মানে অনেকটাই। হ্যাঁ না একদম পরে না তার পরে পরেটা যদি আমি জানি না প্রেজেন্টার আসবে কি আসবে না সেটা জানি না। যদি হয় তাহলে আমাকে ওটা কিন্তু ওটা সাইজটা অনেক বড় আর কি ওটাই সমস্যা।
দুটোই দেখে নিচ্ছি লোডও করে দিলাম
টেনশন পেয়ে গেছি
স্বাভাবিক
আমি আগে আগে চলে এসেছি তোমাদের হাতে নেই
একদমই তাই না আজকে তবে আজকাল বন্ধ আর কিছু এখানে হয় না তবু একটা তো এ থাকে না ডাউট তো একটা থাকে
Okay, guys, let's come inside. Okay, time up. Let's go inside. Let's go see. Yeah. Let's go inside. Get started. Okay, time up. Let's go inside, please.
Should side is okay for me.
Okay, please take a seat. Let's get started. Okay, guys, please take your seats. Get started. I guess all of you know each other now very well. Do you? Say yes again. Yes. Always should know first name, that is I end up to today's program. Yeah. So the next topic is the changing landscape and best practice in the belt technology. Is our invited speaker, Mr. M. Pandey. He's a Deputy General Manager, Chief Technical at JK Penner. I think all of you know he's a well experienced gentleman. Also alumni of the Rubber Technology
Yes,
too. Okay.
Sponsored research.
Yes, well, okay, I see. So join me to welcome Mr. Pandey. Come on.
Good morning, all. The past 15 to 20 years, we-built industry faces a lot of crisis and changes. We, as a JK Fenner, we transformed into the new era with a lot of technical competency, and we entered into the new era in designing and application of V-belts. Today, I want to present some of the case studies and best practices which we are doing at present in the factory. So let me brief about the driving technology, what we are using at present. So there are multiple drive designs available. See, we use a gear, belt, clutch, and chain. So normally we are into, we manufacture gear and belt. Clutch right now we are not into, and chain we are not into. But if you see belt, there are multiple types of belts are there, a rope, round and flat, and V-belt. But we are specialists in V-belt. So the rope and round belt and all obsolete. Then flat also only 5 to 10% is used in the current industrial applications. But V-belt is very dominant. This is what currently it is practiced. So still why rubber, there are multiple drives that still why rubber belt is used. I want to give some brief about the usage of V-belt and why it is not replaceable in the rubber industry. See, if you see, there are multiple applications. See, if you see V-belt, it gives a dependable service life we can predict, and speed ratio versatility also. So we can change it to different gear ratio. That is also possible in V-belt industry. V-belt. In otherwise, if you go for chain drive, a lot of multiple gear drive ratio is required. But this is easy to use. If you see other aspect, it's a low maintenance and quiet operation. There is no noise, much noise. But in the current trends, you can see a bit of noise. But why that is, I will explain later cases. Then low initial cost, efficient operation, readily available for replacement of parts. These are the advantages still driving the industries to go for V-belts. So right now we are into the third generation belt. The first generation belt is wrapped belt. If you see the wrapped belt, slowly, I mean, it is used in the industrial applications, but it is usage is heavily coming down. And see the raw edge of the belt, that is also used for industrial applications. Particularly the multi-V or poly belt is for automotive applications. This is what driving the automotive industry and industrial applications in the today era. Because of the lot of advantages is there, because of power driving and the flexibility, then the mileage. With respect to all these things, the poly belts are very good compared to the first generation, second generation belt. In the first and second generation belt, if you see a lot of heat buildup is there. I mean, the flexibility is very low, and because of that, the life cycle is not to the extent of the requirement of OEMs. And if you see the poly, it is meeting the requirement of flexibility, and we can run in the small pulleys also. So the recent generation is poly belt. Of course, the timing belt, this is not I mean, it is irreplaceable. It is used in the engine applications where IC engine is used. So this is one of the automotive belt. We call it a poly V, or I mean in the industrial terminology, it is called a multi-V belts. So these are the constructions. If you see, there will be a backing rubber, there will be a cushion, there will be a tensile member, and a base rubber. See, normally the cord is used for power transmission applications. That is the very important member. If you see, a lot of changes is happening in the cord member. So that what are the changes we can see in the later slide. I'm going to tell all those the changes also in the coming slide. So this the reason for why it is not replaceable in the current auto industry as well as industrial. See, this one single pulley, a single belt is used for multiple applications. So it can drive alternator, it can drive AC compressor, power steering, water pump, radiator cooling fan, power brake. Earlier, people are using a single belt for different applications. But with the invention of serpentine belt and poly belt, we can go for single belt application to connect to all these accessories. So it withstands all different sort of misalignment, and it takes care of misalignment also. So that's why it's still it is not replaceable in the auto industry as well as in the industrial as well as the automotive applications. This is one of the key new generation belt which is used for multiple applications. So the key market drivers for these changes, there are multiple market drivers are there for the changes which is happening in the V-belt industries. See, there are multiple key factors are there, but I will just explain what is the industry right now. Then later on, what is the other changes driving factors we can see. See, there are compact engine room. See, if you see from right from 19,000 till date, the cabin size is coming down. The routing is getting slow. Very not spacious. So the routing is very difficult. and the pulley size also coming down. So the engine requirement, for example, operating temperature also going up. The warranty claim, that is also very high, and the mileage also, the demanding is very high in the automotive industry. So these are the key drivers to go for develop alternative material or alternative belt for such kind of applications. So these are the key drivers in the automotive segment. If you see the pulley size, earlier it was 90, then it is changing to 64, then it is changing to 40. So it needs a high flexibility to run in such kind of environment. So these are the key factors with respect to automotive design. So other drivers are recently, legislation and technology and sustainability. This kind of challenge, challenges also. Driving to go for a new develop alternative material and alternative belts for automotive applications. So this is one of the future technologies. If you see internal combustion engine, micro hybrid, mild hybrid, and then full HEV, then a plug-in hybrid, electric vehicle, fuel cell. But fortunately, we are operating up to hybrid. See, if it is fully hybrid in the current trends, the V-belt scope is very less. See, wherever hybrid is there, there only a V-belt can be used. If it goes for 100% battery or 100% fuel cell, then the usage of belt in the automotive industry, there is a decline. So people are already working on the different segment and the different products to manage the, to replace such kind of V-belts. So we can operate the V-belt industry can operate up to hybrid engines. If we go for a fuel and fully battery operated, then the scope for usage of V-belt is in future is very less. So in the material requirement, if you see, a lot of earlier we were operating only at a room from room temperature to up to 100 degrees Celsius. Now the current requirement demands for -52 plus 150 degrees Celsius. It's one of the key changes. Earlier operating temperature was maybe in the before 20 years, 15 years, 100, 120 is the optimum. But nowadays the requirement goes up to plus 150 degrees Celsius. Then the EPDM, EPDM also coming into the picture because of this one. See, the CR chloroprene rubber consumption, if you see, availability and cost, transportation, handling, all are challenging. That's why this is one of the key drivers. We are going with a lot of challenges, new applications. We go with EPDM wherever possible. Where there is no oil resistance, only temperature resistance there. For those kind of applications, we are moving with EPDM. So that is one. And the noise also one of the very interesting factor. So because of the e-vehicle and new applications, the noise is one of the key deciding factor. So for that also we have to make a lot of changes to reduce the noise. Otherwise in EV electrical vehicle, the belt noise is very high. If you see earlier, the motor noise is very high. That's why people are not able to make it out whether it is belt or motor. But nowadays the belt, because of the hub motor and the other motors, the noise is very less. And the noise of belt is coming into the surface. That's why we have to manage the noise reduction also in the new design. So if you see in the poly belt itself, this is one of the major automotive belt, it is in terms of volume, in terms of application. It is one of the as belt, we can say. It is used in the many applications. So a lot of challenges in the last 5 years itself, we have used the conventional poly belt. That is in EPDM. And another thing is stretch poly belts. Then molded poly belts. Then for e-vehicles, we are going with hybrid poly belts. There are a lot of differences between these two. If you see, this conventional belt, it has to undergo a lot of flexing, and the heat product should be less, and the noise also should be less than 85 dB. Earlier we were operating 110, 90 and other things, but recently we developed a new compound in EPDM that is for to withstand minus 50 degrees Celsius to 150 degrees Celsius, and improved noise also. Noise also, it is less than 85 dB. Then the weight also reduced. That is one of the key factor. When we go for from CR to, you all know that from CR to EPDM, the weight factor also is considered, and obviously the weight is less in EPDM. That is why we are going with EPDM, and we are able to meet most of the requirements. Then if you see stretchy poly belts, This is, I mean, very important for some of the applications where three pulleys are used. There we use stretchy poly belts. If you see in stretchy poly, no need of retensioning it, or the tensioner application is less. See, one of the, I mean, key noise factor in V belt is frequently tensioning it and retensioning it and the usage of tensioner. But if you see this stretchy poly belt, see, it is adjusting automatically because of the new technologies. We used a lot of, material technology introduced in this. We used, nylon materials. This is, stretchable, but it is not a creep. The elasticity is very good. Still, we maintain the, it not the tension is not getting loosened. We are able to maintain the tension as well as the elasticity. That's why, the stretchy poly belt is used in many applications. If you see molded poly B, this is also required. You all know that, the belt is manufactured in the building process as well as grinding process. But in case of molded poly B, we have to make a mold as a conventional technology. But if you see compared to stretchy poly B, molded poly B is very good in terms of dimensional aspect. So this is very important, dimensional stability. In nowadays, as I told earlier, it is used to connect a crankshaft, water pump, and the AC, most of the other accessory device. So in that case, the dimensional stability is very important. That's why the molded poly plays a vital role for such kind of applications. So far only 2°, 3° misalignment is available in the applicable in the conventional rubber applications. But if we go for such kind of the accessories device applications, it has to withstand even 5° misalignment also. So those kind of applications, so the molded poly is very important. That's why we go for molded poly. Here, see the consistency remains same, but because of the molding, we get better dimensional stability. If you see the last one, hybrid poly belts, this also, it goes for e-vehicles. The torque is very high. That's why we use instead of aramid, instead of nylon, we use aramid cut. It takes a lot of load. And one more thing, to reduce the noise, we use a lot of short fiber. So in rubber industry, in particularly we belt, the short fiber is very important. That is the deciding factor in terms of life and in terms of noise. So here we use aramid short fiber that is drastically reduces the noise, and moreover it takes care of the lateral dimensional stability and for new generation applications. So for hybrid poly, EPDM as well as aramid, these are the two materials. In terms of material is very important. So this is the generation which we are operating in all the segments. Wherever general purpose applications, we use poly and stretchy poly for household items, for molded poly for automotive, and hybrid for e-vehicle. These are the chronology. These are the changes happening in the industry. So with respect to CVT belt, here also we are moving conventionally from CR to EPDM because of the temperature requirement. And earlier we were using polyester cord. Now we are moving to aramid. Then recently, this one of the factor carbon cord also we are using it for this. The latest technology in CVT belt is usage of carbon cord in EPDM. CR is slowly getting vanished, but the EPDM and the carbon and aramid is taking up in the market. This is what the chronology with respect to CVT belt we are going. So I know that the EPDM we are not directly using EPDM. The EPDM is in this sort of applications we use EPM, ethylene propylene monomer. Here the reason is very good heat resistance and modulus and compared to conventional EPDM. EPM plays vital role in belting applications because of the heat resistance. So one of the recent launches EPT. Instead of propylene, we are using currently butylene modified. This is one of the latest technology in terms of material to take care of low temperature requirements. The butylene modified rubber has very good low temperature properties as well as stickiness. You all know that EPDM has very less stickiness, but in case of this particular material EPT, this is a new introduction in our range of materials. This takes care of a low temperature as well as the stickiness. So just I want to explain one more thing. Since we are migrating to EPDM, see a lot of challenges in the reinforcement. So one of the bonding promoter that is the zinc dimethacrylate. Compared to conventional ZMA, we are surface treating, and it has lot of polar group to improve the dispersibility, and it gives a lot of reinforcement between short fiber and carbon. If you use without this material, even this is the lab grade material available, but this is particularly ZMA is treated and it is suitable for rubber industry. It is not regular zinc dimethacrylate. It is specially made for rubber applications. It gives a lot of reinforcement effect between rubber, carbon, and short fiber. So it is proven with a lot of some studies, and we measured bound rubber and bound carbon. Then we checked the compression set and aging with and without ZMA. The results are compared. If we see the results, the material which is having ZMA gives better mechanical properties. This plays a major role. Without this, compounding is very difficult in EPDM. So this is one of the key factor which is coming up in the market, and the consumption also very high among the weaved industries. So we measured all the DMA storage models and last models 10 delta. All with zinc dimethacrylate ZMA. The results are very favorable for the performance applications. Because of that, the life cycle and all, it's very good. So we all know that we are using for short fiber for lateral rigidity. So recently, we come up with the new invention, nylon. So earlier we were using aramide and polyester, but nylon short fiber is very less known to rubber. Weaved, particularly with EPDM. So it is okay. It is working good in SBR and CR and those kind natural rubber, those kind of applications. But in EPDM, it's very difficult to bond the short fiber. So we developed one of the functionalized nylon short fiber. So that is treated with the RFL. So we used in EPDM compound. This is the experimental setup we did. We varied the fiber content from 5 to 30. So we measured to measure the reinforcement effect between various parameters. We measured rheological parameters. We measured dynamic viscosity, DGA, and other SEM. Those kind of measurement we used in order to predict the reinforcement, whether the real reinforcement is there or not. So we, rheological properties, we find that rise in torque, marginal increase in ML, and it is not interacting with the cure system, particularly, and there is no reduction in the induction period or scorch time. So it is it confirms that there is no change in the it is not interacting with the Q system, but it gives better reinforcement. This is one of the study we did recently, and it was confirmed with the dynamic viscosity also. It's giving as the content increases, the viscosity is very high, and it shows that there is a reinforcement. But unfortunately, when we go more than 20, 25, 30 pHr for short fiber, it gives a lot of processing difficulty. It is very difficult to mix with any other additives. So there is a restriction of usage in the dosage of short fiber. Even though we use 30, 30 is a very abnormally high. We are not able to process it, but for experimental purpose, we did this study up to 30 pHr. See, we did SEM to find out whether any, the bonding between the short fiber and rubber. It is very difficult. Normally, if it's a continuous fiber, we can easily measure the adhesion strength by, H pole or P pole or different type of pull-off strength. We can measure it. But in case of short fiber, it is very difficult to measure the bonding through conventional ways. We have to go for SEM. In the SEM, we can interpret based on the type of fracture. If it is a completely, fracture, brittle fracture, then the good reinforcement. If the fiber is coming out, then the reinforcement is less. Then if it is a partial pull out, then there is a bonding, partial bonding. So from this, we understood that the bonding is not up to the extent of aramide, but it is reasonably okay for other applications. This, from based on the applications, we find that this meets the requirement. So we measured dynamic mechanical properties also for this nylon filled compound. It gives us the concentration increases, we get better dynamic properties like storage modulus. So and the heat buildup also very less. We measured the 10 delta, 10 also very less. If you see, if all the results suggest that there's a good significant amount of reinforcement between the short fiber EPDM. So the mechanical properties also good as increases the carbon, the short fiber increases. So the increase in modulus in 100%, that also shows, good reinforcement, decrease in ultimate elongation, ultimate tensile strength is affected, but longitudinal direction, this is measured in longitudinal direction, but the same way we measured in the other direction also, or confirms better reinforcement with EPDM materials. We measured the TR measurement also from we put a significant result when we increase the short fiber content from 5 to 30. The derby, we got the 75.78 per meter. It's a good amount of, the TR strength. So the type of TR we see, it is a steady state tearing, no soft or knotty TR is observed, soft increase in shear strength. This also shows that, a good amount of, bonding between rubber and short fiber. See, this is also confirmed through ATR measurement. So the options of this OH group, it confirms that forming it is the nylon and EPDM forms hydrogen bonding. That's why this OH group is getting vanished. So the formation and this vanishing characters, we were able to find out disappearing. Certain bands are disappearing, certain bands are appearing. Based on that, we could easily diagnose and find out there is a reinforcement effect between nylon and rubber. So even thermogravity analysis also it is confirmed that as the content of nylon increases, the decomposition temperature is going up. This is one of the tool to measure the reinforcement effect. So because of this, the heat resistance also very good. It is shifting from 430 to more than 480, close to 500. So the heat resistance also improving in addition to mechanical properties. So already we talked about misalignment noise. For noise reduction, this is one of the factor which decides the noise level. The more the short fiber, the reduction of noise is noticeable. Particularly in aramide, if you increase the dosage of the aramide content, the noise will be drastically get reduced. Similarly, in case of nylon also, if you see even 2 degree misalignment at 30 pHR, if you see the misalignment noise, it is drastically reduced. But unfortunately, we cannot go for 30 pHR because of the other processing difficulties. We cannot go below 10, 15 or something like that. So there also, because of the diamond flexibility, it's not workable. The solution is not workable. So always we are operating for nylon. We are operating between 15 to 25. That is what the operating range for nylon short fiber. So DMAT also very, it gives us the content increases, the DMAT life cycle is getting decreased. But anyway, we have to trade off between flexing as well as durability. That's why we have selected the 20 pHR is the optimum. In the 20 pHR optimum, we got 31 kilocycles. So this is also, good in terms of number of cycles. So these are with respect to material, but in terms of industrial other developments like digitalization, sustainability, JK Fenner moves to the next stage. So far we are operating independently with the different industries, different departments. For example, marketing operates separately, production operates separately, SCM team operates separately. But the upcoming trends of Industrial 4.0, we have piloted one of the area for Industrial 4.0. Now we were able to connect all the marketing functions and the production as well as the logistic functions so that it is working seamlessly. The communication is very good. The data accessibility is very good. The data quality also very good. We were able to access a lot of data through 4.0 techniques. A lot of digitalization done. All the quality parameters like vital quality parameters are captured in the online system. So we can do online analysis. Normally in rubber industry we do offline scrap analysis or online, do rejection analysis. But with the invention of, with the introduction of Industrial 4.0 technique, we can take the data online and we can immediately get through Power BI and we can get the result immediately, so that we can act immediately instead of waiting for some time, 2 days, 3 days, or weekly or monthly. Whenever there is a problem, we can act it immediately. This is one of the key advantages because of our global model. See, we tried in one of the area, not in 100%. We have a proto model for 4.0 in rebuild industry. It is working well. We are thinking to go for completely, 4.0 compliance. But the results and other things is very good in terms of rejection, in terms of OE analysis. Productivity also very good with the introduction of 4.0. This is one of the recent happening in the industry, manufacturing point of view. Other than material point of view, manufacturing point also improvement is happening. Lot of efficiency improvement is coming up in terms of utilization, in terms of rejection control. Those kind of things is helping to achieve our bottom line as well as to go for next level of automation. This is what short and brief with respect to our industry. Thank you. If you have any specific questions, I can try my excellent best.
Any questions? One or two questions? Okay, you can ask him more later on.
Yeah.
He'll be here. Okay, so thank you. Nice presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Please stay down. Okay. It's okay. Present a moment to Mr. Pandey. Well, that's very kind of Okay, next topic is very interesting topic as well. Need of power.
And it's going to be on the regulations, compliance of rubber products for global competition. Our invited speaker is Dr. Devpita Basu, is Senior Assistant Director and Eastern IRMRI Head of the here. So country head of the IRMRI Eastern region. It's a pleasure to have Dr. Basu and give a talk on the regulations developments. Let me a second. Just a second. How about giving a big hand to Dr. Basu? Yeah, go.
Okay, so very good morning to the audience in front of me. So first of all, I would like to thank Technobiz, Professor Kinshu Nashkar, and also Mr. Kamlesh Shah for giving me the good opportunity to showcase about some of the activities IRMRI is doing, and the topic is in front of you, regulatory compliance of rubber products, especially for global competitiveness.
Yeah, so now it moves.
So in these particular presentations, I'll be briefing about the definition of regulatory compliances. What are the regulatory compliances in short? The benefits, especially to achieve the global competitiveness. Some of the competitors, competitiveness is already in front of you. Some of the regulatory studies, and then what we are doing to meet all this kind of regulatory compliances for MSME sectors, for Indian rubber industries that we'll be discussing. Before going into the topic, I'd like to introduce my institute. It was established in 1958 as a small-scale R&D institute. That time it was under CSIR. It's presently a national center of excellence for both non-tire and tire sectors, and it is actually functioning under the administrative control of Department of for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, DPIIT, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. Very recently, we have changed the name from Indian Rubber Manufacturers Research Association, IRMRA, from Indian Rubber Materials Research Institute. It is also gazetted, notification came from Government of India. So as Pedro was talking, we have right now 5 centers in India. One of the centers is situated in Thoragarh, Howrah, West Bengal. I am right now heading that center. Those instruments actually are the pictures of the centers. We have full reverse engineering facilities over here, and mainly we are catering to the non-tire industry because tire industries are not established over here. Maybe in future we are getting more tire products from the bigger tire industries nearby. Okay, so regulatory compliances, I think the keynote lecture already we heard a little bit about the regulatory compliances, but there are a lot of regulatory compliances which our products need to fulfill now because of the global demands, basically for first world countries. A few of them is, of course, ROHS, REACH compliances, Prop 65, etc. So this is nothing but laws, rules, regulations, standards, and some of the guidelines established by the regulatory agencies and the governments. Why those things are in picture? Actually, you know that now every country in the world is kind of going into that field of carbon neutrality and sustainability. So all these pictures, even Professor Kanika said about the bioeconomy, green economy, and circular economy. So all these things comes also under the regulatory compliances. So you have to abide by the law of the different countries, and that only will fulfill you to serve your products in the particular countries. Otherwise, it will be a non-compliance. So what are the benefits? You see, avoiding unnecessary legal issues, increasing efficiency and safety in the workplace, fostering healthy competitions, gaining better branding, reducing risk, and increasing profitability. Those can be mapped if we talk about the benefits. But talking about the global competitiveness, I think there are a lot of metrics to determine the global competitiveness. And the recent figure in 2023 says that India is right now standing at the position of 40 in the Global Competitiveness Index, GCI. And of course, Denmark, Ireland, and Switzerland, the top 3 countries in this particular figure. Quality plays a very important role, and we all are responsible. The august audience in front of me, the rubber manufacturers, academicians, the quality service bodies, we are all responsible to make sure that our countries move quite up from 40 to maybe in the proper positions if we can maintain the global quality ratio as per the demand of other countries. And that is why regulation is extremely important. So you can see there are different products, and already tires and plastics, we know extended producer responsibilities in picture by Government of India. The labeling program is also now in function. But what about the non-tire products? You can see from gaskets, belts, hoses, stoppers, silicon-based footwear, food items, footwear even. Those all products need some kind of quality inspections, quality certifications to make sure that those products are globally accepted. And now our ministry is working continuously in sync with the manufacturers to bring the QCOs in pictures. QCOs are nothing but quality control orders, and quality control orders are getting made and also implemented or mandated by BIS because we need a very healthy competition, and we need our product to be quality wise superior so that we can compete with the rest of the countries, and we just do not need the kind of inferior quality products from different countries. That is why regulatory compliance is important. Some of them are already listed here in this. We will go one by one and then see what kind of candidates, what kind of lists of chemicals are listed over there and what is needed to fulfill all these particular compliances. Now, one of the important regulatory compliance which is already there for almost more than 10 years is REACH compliance. What is REACH? I will describe. But questions come to us because already our clinic is there where you can ask a lot of questions. But The three basic questions which I have enlisted is that, is reach applicable to me? So the matrix is quite clear. When you have UA-based company exporting produced products globally, it is a yes. Importing products from outside EU into the EU, it's yes. But if you have a non-EU based company and exporting products into EU, then also it's yes. But what about that no? When you are a non-EU based company exporting products into the US, United States, then it's a no. And also into a non-EU country, then also it's no. So those matrices have to be clearly established in the head, and then obviously according to that you have to fulfill the REACH compliance requirements. You know, what substances am I looking for? What is HBHC I will describe, and already it is there in the CHO websites. Does my product contain any of the HBHC on the REACH boundary? The answer is very simple, very easy. You just need to check where regulatory compliance stays. It's well mapped into the particular standard. You just need to check whether your product contains those particular chemicals which are already getting banned over the regulatory compliance time. REACH is nothing but registration, evaluation, authorization, and restriction of chemicals. It is mainly brought into the picture by European Union Council on 18th of December 2006 concerning the restrictions of certain chemicals. Some of them already, you can see the picture just right of that particular slide. You can see the 16 ingredients are listed in the GCMS PIC or the spectra. Those are polyaromatic hydrocarbons, and polyaromatic hydrocarbons, in short, you know, PHs are quite a bit carcinogenic in nature. Even our latex products, natural rubber latex products, they contain a lot of nitrosamines. Those are also getting banned. So you need to check whether they are present quantitatively, and also you need to understand and evaluate how much quantity they are present. So quantitative estimation is also important. And based on that, the REACH actually has categorized how much is allowable, and you need to check whether your products contains those pH and how much quantity they are present. Accordingly, you have to reduce or you have to modify your product so that you can easily make your product sellable in the particular European Union country. Similarly, ROHS, the name is self-explanatory, restriction of hazardous substances, and there it contains a lot of heavy metals. You can see lead, mercury, cadmium, hexavalent, chromium, and you can see the control levels also. Mercury and cadmium, you have to use less than 100 ppm, whereas lead, etc., you can go up to 1000 ppm. So those ROHS is also in 2002, 3 directives on the restrictions of the hazardous substances are released by the European Union. So most stringent arena or country is the European Union, where you have to check whether those metals, heavy metals into the products are within the acceptable limit or not. Then comes SVHC, substances of very high concern. If you go back to REACH and if you refer to Article 33 of REACH compliance, and if you thoroughly read Annex 14, then you will see the candidate list of SVHC, which is nothing but substances of very high concern, is listed over there. And there are multiple types of acetaldehydes, acetomides, etc. There are a lot of organic compounds which are listed into the particular Article 33 annexure documents. You need to check all those compounds whether they are present in the particular product, and also once again you have to come back with your limitations. So that is why you see that particular circle in the right font, which is nothing but PFAS, that is polyfluoro alkyl substances. Here you can see one non-stick cookware is there, and non-stick cookware we are using a lot of Teflons. So those are actually very important to check. Not only rubber products, even the textile, recycled textile products like our, whatever shirts we are wearing. There are also a lot of fluoro products are there. Those needs to be checked. If they are containing PFAS within the acceptable limit, then it's okay. Otherwise, you have to get a huge amount of recall from the particular country. Even HNBR, hydrogenated nitrile butadiene also has some issues with its limits. You need to check with the compound ingredients whether they are complying with the particular list of candidates which are restricted in the Annex 14 of REACH product. CFR, Code of Federal Regulations 21 CFR 1772600. Here the title is 21, unlike SBSC was the Article 33. Title 21 of Food and Drug Administrations, basically released by UPA, United States. Those contain the pertaining information about the 21 CFR. And part 177 deals with food additives. So a lot of food products which are getting made with polymeric materials, that has to be checked. And see the FDA regulations of the aqueous food. The limit is less than 20 mg per square inch of the extractables. So when you are making those products with the polymer, you need to check how much extractables are there with some kind of aqueous material. And the limit has to be extended, restricted within the 20 mg per square inch of the extractables, and less than 1 mg per square inch is the succeeding 2 hours. That is the method which has been described in standardization. And for fatty food, in the regulations, it is less than 175 mg per square inch for extractables when refracts with acid NXN for 7 hours, and less than equal to 4 mg per square inch in the succeeding 2 hours. So this FDA standardization classifies compounds into 3 categories: direct food additives, secondary direct food additives, and indirect food additives. So whatever your cookware is made of, if they are getting in the contact of the food, so you have to check the extractables. If it is within the range, then it is no issue. Otherwise, you have to come back and change the design of the ingredients. Now, Madam already discussed about EUDR, and a lot of concerns are coming up in India. What is EUDR? European Union Deforestation Regulations. There are a lot of commodities which are going to be affected, regulated by EUDR, but our concentration is mainly on the rubber. EUDR will be implemented from 30th December 2024, and I have the good fortune to visit Tripura, and even next week also I'll be joining the Tripura Rubber Conclave conducted by CII, where EUDR is a particular session where I will be talking about more about the EUDR regulations. But now, point is that whatever products you are going to make out of natural rubber or other, you have to declare the EUDR certificates whether they are getting made out of deforestation or not. If it is not done, then it's okay. But to understand the EUDR policy is taking time. One thing I just would like to mention over here, that EUDR will be implemented from 30th December 2024. But for MSME sectors, it has been extended to April 2025. So you have more time to think about it, and after that, you can come back with a declaration that your product has not been made of any kind of rubber which has been the result of the deforestation. Point is that here, Rubber Board, our own ministry, DPIIT, and also the Research Institute are working in tandem to get into the sensitization of this particular standard, because natural rubber is, I think, the mostly used rubber now. Tires and others, conveyor belts, etc., because the resilience and dynamic properties are quite high. So natural rubber is basically made out of this, the natural products. So for that one, how the declaration can be made and how we can actually think about getting our product licensed under EUDR, that is still under consideration and review. But hopefully with time, India, it is not still implemented. Hopefully with time, India will come with this declaration certificate made by the manufacturers and the government, so that our products will be easily sold in the European market. Proposition 65, already we discussed about 6 PPT, 6 PPT complex is getting a lot of personal industry for aqueous, flora and fauna. And Proposition 65 is also one of the regulatory standards which deals about a lot of carcinogenic products. Here also it has been made by the California Proposition 65 committee. Around 900 chemicals in these particular standards actually listed, which can cause cancer, birth defects, and other issues. So nowadays we were actually investigating one product called PVC, recycled PVC waste. A lot of bags, a lot of rucksacks, a lot of backpackings are made of recycled PVC. And we have seen that recycled PVC contains one phthalates. Phthalate is one of the major ingredients which are used as a plasticizer in the recycled PVC. And in India, because we are representing DPIIT, so we have a lot of import-export informations. In 2020 to 23, India have imported 7,000 crores of recycled PVC in terms of bags, fabrics. And if you can taste them, because QCO is made out of it, if you can taste them, then you can understand what kind of phthalates have been used there. The limit of phthalates being used has been quite clearly indicated by ISO standard. It is only 50 ppm. But when we tested, and also other institutes have tested, we got 78,000 ppm, which is quite a high limit, from 50 to 78,000 ppm. The point is that what is the concern about phthalates? WHO has already made a guideline, even Proposition 65. If you go to the details of phthalates guidelines of Proposition 65, it has categorically said that phthalates, maybe DOP, dioptyl phthalate, DEHP, DBP, etc., when they leach out and gets in contact with water, they can make a compound which is cancerous. And pregnant ladies, even our skins are also very susceptible to that particular carcinogenic substances. So now BIS, our ministry, and also the manufacturers are working in tandem to make a QC on particular this one, and all the bags, all the recycled PVCs, even the virgin PVCs also have to be quality standard checked. How the PVC is maintaining the phthalates in particular standard within 50 ppm. So 50 ppm. Now the Proposition 65 also discusses about it. Once again, for automotive components, one standard is called GADSL, that is Global Automotive Degradable Substances List. You can see that a lot of products from tire to turbocharger hose to spark plug hood, and now people are working towards e-mobility. There are a lot of products are getting made out of rubbers. You have to declare whether they are complying with the GADSL Global Automotive Degradable Substance List. ELB, end of life vehicles directives, already is implemented in European Union, Japan, China, and Korea. India has still not made it, but in 2025 we have a draft ready for ELB for all the automotives, which even the automotive components also have to declare, and hopefully by 2025 we will have a simple guideline on this. WRS, I think a lot of product manufacturers over here are working towards this for food contacts. And here in WRS, the order and the flavor which comes with the aqueous contact is important. And BS6 920, that is kind of British standards, which clearly describes about the taste methods, standards, and the chemicals present in there. And DWI, Distilled Water Inspectorate. We have seen the name of directorate. Drinking Water Inspectorate has got regulations made of about WRS, and some of the laboratories in India, they are also testing WRS, but mostly it is getting done overseas. So now, just to talk about all these regulatory compliances, IRMI is actively involved with a lot of MSME sectors and a lot of other manufacturers to check both qualitatively and quantitatively about the substances candidate list which are presented into the particular regulatory compliances. In further, under my center, we have a couple of instruments which is called GCMS, gas chromatography mass spectroscopy, and ICP-OES, inductively coupled plasma optical emission spectroscopy. These are very important analytical test methods where we can measure organics and inorganics respectively. For organic, GCMS is used like phthalates, polyaromatic hydrocarbons, nitrosamines, etc. And ICP-OES is a tool or an instrument which can measure a lot of metallic components, heavy metals which are present as per the which are present in the rubber products and to be tested as per the regulatory compliances. So last slide, I would like to end with this particular figure, which is very beautiful figure. You can see that a lot of toxic ingredients are coming in the form of carcinogenic natures from tires, etc. Now a lot of waste tires are in picture, and ultimately what is happening here that when it is getting down into the aqueous environment, the aquatic flora and fauna is getting disturbed, so whole ecosystem is getting disturbed. So the recycling technology has to be on spot, returning technology has to be on spot, and also along with tire, our non-tire sector also has a huge role to play, not to contaminate our environment, to have a clean chemistry, to have a clean environment, to have a CO2 neutral environment, and ultimately to live and then live. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bachir. Information. Any questions, Dr. Bachir?
Hi, Dr. Yusuf.
Hi.
Nice presentation. I'm from Ethiopian. Actually, you told about the REACH compliance. Now, there is another REACH, it's called K-REACH, Korean REACH. So, what is the difference between Korean REACH and REACH?
You see, REACH is more, I would say, comprehensive. REACH, as I said, if you think about REACH, then SVHC is not there. It is only there in Annex 14. And which is having phthalates, which is having other ingredients also. But SVHC is not having phthalates, there are other ingredients. Similarly, K-REACH, what you are talking about, they're also not so comprehensive. They are having certain ingredients which can cause some kind of carcinogenicity. That is there with the Korea part. So REACH is a kind of mountain, and little bit of stones are K-REACH, which is Korean adaptation, and also SVHC is Article 33 Annex 14.
My question is that if I go for REACH registration, then K-REACH is automatically covered.
Yes. If you can do total REACH configurations of the certification, then K-REACH will be automatically covered.
And regarding SVHC, if I have a SVHC regulation, which is covering the chapter 33, which is most important chapter. So, most important chapter, sorry. So, will it be necessary to go for REACH for supplying some countries in Europe?
That depends on from country to country. For example, if you are supplying to, Poland, and they are only concerned about the SVHC, not about the total REACH. So you can only think about the Article 33 Annex 14, which is mainly candidate list for the SVHC. So that depends upon country to country.
Okay. And the one question is for IRMRI. So, do you have
It is IRMRI.
So, do you have any facility to check the partition coefficient at your lab?
Which one? Partition coefficient?
Yeah.
Partition coefficient of what? Distribution coefficient you are talking about? Yeah, that can be done.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Just one question here. I am Radhikari from PKT. You have been referring to WRS,
yes,
right? And you talked about the smells of the water and other things. So is it related to the transportation of water or water quality?
No, actually, whatever, for example, water sips you are making or gaskets, if that is coming in contact with water, so maybe some ingredients are getting leached into the water, like as I said for phthalates, it is reacting with water and making some compounds which are carcinogenic. Similarly, for gaskets and water sips, if they are getting in contact with water, whether they are making any odor or flavor, which is banned as per the WRS standards.
So what about the plastic pipes?
That is also there. That is also there, but WRS here mostly considered about the rubber products. But WRS is also there for plastics. Like for example, PVC. It is also there in PVC and CPVC. But we have checked also the PVC pipes. There the limit is within 50 ppm. Similarly for WRS also it is applicable for plastic pipes, but I have not checked. Only rubbers I have checked. So the only I can think about and can talk about rubber products.
Thank you very much. Okay, one last question for you.
Yeah.
Thank you for comprehensive presentation about regulations. Now, one question is about the lab management. Okay, like these regulatory bodies has given any guidelines to how to manage the labs, especially like you have demonstrated so many analytical equipment. Do they have any clear guidelines how to be qualified?
That is given by the ISO lab management service, ISO 17025 2017, which is also adaptation of the IEC. So these standards have not given any particular management system documents for the laboratory or quality as per ISO 9001 or something. That is already there with the ISO 17025 or 9001. These standards talk about the standardization of testing those products, whether those are present and how much they are present. They will be only talking about what are the methods to determine that. For example, GCMS is used for nitrosoamine phthalates, etc. ICP is used for heavy metals, that is only. And what kind of extraction limit has to be used, that is only there. Lab management system, LMS, quality management system, QMS is already defined by the ISO. You have to check with the ISO standards. Thank you.
I think I need to solve the questions here. So that we will continue. Dr. Bashu, you can answer. You'll be here for lunch and afterwards also, right?
Yes.
So let's take more questions later on. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Bashu. I appreciate the time. Thank you very much. So please go on. So I will invite Professor Kinshuk to present the conversation. We are behind all the time. Thank you, Dr. Bashu. Thank you very much.
Okay, next topic is on the latest technical developments and innovations related to the rubber and conveyor belt industries. Our invited speaker is Dr. Sugata Chakraborty. He's at the Material Process Engineering Business Area Industrial Solution based in the Continental, with a long experience in this area. That's a very good topic. So join me to welcome Dr. Sugata, please. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? So good morning or good afternoon. I think it is good afternoon, right? So thank you very much. And first of all, I'll like to thank the organizing committee to allow me share something about this topic, particularly in front of you and some of the seniors to whom I learned a little bit about rubber and all these things. Okay, so the topic is basically very interesting because if you see that recent innovation, if you want to complete it by 20 minutes slide, it is not possible. So I will not be touching much on the material side. Rather, I will be talking more on the recent development in the field of conveyor, because to be very honest, tire industry, if you see, that is maybe 100 years old industry, and we are having all the relevant development models are available. But conveyor in that sense maybe very baby, people are not talking about much in the conveyor, and people are only aware about the conveyor when we are seeing it in the mostly in our so-called airport. That is also conveyor, but this conveyor we are talking about now, industrial conveyor. I'll show you a lot of developments are coming up due to demographic changes, and socio-economical requirements are also there from that angle. So more we'll be talking about this conveyor belt and less about the material, little bit concentration on some of the areas where you need to know, because we'll have a lot of speaker will be talking about recent development. Few of them already have given you good examples, and also some of the compliance I have seen means as just my earlier speaker, Dr. Basu, has already told you. Okay. So before going to the presentation, I'll just give a disclaimer because that is required from my company's compliance point of view. I have made some, commercial naming just for our understanding for this forum. I have no intention to, give any kind of marketing some things, because just to give you the idea that these things are already there, we need to start thinking in a different way. Okay. So let us make it a little bit, interactive also. So before that, as you know, just I am taking care of the Continental. So I am there last 10 years, and we have presence throughout the world, starting from India, Australia, Europe, and Americas. Everywhere we are there. So we are probably one of the biggest manufacturer tire and non-tire sector. So I belong to non-tire basically. So now let us come to the topic. So if you see the innovation and everything, what is the driving force here? The driving force is mainly, if you see this gentleman sitting here, earlier we used to a customer to whom we are selling the product, getting our salary. That was our customer, right? But now the situation has changed. If you see that situation demands that whether you are by force or by volunteer, because you have to take care of the society, you have to take care of the environment also. Just as I told, because if you see that a lot of compliance are coming up in the picture. So all the industries, they are trying to address not only the customer, also the society, also the environment. And to be very honest, like our honorable prime minister has made the comment that we will become carbon neutral by 2070. It's a tall task. It's not going to be easy. And as Continental, we have commitment by 2050 we'll be carbon neutral. So lots of work is going on, but it's a really mammoth task because so many things you need to change to become carbon neutral. Okay. Now, if you see the area, basically, now the material development is required. You have a lot of compliance issues. Then you have to check the design area. Also, you have to. This is servitization, which is basically the service. Okay. Now you need the service also. Today's people want the service. Whenever you are doing something, you need to have the drastic change. Now the question is, who is leading whom? It is very difficult. Sometimes maybe the compliance is leading all the developments, or sometimes materials or customer demands is leading the development. But altogether, this is the geometry. So we have to understand, we have to proceed along that. Now for the material development, I'll not be touching much, because if you see that we have the our very obedient child, Heavier, is there. So we are talking about Heavier. Why? Because already natural rubbers are very old. Why I'm talking about this is the recent innovation. Because now the researcher or we are working in this organization, we have to think that development is not like we are doing something rocket science. We have to see the total demographic change. Right now, if I ask what is the current issue in the Europe, can anybody tell me what is the current issue in the Europe? What from of course, I am not talking about fighting for this forum. We are the rubber people. What is the issue the European countries are facing right now? Exactly, very rightly said. Because why the sourcing of, why they are looking at the natural rubber? Because they are looking the natural rubber because the Europe is always habituated to use SKI3, and that is coming from Cebu, Russia. Already they have put ban on Russia. Now the problem is that now they have to learn how to use the natural rubber. To be very honest, being a chemist, I know dealing the natural rubber and dealing the synthetic SKI3 is different. So that's why, madam, you are laughing. So now the scope is there that people has to take that how even our company, they are asking how you are using natural rubber, because we are habituated to use natural rubber, but they are habituated to use synthetic polyisobene. Yes, there are pros and cons, because synthetic polyisobene being synthetic, having very good standard procedure, there is very less deviation. But natural rubber being a agricultural product, they are having a lot of issues in the molecular distribution, viscosity, lot of other things. So you need to know, understand the technology. So there is the beauty, So that is why this this child is there, because we need to think in a different way for the natural rubber also. Then we have Russian dandelion. All these things, if you see, they are not a new one. They are already there. Maybe last 10 years we are talking about. Now the thing is that how we can commercialize like Russian dandelion. Okay, we can prepare the concept tire, but how we can do get it industrial? That is the main question right now. So if you are getting that, definitely a lot of things will come up, just as we told, that whether those are sustainable or not, those things will become into picture. Now, if you see, there are a lot of things are coming up in biomass, terpene-based polymer elastomer, and this structure is very interesting. I have gone through a lot of literatures, and people have already come up with this structure. You can see this is having one of butadiene kind of unit. So already some polymers have been made, and probably near future we'll be talking about this material also to a large extent. And then I know some of the Lanxess people are there. They are already coming up with the Kelton Eco, which is basically the bio-based polymer. So I know that a lot of work is going on. So already it is there in the market. So now the thing is that how we are going to use it, whether that how long we can make it use it in a sustainable way, and the new developments will be coming up definitely. And then that is another area just I have mentioned here, just for our understanding that now tire industry is also having addressing the magic triangle. So different companies are coming up with that kind of solution. So now they are talking about this microgel nanocrene kind of material where you can use it and address the magic triangle. Now, if you see that we have regenerated carbon black here, of course, not a new chap, but already a lot of companies are there. Rice of Silica already companies are there, like Eco Infinix. This is one of the Thailand-based company. They are producing a lot of materials. And Finster carbon black is also there. That is from India. And if you see the organic zinc complex, that is, the zinc is also not good for the environment. So people are trying to reduce the zinc or replace the zinc. So if you see some of the companies like Oxitec, it is from Brazilian company. They have come up with the Max P, which they are telling it's a non-zinc base. I have not tried this, but it is already there. And some of my colleagues are working in Germany. And then we have oxy rubber. That is also another material which is they are telling it is a plant product. I'm not sure. I have just gone through their brochure. It is telling it's a mixed oxide of magnesium and other products. So it is also from plant ash, basically they are producing. So basically we are trying to reduce the zinc oxide or eliminate the zinc oxide. Now biotackifier already there. Couple of the things is like from Kraton and from Elastobon, some of the Oropol and also other companies they are producing this material. Okay. Now I'll be talking specifically on the that some of the special innovation that is coming out, just to give you some idea that in tire, we are using particularly in my company, they have produced the concept tire that is EcoConnect 6, where they have used the regenerated PET bottle, around 60 to 65 bottles. They have regenerated and prepared the carcass of the polyester. So it has been already showcased in German tire, so-called the exhibition that is called the EcoConnect 6 series. And replacement, one of the major area, we are talking about the RFL, because if you see the RFL has a lot of chemicals which are basically creating health problem. Like resorcinol is there, like formaldehyde is there, and also ammonia. So a lot of VOC is coming up. So now we have, because in Continental, we believe that probably we have reached the end of life cycle for our RFL system. Maybe next 5 to 7 years, we have to replace this. And we have already technology which is, we call it Cocoon. Now the name is slightly different. Cocoon means this is the Continental Kodarma. Kodarma is a manufacturer of textile. They have developed this. It's an open patent, I guess. So we have already made the tire, and also not only that, we have also made our conveyor belt also with this entire technology. Very beautiful. There is no color. It's a white color. You can make the textile, because when we are talking about RFL is basically always the reddish or orange color, but here the entire thing is white. So whatever textile you require, you can make it. It's a red, it's a blue, whatever, because it's a kind of acrylic or something base. But the patent is there. You can check that. Okay, so that much I will be talking about the material, because a lot of things will be coming for the material, but most of the way I will be talking about a little bit on the development on the conveyor belt industries. So if you see there is a lot of development is going on in conveyor belt industries, mainly in the steep conveying system, then vertical lift, we call it enclosed system, ropeway conveyor, very interesting concept. They are taking the ropeway and call it a rope con. Then development of product line, few of them are the self-indicating or self-cleaning and energy optimized. Yes, the same thing we are talking about in the tire. That thing is also applicable for the conveyor industries also. And then one slide I have tried to make, I'll try to make, if it is possible, time permits, with the belt monitoring system. Lot of electronics are going on right now inside the belt, because the customer need, they must have the understanding that when they are going to change this conveyor belt, because the conveyor right now, if you see, it is 15 or 20 kilometer long conveyor system, and it is some of the times it is going through intense forest, some of the times the valley, sometimes it is recently in some of the Adani ports is a deep sea port, so it is 15 kilometer long, 10 kilometers is riding through the sea level. So you cannot change this conveyor whenever you like because of the this harsh condition and the structure. So you need to know when do you are required to change this conveyor. So all these electronics are there to help the customer. So there is a lot of innovation is going on in this area also. Now, before going to that, the essence of the conveyor, why we are talking about conveyor? Because if you see that there are truck and trains are available. So we are talking about the conveyors because of the compact nature of the industries. Because nowadays the companies are become more and more compact. There you cannot go for the truck conveying. Open cast mining, you cannot go for the truck or train conveying. Moreover, the specific energy demand for conveyor is much lesser than the truck and trains. That's why people are thinking in a different way for the conveyor industries right now, and that's why it is flourishing, and slowly it is coming into the picture. Now, if you see that why this steep conveying system has come into picture, and this is mainly because of this angle. Because if you see that if you take the height of 100 meter, in the ordinary truck conveyor, you will take around 350 meters of the length. So you don't have that much space. So you have to go for the new innovation, how you can take this height without, because mainly for the excavation or everywhere, you will find that you have to take the material out from the system or the pit or mines or whatever we are talking about. So you have very limited space. From there, you have to take it out. So that's why all these innovations are coming into picture. And I will show you that how these things are coming very interesting. May not be, you don't require to go in details, little bit idea just to have some pictures. So before that, the conveyor as such, if you see, this is the conveyor. There is nothing. It is just like a rubber seat we are pulling through some idlers. Now this is the general conveyor. Now when we are putting, this is called the pleated conveyor or the chevron type of conveyor, where you can take slightly higher height, because generally what happens if you are going beyond 15-degree angle, due to its gravity, all the materials will start falling back. So you have to give some hindrance. So those are basically clipped, we call it pleated conveyor or the chevron conveyor. Now, even though it is not possible to go beyond a certain height, so what people are doing, this is called a sandwich conveyor. You see the concept is totally like sandwich. So here the material, and here is one base belt, and top of that another base belt pressed by the some of the, we call it pressing idler. Okay, sorry, sometimes I'm going out of the maybe. Okay, so you can see the steep angle of around 75 degree it is going. It is not possible in this height. There is no chance of falling back because of this sandwich kind of so-called construction. So this is called a sandwich conveyor. And whatever I am showing you, if you see the material, there is a lot of new innovation is going up in this area, because this belt should not be sag. We call it sagging. Means if it coming from because it must sit on the top to top. Okay, top to the bottom side. Otherwise, if it is slightly sagging, then there is a chance of material spillage. Okay. So there are some obvious advantage and disadvantage. The disadvantage is mainly that it cannot take any 3D dimensional curve, like ups down and then take a curve. So it is not possible because both are having. So it can go only one direction. So that is the main disadvantages. Now to address that, people are coming with a vertical conveyor, which is called the bucket elevator. This is one of the oldest concept we are talking about. This is the we'll have the bucket fitted on a simple conveyor, and the buckets are like this. So it is just like taking like a spatula of the material. The problem is that this is very heavy weight, and it cannot give very much higher length for the lifting. And not only that, fluffy material you cannot handle. And if there is only one bucket is damaged, you have to change entire system. Otherwise, the casing and everything will be damaged. Okay. Now, what they have, in the industries are doing, they have come out with a new kind of concept, which is called the flexo well or the pocket lift. Now, flexo well is nothing but they have prepared the entire belt with the rubber, so it becomes flexo well. If you see, this is the bucket. You can see the rubberized bucket conveyor totally. So weight is less, and if there is only one bucket or two bucket is damaged, you can easily change it or even let it there because it will not damage your entire system. But even though if this you are talking, okay, I am coming to the next slide, and then it is coming to the pocket lift, where what is the innovation there? They have removed this base plate here, or the base belt here. They have cut it, put 2 strips of belt, and if you see there is they have put some pocket here. This is the called pocket, and this pocket is basically holding the material. Here you have much lesser weight for the belt. Now if you see here, this is the flexo well, where you have side wall is with the flexing flexible rubber, and this is the so-called the bucket. Okay, it can take up to maybe say 500 to 700 meter height at a stretch, but still it is much heavier, and you require the supporting iron columns here in between to support the entire belt. Now the next generation is here. If you see, this is a pocket lift. So as I told you, they have cut in between the belt and put the pocket here. So the pocket will carry the material, and there are 2 strip belts, so it becomes much less. It has very minimal weight. Now you can take up to the 1 kilometer height also, and not only that, the in between support is not required. It will just hang like rope or something. Now if you see, there is another beauty. We are talking about the ropeway conveyor. Now what is that concept of ropeway? Because we know the ropeway is basically just a cable car. It is running through that. You don't require any land or the road or something. So that concept is there for the ropeway conveyor. Now I'll show you another picture. So if you can see here you cannot make any structure because it's a valley or something and such a high. So they have just put 2 hanging cables here, and on that these rails are working. So basically you can say this is a conveyor which is fitted with 2 wheels, and it is running through the rails, and thereby it is totally hanging. So basically this is a called rope con or ropeway conveyor, where at a stage you can go maybe 1.5 kilometer on hanging condition, and the belt life is very high. And now the question is, what is the innovation in this? Innovation is that you see the design, the kind of thought they have pushed, and not only that, there is a lot of material innovation going on in this, because you can imagine such a change of a conveyor is enormous, and there will be a huge amount of breakdown time. So now the concept is that can you generate a belt which will have very high life. Now high life means you have extremely low abrasion. So we have developed low abrasion as low as 30. But the problem is not developing the low abrasion conveyor. The problem is that you must have good ozone resistance. Otherwise, your belt will be cracked. Okay, so you have to give, maybe the customer is asking 15 years warranty. They are ready to pay for higher money, but they want no ozone crack, high abrasion, 15 years, non-stop running, maybe 20 hours per day, 365. This is the demanding condition. So you have to entirely develop new things, entirely new ozone resistance package, entirely new abrasion kind of compound, all the materials. So a lot of innovations are going on from the material side of view also, because the requirement is very high. How much time I have?
No minutes.
Okay, fine. So if you see that now it is coming to the enclosed system, which is called the pipe conveyor, where you will find that this is a simple pipe shape. Why? Because there is a lot of demand is coming out that your materials will not be contaminated, and this will not contaminate the surroundings. So what people are doing is that they are coming up with a new kind of design, which is taking the pipe shape and running literally in pipe base, and then it will deliver the material. Then another enclosed system is basically the siphon, where you will find that the belt is just like this. What is the beauty? Within 1 meter of span, it can take the shape. So here you will see that it is a single cord or dual cord basically running on a single rail. So it can take this kind of shape. So you can see the real application where it can take the shape within 1 meter of span. So there is also a lot of innovation is required, like high abrasion resistance, high life, because it is always in tension condition where the ozone resistance is one of the major area. Now, if you see the self-cleaning conveyor, so conveyors are now coming with the indication. If there is a self-cleaning criteria, where if you see, this is basically a conveyor where you will find a lot of dust material is accumulating due to the static electricity. But this belt, you can see this is completely clean, so it will prevent you from your industry whenever, like cement industry. So there is, because here the cover rubber has a lot of anti-sticking property as well as also low coefficient of friction. Now this is the self-indicating where customer would like to know that when I am going to change the conveyor. So you have a kind of indicating layer just above the carcass, so that you can visualize this, and this is the time to change this. So it is not that our company is Conti. I am giving the name just for because I know the product. Because all the companies are coming up with this kind of product. Now this is the energy optimized, where we are talking about that we have belts are becoming energy optimized, because you must have the lower energy consumption, because the belt is running through the idlers, and when we are running the idlers, the main energy consumption is the indentation rolling resistance, where this is basically generating from the viscous part of the rubber, little bit of the technical, So it is just like running a cycle with full pump, optimum pumping, and a cycle running with the low pump. So you'll feel a lot of pressure when it is under pressure. So this is kind of the thing where you need to develop some kind of compound so that you can run it as low as 25% lower energy consumption. Now this is my last slide, so that's why I am talking about the lot of electronics are going inside the belt, particularly to diagnose the life of the belt. As I told you, the belt length is 15 kilometers or 20 kilometers. You must change the belt on time so that you can avoid the so-called failure. So a lot of things are there, like X-ray scanning, and then magnetized scanning. Then we have Conti alert. Everything is there. So those techniques maybe I can discuss later on. But there are a lot of electronics are going on, and in fact, in our belt also we are putting a lot of electronics there. So as a whole, if you see that a lot of things are going on, not only in the tire, also in the conveyor belt, and also equally in all our sectors. And whatever is applicable for tire, to be very honest, it is also applicable for the rubber, except few one or two cases, because when tire is accepting something, that is a good acceptability for other area also. And with that, thank you very much. If you have any question today, I'm here, maybe we can discuss later on. Yep. Thank you.
Technology side, may I request you to do the training program for technology on the conveyor belt technology in the future?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I share that. I think it's fantastic information.
No, to be very honest, these are very, even if you see these topics, even we used to take 8 to 16 hours product training on each of the product. It's very difficult to complete into this slide. Just I try to give you some idea that what is going on in conveyor, vis-a-vis what are the concept is coming up also in the conveyor. So maybe you can definitely do that one.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Any questions to Dr. Sagatha? You hear? So,
Other people have not understood.
It's a lot of innovations happening on conveyor belt technology. It's a fantastic revolution. We'll be handling once more, guys. Once more.
I like, innovations, new from industry point of view, is fantastic.
Our next speaker is Dr. Shubhra Mohanty. She did her PhD from IIT Kharagpur, then joined Fincare Rubber Industries for a couple of years when I had a chance to interact with her, and I did projects with her that time, long back, and we made papers. That is important. And then after that, she also joined Organosis, right? Jubilant Organosis, followed by Reliance Reliance Dow. And then since last year, I think she joined Apcotex as the CTO of the company. And with this brief introduction, I would invite Professor Mohanty, Dr. Mohanty, to deliver her talk. What?
Okay. Yeah. Is it okay? Can you hear me? Otherwise, they can see me or hear me, either of these things.
Okay, I think let me push a little bit further. Okay. Maybe that.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. So, next few minutes, I will take you through this, my topic, multifaceted applications of emulsion polymer latex and their future. Before going ahead, I would like to thank Mr. Peram, who has given the nice topic that rubber innovation forum. I like that because every day we don't develop a new product, so we have to innovate. So thanks to you for this particular nice topic. And of course, when Professor Kingsuk told me he was my ex-colleague and of course alumni from IIT, I felt very happy to be here part of this forum. So before going ahead, these are my contents. Like I will take you through a little bit of my industry, that is Apcotex Industries. Then different applications of emulsion polymerization, because Apcotex industry is mostly on the emulsion polymerization. And then of course different way of applications, how we do the applications of latex, then future of emulsion polymerization, and then summary. All of us here in the this hall mostly belongs to the rubber fraternity, but without latex rubber cannot be made. So that is the first thing. If it is natural latex or synthetic latex, be it SBR, the biggest user, or the NBR or natural rubber, this is mostly you need to understand the latex. So maybe little bit of latex understanding we will do, because many of our customers also are there. So I will take you through a little bit of synthetic part, and then of course the different applications. So about the company, this is a 40 years old company called Apcotex Industries, which is a part of Asian paint industries. And in 1980s, it was formed. And that time, the main product was vinyl pyridine latex, which is just now Dr. Shugoto, he said like RFL. This is used mostly for the fabric dipping for the tire industries. And after that, like it has gone, we started making styrene butadiene, carboxylated styrene butadiene latex. And this latex, actually, this is widely used latex, which is for the many different applications. The textile or the shirts or clothes, whatever you are using, those are also coated. Starting from the paper you are writing, those are also coated. Those are mostly with the styrene butadiene type of latex. And after that, like it has increased in 2016, this Apcotex Industries has taken one of the only nitrile rubber manufacturer, which was earlier Upper Industries and then Amnova, and then now it is Apcotex. So Apcotex is the only manufacturer of nitrile rubber in India. So they take over this Amnova, which was that time. They have taken over, so became the only nitrile rubber manufacturer. After that, we started, all of you use rubber gloves in the lab or the surgical gloves in the hospitals. So those gloves are either made from the natural rubber latex or from the synthetic, that is carboxylated nitrile butadiene rubber. So there we have started our business, and the rest of the things, of course, we'll go ahead and see. So our major product range is like synthetic latex and synthetic rubber. In synthetic latex, we have styrene butadiene or carboxylated styrene butadiene, then vinyl pyridine latex. All tire industries people they know, or the belting industries people they know. Then acrylics, pure acrylics, of course, those people are very less here, that belongs to the textile or coating industries. And then nitrile and carboxylated nitrile latex, of course, the rubber fraternity they know. NBR rubber, it is mostly used for the either belting industries or for the rice roll, or most of the times automotive industries. So we are the only nitrile rubber manufacturer in India, in addition to nitrile PVC blends and powder nitrile rubber. So those are the different portfolio what Apcotex is having. So now I will show you what are the different areas of research at the application. If you see styrene butadiene or carboxylated styrene butadiene rubber, those goes to the, as I said, textile or paper. And now very different applications are coming up. I will take you through that, like geotextile applications or battery binders. Those are the different new applications which are coming up. Then styrene acrylics, as you know, all the coatings, the architectural coatings are different type of coatings. Those are from the styrene acrylics or pure acrylics. Those that's there. Then VP latex, most of you know that goes to the tire industries with the polyester nylon cords. So those are with the RFL, as Dr. Sugato said. So now we are coming up, of course, we are also working on those areas to have different type of product for the tire industries. Carboxylated nitrile butadiene latex, which is goes to the this Dr. Kanika has said that big customers, those are our customers like Top Gloves or Ansel. We give them the latex for the different surgical gloves or seamless gloves or industrial gloves. Those are all with the carboxylated nitrile butadiene latex. Then NBR rubber mostly goes for the automotive segments, as well as the powder rubber for the different, again, automotive segments, or sometimes it is used in the PVC industries as a impact modifier. And the blends, of course, it goes to all the oil hoses and different type of products. So we are doing mostly different application in these areas. HSR is one of those social application which is, of course, going away, not much research on those areas. So now I'll take you through the latex, or the different type of latex, and the upcoming, different future trends. So my young friends who are there, they can think of how to take the latex or the innovation in this particular area. So that's why I said it is a multifaceted applications of latex. So what is an emulsion? Mostly all of you people, you know what is a rubber. But what is an emulsion? Emulsion is if I say two immiscible liquids in the water or oil in different forms, and it looks like milk. Latex means it is milk, you can say in the other words, or you can see it is a nicely flowable liquid. And the beauty of this is it has a typical particle size. When you go for different applications, be it rubber or latex, we generally look for the particle size, which is a very important criteria when you are performing any product or getting those things. So this particle size is very small. It is around 30 to 1000 nanometer, depending on your applications, what type of applications you are going. So we design those things. And the solid content, of course, natural latex is somewhat around 60%. In synthetic latex, it varies from 30 to 70, in that range. Our molecular weight, of course, it is very high. Sometimes it is 5 lakhs or 10 lakhs. In those cases, you can see it. And the first thing is that when you are thinking about latex, what is the basic raw material? It is only water. I would say that's the first key raw material in any latex synthesis. And latex is around 50% of water is there. So water is the biggest raw material. In our case, we are the water consumption, biggest water consumption. Other than the monomers, initiator, and the surfactants are there. Once we are saying the emulsion polymerization, so emulsifiers has to be there. So that's the use of this thing. So this is a typical process where we are using this. If you see, this is the basic lab scale synthesis we do. We have the scale up facility from some 1 kg till continuous process. So this is a small lab scale. You have the monomers, you have the initiators. They put it into the kettle and then do the reactions at different temperature, different process conditions. This is how a continuous process looks like, where in our case or in any synthetic rubber manufacturer, emulsion polymerization manufacturer, this is the process where different monomers are going through this thing, different raw materials like catalyst, activator, or surfactants goes through that. And then this is the continuous process. These are all the reactor, we say continuous reactors. And then from one reactor to other, then it goes on, and the process is around 6 to 7 hours, depending on the process. We make the product, and then we coagulate, make the rubber. That is what the SBR or nitrile rubber. Otherwise, we take out the latex and use for our different applications. And if you see the latex, I just put this picture for my young friends. This is how the that particle looks like in the emulsion stage. Like inside you see the polymers, top it is covered with the emulsifiers. Those are different emulsifier, may it be natural or synthetic emulsifier. When you make the rubber, we just coagulate that and take out the paneer, just milk from the paneer from the milk. That's the easiest example I can give you. So that is what the rubber from the latex, that's the relation between these two. Now these are the applications. What you see, the various different applications. This architectural coating, all your house you paint it. So those are the different industrial coatings. Then adhesives we use it. Nonwoven binders, nowadays lot of nonwoven fabrics are there. Then textile coatings, all of your clothes, even it is coated either with the vinyl acetate latex or SB latex or acrylates. Whatever you are using or using a paper, those are all coated latex or coated papers. Then floor polishing, cement polishing. Then nowadays deep goods are there. Most of the latex, synthetic, natural latex goes for the deep goods like the gloves or some surgical equipments. And this is actually a good idea to give you. All of you know about the TG. At which range, which type of application goes for it. If you see pressure sensitive adhesive, the TG is around -50 to -25. Accordingly, we design our product in case of latex. If you see the like nanoven binders or adhesive, again that is a wide range. Architectural coating which you use in your homes, those are actually up to +25 or something like TG. Then floor polishing, it depends on your application properties, how hard you want, how soft you want. So depending on that, we design the polymer backbone or the polymer structure. And if I say this is the different segments like this various emulsion application in chemicals, in textiles, building and construction, because nowadays this oil drilling is one of the biggest applications. There also SB latex is widely used. We are supplying a huge quantity of latex for this particular industries. All your waterproofing, that also is done with the SB latex or some of those acrylics and those things. Automotive, lot of applications are there. I will take you few of them. So now the application, if you see, these are the different latex. Dipping is one of the applications, like all the deep goods are there. Your gloves industries are there. They put the latex and then they dip it, and then there is a coating, they coagulate it and take it out. So that is dipping type of applications. And of course in dipping, we say the RFL dipping is there. So that is, we are using it. Nowadays, even this natural latex, as earlier it was used for your foams. Nowadays synthetic latex are coming up, or it is there even for some big brands. So they are using SB rubber, SB latex, very high concentration for this foam generation, which is used widely. And of course in this case I can say the latex sometimes they use for the insulation foams also, that is used. Then latex bonded fiber wood construction, these are different applications. And these are the oil drilling, which is I want to highlight. It is now again widely going up. This SB latex is used in the drilling applications. Surface coating, all of you know that. Then these are the different applications where the textile coating or the cellulose coating are there. So this is one of the new applications. This carpet back coating is also a latex coating. In this case, all of you must be seeing a lot of bridges and other things are coming up. Earlier it was with the construction. Now they're putting a fabric coated with SB latex, water-based SB latex. So that gives the strength as well as it gives the flexibility. So that is the current technology which a lot of big companies, they are doing this thing. This is an innovative technology now, SB latex in a different applications altogether. So widely used SB latexes are acrylate polymers. If you see, this application is around 5 to 6 million metric ton in a year. It is used throughout the globally. And if you see SB latex, SB styrene butadiene latex, which is SB, XSB, and VP latex, which is around 3 to 4 million metric ton globally, it is used. These are all not exact figure. These are some of the I have taken from the nets. So tentative figures I can say. And other than that, vinyl acetate latex, all of you use probably some quick adhesives or the coatings like food, fixing those things. Those are all VAM based or VAM BIOVA based polymers used for these adhesives. And natural latex, of course, of all of you know that. Then other latex, I say XNB latex, which is for all the gloves, whatever you are using, other than the surgical gloves, which are made with the mostly natural latex. But then natural latex has its own problem when it is used for surgical industries, because the allergenics and other things are there. So now people are again working on that, how to do it. Even we have developed a product. If you coat it on the natural latex, then that product is a synthetic product. So it is prohibiting any allergens to the human body. Then PU latex is there, again that is used for the MDF polymers or certain type of applications they are using it. Fluoropolymers are there, so different these are the different applications. I have put few of these properties like formulations what we use maybe for a synthetic latex. These are our internal things. So this is, you should not consider that that is the exact formulation. Depending on your applications, you can use or make the formulation. Like XNB latex, I would say in few of these latex, this is in many cases this is in the alkaline pH. Still, when you are adding a different ingredients, if I say it is filler, you are adding zinc oxide or calcium carbonate, or you are using some of those fillers, in those cases you need to add little bit probably some of those uh, alkaline KOH or NaOH solutions or ammonia solutions to make it alkaline, so that this type of ingredients it can accept. It should not, latex is very sensitive. If you say the milk, if you add something, it comes out of the page. In those cases also you have to make it stable. Stability is one of the bigger criteria for any latex. So you have to make it stable, and then you add different ingredients. If you see the latex, because these are all, most of the things are butadiene based, so you need to cure it. Latexes are also cured like the rubbers. So the butadiene bonds which are there, so those are getting cured in those cases. So we add zinc oxide, zinc, ZDBC or ZDEC, the faster accelerator or ultra fast accelerator. Then acrylic and styrene acrylics, generally we don't add any curatives because there is no not much double bonds in that. So we don't cure it. Automatically it dries up. So that is a different property, which is we see minimum film forming temperature, how quickly it is forming a film, and you can use them. All SB latex or styrene butadiene latex and natural latex, there is a double bond. So you need the curatives, which be it VP latex or it is SB latex for different applications, you always have some of those curatives. And depending on your requirement, you can add those curatives in those products. And then VAM based product, again, these are all different thickeners or plasticizers you are adding it. And natural latex, you know it, so I'm not taking it more details on that. As we have discussed before, sometimes sustainability or ESG is the major criteria for any industry now. Without that, we are not really surviving. Going ahead, like 2070, our Prime Minister's verdict is there to be carbon neutral. We are also working in that direction, being in the latex industries. So in this case, if you see our in nowadays, most of the companies, they are working on bio-based monomers. Of course, we are not taking the natural rubber, where we have seen Myricin is the one of the component, Hevia is there. In this case, what we are trying to do, we are trying to make the butadiene, styrene or some other monomers from the different ingredients, especially from the alcohols or the molasses. What do we say? So earlier, it was, vinyl acetate monomer was you prepared. Butadiene and styrene, everybody is working on that. Even we are also working in some of the companies to make the bio-based butadiene, which we can use in our latex, so that we can get some carbon contributions. So that is one of the things. And some cellulosic monomers are there. Always those are all bio-based. So that is the bio-based monomers. Then sustainable emulsifiers. In many cases nowadays, when the ESG is coming out, so we have to be more sustainable. So emulsion polymerization means it is emulsifiers. So we have to have the emulsifiers, which is in generally the synthetic emulsifiers, but in our case we are trying to use more of the natural emulsifiers. Of course, for the SBR or other things, we are using this fatty and rosin acid. Those are fatty acid and rosin acid, which are from the plants. Again, some regulations are coming up, so we are still working on that. It should not be plant-based, and those things are there. And stabilizers, thickeners, those things, again, we are trying to make the sustainable emulsifiers. Then biodegradable polymers, of course, these are like vinyl acetate, all the capsules what you eat, those are mostly polymer based on the vinyl acetate, which is, if you eat it, it is biodigestible. So those type of things are also, people are working on these things. In our case, we cannot change the SB monomer, So that in that case, we try to put something so that it becomes more biodegradable or environmental friendly. Recycling, of course, that is the new area. Everybody is working on that. Even we are working, being a latex industry, when we are making those gloves or some other things, we can also recycle that and make some of the products with some ingredients. We are working on those things. And green polymerization, this is a very difficult topic or title, I would say, in this case. Green means when we make the latex, our energy consumption is very high. In those cases, we are trying to make a green polymerization process, means low energy, so that our carbon footprint is low, or using the energy from the natural sources like solar panels or hydropowers, so not hydropowers, like solar powers. Those type of things, again, we are working on those things. Low VOC and low toxic, again, these are all the very difficult criteria. Any deep good industries, they are looking for this VOC. It should be very less, free monomer should be less, so that we are not contaminating the environment. So what are the challenges in this area? If you see latex, you must, many times you must have seen the milk, because all of us, we see milk. Sometimes it comes out of the phase. It is like, creamy or something. It is unstable. So latex stability is the challenge. In our case, like skin formation, if you keep the milk, there is a skin. So that is the challenge for, even for the latex. That's what we call it, latex. Skin is there, phase separation is there. If you keep for sometimes more than 6 months, 1 year, then it is separating out. So we do a lot of even innovation in this thing, so that there is not much skin formation. We do adjust the TG of the polymer backbone, so that this problem is addressed. Then the cost of raw material and the energy intensive, as I said, these are all, if we use butadiene, styrene, or any monomer for that sake, this is heat of polymerization is very high. In this case, once the heat of polymerization is very high, the reactor contains huge quantity of heat. And to control the temperature, we have to use different type of cooling system. So it is a very energy intensive process. That is also, we are working on those things to reduce those things, how we can reduce the energy and take it. I think my time is there. So then biocide regulations, those are the regulations already he has said, Dr. Basu. So we are also following those things. These are some of the innovations which definitely I would like to highlight. As I said, in the latex is a very nice, beautiful polymer. You give a coat, you give a transparent coatings. Nowadays, you see thermochromic coatings are there. You are putting the tea, it gives you different coatings. So in the latex, you can add anything to that latex, any pigments or anything, so that you get thermochromic coatings. Hydrochromic coating means when, food packaging. Nowadays, this is very important, because all of us, we prefer the packed foods. When packed foods are there, it is coated. If the color changes with in presence of the moisture, then you know when to throw that product without seeing the shelf life. So that is another important thing which is coming up. So smart, different type of coatings. Self-healing, of course, we have discussed many of those things. If there is a cut, then it should be healed. So those type of work, again, most of the people are working on those things. And these coatings like and then pH sensitive coatings, some of the chemicals or environmental monitoring, we are doing it. So people are adding a lot of things to the different latex. Latex in those cases, as such, it doesn't behave, but it is a medium to coat, so that you can add those ingredients and you will give a smart coating or functional polymers. Bioactive surface, COVID has taught us many things. This is one of those innovations again, where you coat this particular table chair with some of those coatings with some biocides, so that when it is you clean it continuously, then still it is having the microbial activity, so that if you touch it, there is no contamination or anything. And of course, photochromatic coatings, all of you use the specs, so you know that. I'm not going to say much on that. Other things, what again, future trends are there. Immersion in electronics, this is a wide application which is coming up. Like all of your mobiles, there is a coating which is methyl methacrylate based, that is made from the immersion polymerization. Every mobile contains that. Then battery binders, nowadays you are going for the this electronic cars and everything. There in the anode binder, this latex is used. Of course, Apcotex is also working in this area to make the battery binder. This is the innovation, as you said rightly. This is the innovation from the same product, more innovations. Electronic textiles are coming up so that, when the immerser incorporate some fabrics into it so that it can interact. So this type of innovations are coming up. These are the thoughts for the young generation to take it ahead, make some innovation from India. So this is the things. And flexible displays. Again, those are also, some of these ingredients are there because latex is very flexible, polymers in a different form. So you are using it, and flexible batteries are there. Wearable electronics, all of you use it. I was working with one of the IITs earlier, IIT Kanpur. They were working on this wearable electronics. So in this case, rubber, elastomer, or latex, both are used widely. So in the drugs industry, again, healthcare industries, if you say, emulsion based creams, ointments, all those things are there. Like all your eye drops, those are nano emulsions or micro emulsions which are used. And then injectable formulations are there. Those are again which is continuously going to your body. Oral drug delivery, continuously people have started using nano emulsion, especially into these things. Those are not in this scale of 90 or this thing. These are very small nanoparticles where you can put the drugs. It is giving you the effect. Transdermal systems, this is again widely used, but still people are doing a lot of innovation with the micro nanoscale emulsions and putting the drugs through that so that it can pass through our skin. So these are some of the innovations what Apotex is working. That's what I thought I should put it at the last. So this is the same XSB polymer, carboxylated nitrile butadiene rubber latex. It is going for the anode binder, and of course we are developing with those big battery industries for this thing. Right now it is, everything is coming from outside, so we are working on this thing. This is the breeze, like where we are using it, different layers of these fabrics, which is again XSB based. This is the innovation, I would say. And then your paper cups, which is nowadays replacing all the plastic cups or anything, those are also coated with the SB. So that is also again barrier coating films we are developing it. SB, like this is foams, the things are high solid latex which are used better cementitious stability. And of course, as I said, the oil industry, drilling industry, they're using it a lot. And then of course vinyl pyridine latex, I will not take you through that much. Then it's a carboxylated nitrile latex, which is in the gloves industries. That is also some new developments are coming up for the high chemical resistance, even some comfortable gloves or some cancer treatment. They're using special gloves for those things. So in those cases, we are also working on those things. So these are some of the reference, and I guess that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. A lot of innovations going on the latex side.
Yes.
You were missed in my program in January. We did a latex conference in Thailand at
Okay.
Dr. Anika's place. This topic should be there actually, right? So we will have next 2026. We'd like to invite you on that.
Definitely. Thank you very much.
And also, we also publish a book on the latex handbook now.
Okay.
First volume is out. Second volume working on it. So I invite you to contribute something.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Any questions, Dr. Sudha? Okay.
Hello, madam.
Yes.
My first question, I have actually two questions. My first question is on bioactive surface studies. What kind of bioactive molecules have been used to find the clinical one with the living tissue? This is my first question. Second question is, how can we attend and how can we judge this type of bioactive molecule will be beneficial for that to on that bond, a particular bond that is highly active for better bioactive surface protein.
So in emulsion, as I said, mostly it is surfactant is the main thing. That's why we call it emulsion polymerization. Emulsifiers are there. In this case, there is a special emulsifier which you call it amphoteric emulsifiers. This is having cation as well as anion. When you use that, in presence of the ions, all the bioactive things, all the bacteria are getting killed. Their cell, the top cell, which is of the bacteria, is getting killed. so that these amphoteric emulsifiers are mostly used. As much as you wipe it off in presence of moisture, those ions getting more activated again and again.
My question is, how I can assign that these bioactive molecules will be better from that one? Because what is the factor to determine what, how the that bioactive molecule? Suppose you made one thing is saying one type of bioactive molecule is to form that one. How can we assign that bioactive molecule for better bioactive surface protein to form that antibacterial protein?
So for that, antibacterial technology is little different. It's not the only biocide you are putting it. What I'm saying it, your emulsifiers, because if I coat it once, then there is a problem. It's not really possible to coat it once, economically not feasible. So what is the new technology which is coming up in this polymer itself? In the generic polymer, the emulsifier is the amphoteric emulsifier. Once you clean it with water, then it gets charged. The charges itself kills the cell of the bacteria or the virus or the cell, whatever outer cell, it is disintegrating. That's what it is getting deactivated. That's the technology mostly. Okay.
Last one.
Yeah, last one before lunch.
Thank you for the nice presentation. The
Yes.
question which I have is basically you say in one of the pages that to great extent we also use in displays, like the flexible displays and all those things. So, I mean, which part of the display will it go? Any specification on that?
See, as such, latex is a medium to have like all the what I say, polyamine or conductive polymers. To carry those conductive polymers, it's a medium. It's not actually the coating. It gives a medium to use those different conductive polymers into it, so that you can put a layer into that. A binder will be the latex. In those cases, latex will not actually is used. Your actual active portion is the conductive polymers. And suppose this labeling is there, nowadays they're putting the labeling also. The labeling, the medium is latex, because it's giving, if you coat it, then you are getting a polymer coating. But in that, as a filler, because easily you can dispose it, any this conductive polymers or any conductive fillers, people are using graphene to it, people are using this this amide based or something, very highly conductive polymers into it, dispersing it into the latex, then putting the coating. That is what they use it. I think IIT Kanpur is working widely on this thing. They are Center of Electronics.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please stand by. I invite Dr. Kanika to present a token of appreciation to Dr. Sundra Mohanty.
It's honor to present to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Fantastic presentation. Thank you. I think you know all of you like to go for lunch, right? But I still have one more thing to do before we let you go. Okay. I'd like to invite team member, Mr. Charlotte Baradia, to give a few remarks about activities and Mr. Stomber as well. What's their activities? They have strong support from this Rubber Innovation Forum. I'm really thankful. So over to you, Mr. Shah, please.
Yeah, thanks, Tarun, for this wonderful conference. We will take this opportunity to announce that the 2024-25 edition of National Yoga Conference will be coming up very soon. And this time we are doing it in Swabhumi. And the tentative dates are January 15th and 16th. And this time the committee has chosen very young fellows to take it forward. May I invite Mr. Rakesh Bagadia, Vishal Bagadia, sorry, who is the convener, and give round of applause for two young other guys, Mr. Ayush Kejriwal there, as a co-convener, Ayush Kejriwal, Mr. Anita Poddar, another co-convener here. And obviously, we are missing our senior, Mr. Sharat Sethi out here. We are not seeing here, he has been to his office. So these are the team which will be leading the national number conference. And obviously from the academia, I think I don't need to mention the stalwarts are sitting there. I think some last smiles are there. Dr. Devito Vasu Santanu sir, Vijay sir, Jaidev sir is there. Obviously PK Mukherjee is there. And I will not, another person is waiting. That there are two people who have not taken them and they are getting busy with that. Why my name is not taken? Mr. Kalmay Jain. And last but not the least, Kishore sir. So, Vishal, to you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Kevin sir, for giving Calcutta the recognition it deserves through Technobiz. This conference is definitely a conglomeration, a confluence of multiple ideas, multiple thought processes and streams that converge into rubber, into polymers, the science called polymers. Regarding that, IDEA and Technobiz have had a decent association for over a year now. We met at the National Rubber Conference 2023 since due to the efforts of Mr. Jain, Mr. Sandesh Jain. And since then, we've been exploring ways of synergies of developing, more mutually beneficial programs for the betterment of the industry as a whole. And National Rubber Conference is All India Rubber Industries Association's flagship event that happens once a year in one of the East regions. NRC in Eastern region is unofficially touted as the best. Thank you very much. But all of the accolades go to our team members. So a little background about the NRC. It is a techno-commercial conference where a lot of industry leaders are present, academicians are present, the thought provokers are present, the OG influencers, if I may, are present for the rubber industry. So under their tutelage, under their guidance, through the networking sessions that we have, we hope to impart something different to our audience every year. So this year the NRC is happening in January 2025 at Rajpuri Sohani, which is a Taj group of hotels member. And I hope that all of you eagerly participate in the conference, all of you show up, all of you register, all of you enjoy the 2 days of the conference there as well as here now. Because it is amazing to see how the rubber industry is struggling forward in leaps and bounds with Technobiz ideas, initiatives, everything. So I won't take much of your time. I look forward to the 2 days of the session with Technobiz. Thank you so much, Priyank sir. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishal. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
But John, continue the journey together.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, guys, it's time for the lunch. I believe all of you have a lunch coupons. Get your plate and have lunch. We'll have only 45 minutes only. Yeah. Please have lunch and come back.
এটা তো ঢুকে দেবো? আরো ঠান্ডা আছে হলটা। এই জ্যাকেট লাগতো চাকরি এসছে। Rajashri or Dibyendu? But I lost my coupons.
Is it? Let me get one. Okay. Your 20 minutes, sir.
I'll finish it. I will not do like them. I'm a professional.
I don't know, but it's talks are good. Sometimes we have difficulty to stop in between.
It's difficult. But one should understand. Our innovation forum.
Yeah, let me. Is it? Oh, okay. This is yours, right?
Yes. Towards the bottom.
Yeah. Okay.
In that the final one.
Modified upper innovation? Or no?
Modified one is yes. Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
fine.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, copy this one. Why am I coming with this? Oh, it came out over there. Let open, check it out.
In your format only.
Yeah.
So I will make it. I made it
It's
2 days
okay.
before.
It's all right. You are doing, I really like that is NTPL, right? We should, that one, I want the part of technologies activity in the future, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have it somewhere. I've seen it. Rheology and testing. 15 days.
Yeah. I'm actually working on that program workshop. That is the workshop. Yeah.
I mean, that is almost ready actually.
Yeah.
I have a presentation post launch.
Yeah.
Second.
You can upload.
So it uploads, sir. Yeah.
Are you uploading?
Yeah. You had upload. Yeah.
I have to upload.
You have your flash drive?
No,
Yeah. Can you copy the files and give it to me?
I can send you through email or
Yeah, you can do send email. Yeah.
carry this.
Okay, can you send by email to me so that
Your email.
yeah, again, this is because it's online audience are there. You can't use your own. This is technology. The technology.
If it is not possible, then what will it be? Around 25 megabytes.
No, it's okay. I take a
Fine.
no problem. I take the bigger files too. 100, 200, no problem. How is the kid doing?
Doing good.
Yeah.
Improving.
Good, man. My wife.
I'm giving more time there.
It's good. Need it. These meetings, educating days will continue never ending.
I would like to come out of my admin responsibility. That is huge.
Yeah. A lot of paperwork, a lot of meetings. Yeah.
Especially the student affairs is the most critical one. Dealing with 17,500 students in campus. All that needs whatever, liking, disliking.
Do they have like a problems?
A lot of problems. Every day, you never know. It may pop up in the midnight. No one knows.
Yeah, I think that cannot be. That's a difficult. Yeah. Okay, that's it. Let me get for him the lunch. You have lunch ticket, right?
Oh,
Volume बंद कर दो. No, volume कम करो क्या? That's okay. क्या करें? पता नहीं, देखना पड़ता है। अच्छा अच्छा, एक मिनट, ले लो यार, कितना चांद चलो। Okay.
PowerPoint presentation.
First one.
Application, that one. Yes.
It's not take it. It's not yours. Yeah. Select here. Copy. Paste. by the way, thank you for nice questions. Actually, I'm going to use this one.
I have some other also. I will forward it.
Yeah, please, because I'm going to use this format of quizzes,
Right.
not just one here. Whoever interested in it, but
Right.
everyone it is.
Any conference.
Yeah, so we have like it's a question bank type, So yeah. Yeah, take that. Yeah. Who is? Yeah. Okay, let me take out this part. I know you guys do a lot of training, so now I have a 900 plus questions on the rubber technology, and this by process basis, product basis, and because some of the companies they wanted to they use for the assessing the people how much they are.
Yes.
So based on the requirement, I select who supply, what questions are there, what the backgrounds are there. I juggle it and they do it online. Of course, there is a little fee for it, but that way that they have some kind of inspiration that I got to get this much score.
True, and it is required also, particularly for the freshers.
Yeah.
Those who have just joined.
Yeah, because
for them it is very important.
They want to show that
also
they have
give that immediate answer, immediate refreshment.
Yeah. And the other thing is that nowadays people are bullshitting each other. That I have this experience and that experience. You name it. Yes, sir, I can do that. So that option is there.
Right.
People online people are listening to me. They're the help.
Right.
In our meeting with you, you have to
उधर प्लेट है लेकर आए ना
Actually, I thought I will be allowed to give with this my laptop, without knowing that. It is 32 MB.
Yeah, not arrived yet. Just gone out from your.
Yeah.
Nothing came, sir. Do you type my address correctly? Param.technovis@gmail.
Yeah.
Nice, sir. I still not arrived yet. Not yet.
You get it?
কথা চলে আসুন।
Just a second, let me save it to the Adhikaris first.
I want to change it now.
I know. Just a second. Okay, let's reduce. How are you doing? Almost done with your research?
Yeah, next 6-7 months.
So you become a doctor?
Yeah.
Good.
I think technologies, yeah. So this one.
The first one?
Yeah, first one.
It's the same name. iPhone. Okay. Let's delete this one first.
Yeah. I like to play it because it has some videos.
The previous one I already clicked, right?
Yeah, this one.
Not ready to. Let me. I need to unplug the USB. Right, here, this one, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, this one. And I have one is my last Friday. This one, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You have 10 minutes only, yeah? So
Yeah.
manage it, yeah?
Yeah, I have 10 minutes.
Sorry to disturb you from the lunch time.
Oh, no, it's right.
So that I can, reserves.
Thank you.
Okay.
We need other approvals that Australia. Organizing this I don't want to relate. No, they already they're pretty much on time. Yeah, but what is this reward? What is the reward? How was the session? Good. Speakers were well selected and well prepared. They are maintaining that time. Are they giving any question answer time or basically just within the half an hour? That would be happy. The whole day, I think it's half an hour. This is what they are charging any kind of contribution. And they're being paid. One member for the 2 days.
outside ourselves. And actually, AI with the program being one of the series maker out. Your energy छोड़ के तो I will. Yes, I got the message. I did not go, I said, but I got the message. That is more the requirement for everybody in their life. Not in our industry issue, it's an issue of life.
Start coming out of the shell that I yes, like Mr. Mukherjee. He's becoming the speaker.
Very good. Much better than me.
Yes. I have heard you 20 times. I heard it today first time.
He speaks very good.
Which school you went to? Bosco. No wonder.
You work from
St. Xavier. नाइस अब हम लोग सामने नहीं बात किया ना तुम्हारे जैसा हम लोग तो पीछे रहता है भाई हम लोग को कुछ नहीं बोलना हम लोग को काम करने दो तुम लोग काम करना हार्ड वर्किंग बॉयज आर डिफरेंट देन टॉकेटिव बॉयज ठीक है ओके
बाकी लोग प्रोजेक्ट
नहीं गुड या गुड टू सी थैंक यू
Hi, sir.
How are you? Oh, আরেকটা বলতে
Yeah, okay, just a second.
Test 1, 2. Okay, good.
Shoot this to a little bit that side. Yeah. Leave the outside. And one marker. Any color. Just check. Not special. Yeah. Any color.
So welcome back. And I think we are about to start the post-lunch session. Hope you enjoyed the lunch. Yes. Yes. Okay. Fine. So our next keynote speaker is Mr. T.K. Mukherjee. He doesn't need any introduction, but just to make in very short, Mr. T.K. Mukherjee is well known in this, rubber fraternity for a long time, and he studied MSc in physics. After that, he did MBA from IIM Dhaka, and then he was involved with several rubber industries, to name a few of them, like Bata, then Phoenixo, and I think also after that he was, I know that he's also still involved and active as a consultant in various companies, right? And well, he was past president of AIRIA, and I think he had long collaboration with IIT Kharagpur as well. At one time, I think I can remember that during 2006-7, I think we have had 5 projects under his leadership, and we successfully completed. He's completed all these projects during that time, and we meet each other every now and then, and he attends most of the rubber conference, especially National Rubber Conference and things like that. So today he'll be talking about a completely different things. So rubber industry management, which is very important, and he'll share his tips to the entrepreneurs. Okay. So what do you, and we welcome you. Please join me.
Good afternoon, all my colleagues here. People say that after lunch is the most difficult period of any presentation, because after the little bit of tension coming here because of some unscheduled bandh by political parties, and then be here since morning could be strenuous, and I'm sure this is only the half a day. You still have another half a day to go. So taking the challenge, I decided that not to shuffle by PowerPoints, because you must be sick and tired in going through the PowerPoints, and you know that the retention of learning is very low. So it's going to be much better that if we discuss on an eye contact basis and discuss the subject. Now, before I start, I must thank Mr. Piram and Professor Nashkar, who had been, I think that was last NRC that we discussed in Hayat. I think Hayat, that we discussed, and I really want to thank you as a person from industry, a practicing man, that such initiatives, you can see the fruits by the number of delegates you have in this hall. And also thanks to Professor Nashkar. We know each other for very many years, and you are always very enthusiastic in organizing such program. I also see my senior, Mr. Joydev Chatterjee, sitting here. So it's very special thanks to you, sir, that you have been kind enough to be here this afternoon amongst the colleagues. You are a doyen in the rubber industry, and we all acknowledge that. So the subject that was given to me was the tips for entrepreneurs. So I assume that most of you represent entrepreneurship or organization or even research institutes or fellowship or something like that. I can also see Dr. Basu from IRMRI, not AI Institute. So this is good to see that all these people are here. What did you take a seat? You will be comfortable. So the tips for entrepreneurs, you may question what is my competence in talking about entrepreneurship, and particularly rubber entrepreneurs, because we are all assembled here from rubber industry. So I will not go into my long career because that is of no use to you. I still believe that one should look at the future and not spend time on past. Past is gone. What is going to happen is future. Today and future, that's most important. My presentation is largely the ideas or the concepts that have been accumulated, particularly last 29 years. Why 29 years? Because 18 years as CEO and MD of a conveyor belt company, which was at one point of time was the largest company. Incidentally, not now, but up to 2013-14, this was the largest conveyor belt company in India. But others have overtaken this company now. And also last 11 years that I'm trying to provide service to various industries, whether it is manufacturing issues, marketing issues, structural issues, organizational development, and all these can be handled or have done. I'm fortunate that I've been involved with AIRIA for very many years. It is almost over 20 years now, including All India Presidentship for the year 2009 and 10. So what are the tips? So what I've divided the parts into two. One is for the existing business and one for the future business. If someone wants to establish a business, some are budding entrepreneurs or some investors, some joint venture or whatever it may be. So I have divided the whole presentation into two parts. Number two, some points that I have written down has been taken only from my own experience. So this is not taken from any book, nor from any Mr. Google, because that in any case you can collect yourself. And you don't need a person like me to come here and toggle from that. My nephew, he is a professor in XLRI Jamshedpur. He's a professor for strategic management. So I asked him that for a class, how much time you require to prepare? And he said, for a 1 hour class, I need to prepare for 20 hours. Because unless I add value, the students don't listen to me. So I'm sure there are senior professors here like Professor Chattopadhyay, Professor Noshkar. I think you are also facing this struggle every day, that how can we add value? Now, when we are talking about the existing business, I think the most 4 important areas for the existing business to be successful, if you look into these 4 areas, and they're nothing new, what I will be talking are the known 4 areas. What are those 4 areas? One will be, of course, the product. The second one will be the market. The third one will be the customer reach. And the fourth one will be product quality. So if one can take care of these 4 areas in a detailed manner, I think he would be a successful entrepreneur. Our resources may not always allow us to organize the company as we want. The market may not allow us to organize the company as we want because there are not much of demand in the market. So there are various issues. And I'm sure that as an entrepreneur, you know that. And it is also my job is to help senior entrepreneurs, company owners, promoters, managing directors, to help them to bring their focus onto these 4 areas. And mind you, with my long experience, I have realized, barring the corporate relationship, the societal issue, nowadays we all talk about ESG, and the ESG is the environmental, the societal, and the government. So this part I have not touched upon today because this is a bit larger issue. We can have a separate discussion on ESG. You may consider that in future. Now, in terms of product, what I feel personally, that when we are in the business, the most important thing to be successful is to capture the customer reaction. We always feel embarrassed. Oh, another reaction. Oh, again criticism. Oh, another word. But if you keep on avoiding that, you can, but then your business will not grow. Your business will not flourish. I can give it to you in writing. And believe you me, with my long 50 years of experience in the industry. So the customer reaction, what the customer feels, what the customer perceives, what are the pain points, what are the success points of your product. So vis-a-vis your customer, if you don't attain these points, you're not going to be successful. Those companies who are attending to these points, they are successful. And how could this be done? Can be discussed separately. I'm only trying to touch upon because there's a time limitation. I want to finish it by 30 minutes time, starting at 2:15. The second point is that when you are manufacturing a product and you are marketing a product, obviously there is a competition profile. You are not the only company. You are not the only manufacturers who are producing this product. There are other companies who are also doing it. So what is the competition profile? How others are doing? How am I doing? I have met senior entrepreneurs who would not like to know what the competitors are doing. He doesn't like to know the success story of the competitors. I feel that his business will not grow because he's a very inward looking kind of a person. What I'm doing, I'm trying to improve. But what's your benchmark? If your competitors are here and if you're struggling here, how will you reach? How will you go there? Unless you look at what others are doing. But at the same time, I have seen that there are entrepreneurs who are very much active and agile in trying to know what the competition is doing. And they very often say, we are doing this, but look, Mr. Mukherjee, our competitor is doing this. Lesser price, bigger value. What do I do now? Can you please help me? Can you please advise me? So you have to, per force, look at what the competition is doing. What is your competition profile? The point number 3 is the market is changing. The demand of the people are changing. A typical example is BSNL and ITI combination. ITI was manufacturing the sets and BSNL was providing the network and the distribution. You see, they fail to understand that how the market will shift to mobile and then 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G and all kinds of things. And so BSNL was absolutely in a mess. Now even government has given a grant, they have restructured themselves, but still they are not able to make it a success, make it a go. Forget about success. How to go about? Because there are issues of technology and there are competition. There are coming huge competition from Jio, from Airtel, from VI and whatever you say, all the players who are in the mobile sector. They are coming out with a newer product, coming out with the newer schemes, newer satisfaction to our customers. So if we don't understand what is the future need, the things will collapse, things will die. In any case, let me add here one very important thing for all the entrepreneurs, that company is also an organic object. It has a life. It has a life expectancy. Unless you rewrite the company, you shape the company, the company will die. And there's one example I'm giving you, that there was a chart, Business India, they produced in the year 2000. The companies which were active in 1900 years and the companies which are active in year 2000, there are only 2 or 3 companies. There is only one company who survived these 100 years. Can you guess which is that company? Tata Steel. Tata Steel was there in 1900 years and Tata Steel was there in 2000, year 2000 also. So the only one company which survived 100 years. And there's a major change took place because of a partition, I mean the independence partition. So the foreign companies, they are moving out, and then 1972 because of the Fair Act, where the foreign holdings were supposed to be down below 50%. And many companies, many foreign holders, they left India. They sold their company to Indian partners. Some sold to the government like Andrew, and they left India. So next future trend is extremely important. So now what are the 3 points I have mentioned about product? Customer reaction, competitive profile or competition profile, future trend, and then add these 3, synergize these 3, and then prepare your action plan. Your action plan need not to be 10-point action plan. That's a useless. Nobody will look through a 10-point action plan, or we say, oh, maine to bhul gaya tha na, mera abhi tak yaad nahi. Chaliye, let us look at it once again. So make 2 or 3 action plans, not more than that, but concentrate on those 3 action plans as if it's a life and death situation for you. With that seriousness, you concentrate on those action plans, and I'm sure that this will give you a product which will be a winning product in the market. Let's go to the second point. That's the market, which you will see later on. I will just draw a small curve that how this is important. There are actually 2 very important things at the top of the curve. Left side is R&D and concept, and the right side is the marketing in the value addition. And at the bottom is a big base, which is manufacturing. So the value addition is really coming from the R&D and concept and R&D and from marketing. It is not the other way. That now I manufacture and hey, you go and sell it into the market. If I don't do a market analysis, a marketing properly, then my product is bound to fail. My investments will be a dead and dumb investment. So what is the market? Is it saturated or it is growing? Saturated market is normally mentioned by this red ocean strategy. So that means there are too many big fishes and the water is turbulent. So the water is not clear, it's not blue, it is the red ocean strategy. And or a market where the competition is less, the margin is more, and that's called the blue ocean strategy, where the water is calm, there are not very many fishes who are moving around, and you can make your margin. But to make that margin, you have to have the things which you have already discussed. Without that, the margin will not come. So whether it is saturated or a growing market. In a saturated market, you cannot live on with the same product because there is a thing called product life cycle. And the product life cycle, it diminishes, the life of the product diminishes. It is somewhat like, you know all of them? What is called product life cycle? I just draw a small curve. So when at the point of decline, if you use injection new idea, then you can extend the life. But if you do not do anything, then automatically the product will come. Don't invest any further when your product on the market demand is already there. You will not get anything. You will only waste your money, your resources, your time, your mental peace. So we have to assess where the market is, where the demand is, and my product is it top of the life cycle or already started declining. If it is a decline, then can I use another impetus, bring the product, repackage the product, bring new feature, bring new marketing services, and save the life of the product. If not, don't waste your time when the product has already come. The life cycle has already come. Because you will not be able to gain anything, right? After your resources or deploying your resources in those areas. Let me just make it off because otherwise sound is good. Thank you. Then we go to the next point, that if it is growing, then how to take the advantage, and then in terms of expansion or capex, and how it can be handled. So that is the second area of your market. The third point, which is the customer reach. And customer reach is extremely important. How would the customer know what are you doing? You go and switch on to your television. You see what the customers, what your competition is doing. How many times they are trying to reach the customer. Do you feel that they are wasting money by this kind of promotional activities in the television? Surely not. Because for every investment in advertising, there is a return on investment is calculated by good companies. So what is the incremental sale? What is the incremental exposure? What is the incremental margin that I'm getting through this kind of publicity and advertisement or promotion of the products? So those calculations are done in a good company. So one is the what is the sales call? Means customer reach is basically a sales call. The second point is the technical marketing. Now you know that many companies are adopting very successfully this concept of technical marketing. Some people call it marketing technical services, MTS. Marketing technical services, companies call it technical marketing. Some companies call it technical marketing and application engineering. So depending on the product, the services that you render, the expectation of the customer, you'll have to decide how your marketing would be. But even the pharmaceutical marketing has also changed. It is also, it's not only meeting the doctors and leaving some samples and company product brochure. Even the pharmaceutical sales have also undergone and undergoing what is called a typical technical marketing. And of course, industrial products you cannot sell without a very strong and effective technical marketing. It depends on product to product. For tire, you will have one kind of technical marketing. For rubber chemical, you will have another kind of technical marketing. For conveyor belt, you will have another kind of technical marketing, depending on the product that you are in, already in, because I'm talking about existing business. Then I think one very important thing has come up very well. That is called this marketing through online activities and what is known as the digital marketing. I know Mr. Ayush Kejriwal is sitting here. I don't know whether he will be taking a session on this digital marketing, but let one day please organize a program that you please share your very detailed networking that you have created and the way you are conducting the business, largely following the modern digital marketing tools, including support by an effective ERP. Because without an effective ERP, you will not be able to run or drive your digital marketing activities. But this is the order of the day, using the digital marketing. And there are various programs, various ready-made packages are available. Salesforce is one for the salespeople that we use. And there are various those packages which are available. You have to decide what you can afford, what you need, and then do some activities. But neglecting this and not using the advantages of digital marketing would be a wrong decision. Mr. Krishnan, would you? Fine, you close the door. Thank you. Then we go for the last part, which is the most important, is the product quality. And the product quality, how do I define the quality? There are various definitions of quality. I've gone through very many definitions, but what finally I find The most effective definition of product quality is where the performance exceeds expectation. That delta, performance is higher than expectation, so performance minus expectation, that delta is called the quality. This car quality is very good. I have driven the car and it's very good. Where this sense coming from? Very good. Because I had certain expectation by driving, say, a Vitara Brezza or a Grand Vitara, the new model. And my expectation is higher than what I expect. My performance is higher than what I expected. Yes or no? If it is yes, fine. If it is no, then we say, oh, the quality is not good because it doesn't meet my expectation. So remember this simple definition of quality, where the performance, it could be product, it could be service, where the performance exceeds expectation, that delta is your quality. There's no other thing what is called. When your performance meets the expectation, chalega. Whether the performance is below the expectation, nahi chalega. That's the thing, because there is another person waiting outside who will bring the product inside, and the expectation of that product performance will be higher than the expectation. So aapka chutti ho gaya, band baja diya. So we have to always keep it in mind that performance has to be higher than the expectation. How do you create your performance? How do you understand the customer's expectation? Is based on your skill. If you are skillful, you will be able to understand, assess it. If you're not, sorry. Because there is no kind of a compromise in terms of efficiency. Then adherence to agreed specification. I think this is an old issue. We all know that we are supposed to adhere to specification. Sometimes we don't do. We take a calculated risk. Sometimes we succeed. Sometimes we fail. Sometimes some customers, they pitch. Some vendors, they pitch only on quality. That this is my quality. This is your specification. These are my specifications. My specification exceeds your specification. This is my price. If you say that no, I need 30% reduction, then my quality will be 30% lower than your expectation. Can we afford? You cannot. Don't get into this trap that my costs are 30% low, but my quality is as per the original specification. It can never happen. You do whatever you like. You bring in nano material, you bring this, you bring that. It's not possible. I think the professors like Professor Noshkar or Chattopadhyay or Bandyopadhyay, who are all senior people, are sitting here. I think they should be able to confirm whether it is possible or not. I think it's not possible. One point which I have learned largely from Germany, working in Germany for many years during my course of managing Phoenix Unit, is the concept of housekeeping. And housekeeping, we often say that we have to do it only when the visitors are here. Housekeeping is only when the owner is visiting the factory. When the directors are coming for a meeting, I have to do a good housekeeping. But that is absolutely wrong. Your housekeeping should be for 365 days. Create a system where your housekeeping should be at the same level, maybe at the level of 90%. When the owners come, it is 100, normally 90. वो चलेगा, मगर normally 30. When the owners come, I make it 80. वो नहीं चलेगा. Because then we are only cheating ourselves. The housekeeping is one thing which is very, very important. And frankly speaking, I have worked in multinationals, mostly barring few years in Andrew. But Andrew also runs with the culture of multinational. That housekeeping is something which is an integral part of quality, is the integral part of waste management, is an integral part of cost efficiency. So housekeeping is not something which is an added cost. Actually, housekeeping reduces the cost. It reduces the waste. It helps you to organize the material properly. I mean, I'm not going to the 5S and all this kind of thing, which are very elementary and I think it's easy to study, but very difficult to implement. What I personally feel are the last 2 points of the first part. is the small innovations. We often say we need big innovations, but that is not correct. Small innovations. What is your best step? No. What is your next step? Most important. Best step is utopia. Next step is reality. So what is your next step? That is far important than what is your best step. Who has defined what is the best step? I define this is my best step. Tomorrow, he will come and bring something which will make my best step inferior looking like. So there is no best step. It's a utopia. But what is the next step? Am I improving? Every day, little bit, little bit, little bit, little bit. And there is no substitute to that. Technology can reduce the time for development, improvement, which has been shown by Indian scientists and global scientists in discovering the COVID, what do you call it, the injection that was given. Normally, to develop those precautions, it takes about 8 to 10 years. But nowadays, because of the testing machines work so fast with so minimal quantity, you see, even in rubber industry, you don't require the olden days of assay and an analytical chemist, end of the day coming with a result. Nowadays, you give them a 5 gram, 10 gram sample, and within 5 minutes, he will come with the result. So these equipments are available nowadays. So the developmental time also has reduced quite a lot. And it doesn't make any way doubtful, oh, it has been done in 2 days' time, then it's not good. Oh, it has been done on 2 months' time, then it must be good. These are wrong concepts. Absolutely wrong concept. You can produce brilliant results if you have the proper equipment. If you cannot afford, go to an institute who has those equipment, pay the money and get your test done. But don't follow the olden way of doing the test. I have been doing it for the 30 years. Correct, but 31 years it is wrong. Your last 30 years it was correct. But 31st year, the same procedure is wrong. Don't follow a wrong procedure because you have been following it for last 30 years. Never say that. Always keep your mind open and check what is correct or not. And the last but not the least is training of people. Now, to shorten the time, for the new entrepreneurs, I will not go into such a details. But again, here it is all the 4 items, that is the product, the market, the customer reach, and the production setup. These are the 4 most important areas when you are trying to reach a business, try to open a business. The moot points are, in case of product, the trend analysis. I'll not explain, but just go through the points. Trend analysis, technology source, and capability analysis. These 3 points are very important. Then for market, what is important? The demand analysis, the prototype development, the cost analysis, and the return on investment, ROI. Nobody will invest money if the return is not assured, as per the fiscal policy and law of the country. If the income tax is 25% and my return is 10%, then there's no point doing that project. Then the customer reach. So cold sales call, online analysis, website updating. Many companies I have visited and I asked, what is your situation with the website? So last 2 years it has not been updated. Then what are you talking? If you don't update your website in last 2 years time, that means you have assumed that the website will be of no use for you. Naam dikhane ke liye hai. But actually you are not using the effectiveness of a updated interactive website, where I can place an order on the company without having a physical call. Is that the quality of your website? Is it that interactive? If it is, fine. If not, try to make it. And again, the recruitment of the experts, the domain experts, in terms of new business when you are going. So if you need to go for a 2-wheeler tire, don't get a person who is from fabric or textile, because he doesn't know what is a 2-wheeler tire. So the relevant experts have to be recruited. The relevant domain experts have to be tapped for getting your technology and the knowledge. And then, of course, the test market. And then the production setup, like where to produce, how much to produce, arrangement of working capital, banks, term loan, WCTL loan, all kinds of things that you will have to analyze. Design specification, and finally, the manpower. Before I end, for the shortage of time, I will not take it any further than more than 2 minutes, is that I will share with you a small curve, a graph. This is not my discovery. This I have taken from a gentleman whose name was Stan Shi, S-H-I-H, Stan Shi. He's a Taiwanese gentleman. And he's the person who established this company. We all know the name of this company called Acer Incorporated, A-C-E-R, Acer Incorporated. Not Accor, but Acer, A-C-E-R Incorporated, who are in the IT hardware business. And what he says, and this is known as Stan Shi smile curve. Stan Shi smile curve. Why smile?
So the two coordinates, one coordinate is value added, and the other coordinate is production chain. Production chain. And like a smile, it looks like this. And at the top of it is what I was telling. This is sponsor or R&D. And this side is sales and service. Then the next stage, this side is branding. And this side is marketing. This I think I have mentioned. Then the next one is design. This side. And this one is distribution. And the last one, this is one. Yeah. You see how it moves. So this is the value added. And this is the production chain. This is the production chain, concept, R&D. After that, it comes to branding. Then we come to design, then manufacturing, then distribution, marketing, and sales. But in terms of value addition, the two most outstanding elements are concept, R&D on one side, and sales and service is on the other. And then you deal on branding, you deal on issues like design, then of course you do a good setup for manufacturing, and then when you distribute the product to the customer, to the market, then you follow it up with the marketing activity and a continuous sales and service to achieve customer satisfaction or customer delight, as whatever is your company objective. So in this is called the Stan Shi smile curve. And this smile curve is true not only for our industry, it is true for all industry. But I personally feel I slightly modified it, make it suitable and rewarding for our industry. But I think most of us are involved in either in all of this or part of it. So with this, I would like to conclude. I am sorry that the subject was quite big, but I tried to sort of make it interesting. Thank you very much, and thank you for your
Thank you. Yeah, it's good. It's good, right? Eye-opening, very useful. Anything I'd like to pose any questions to Mr. Sir? All understood. Yeah. Thank you very much. a little change. One more time, big hand.
I have to make a little change with my schedule in the program because Mr. Mukherjee has other engagement. So give me a minute. Okay, actually, this section of the program, we need to move ahead. It is supposed to be at 4:40. As I mentioned to you, this is about the felicitating recognizing the contributions of the eminent people. You know, we talk about who invented synthetic rubber, yes, there, but who used it, who really masticated it, who made our lives much better, all these senior people. We wanted to honor them through this program, Technobiz project, Rubber World Hall of Fame, started with this program. And now onwards, at every event of Technobiz, wherever we organize, we're going to honor the people involved with the rubber industry or research and science and science and technology. Both, it's not just only practical issues, but also you need research people, And so we're going to do this program and this project and every event of Technobiz from now onwards, and we're going to facilitate it. And there are a lot of good people, a lot of people have done a lot, and they need to be recognized. They're inspiration to all of us. Without their contributions, we are not, you're enjoying the fruits of them basically. And from Technobiz for me, last 20 plus years in the rubber industry, I have learned a lot. So I think it's high time for Technobiz start this project, Hall of Fame for the rubber, world of rubber people, all the science and technology and industry people. So at this event, we're going to honor some of the eminent people from India who contributed to the rubber industry. Without delay, before I start inviting them, I'd like to invite all young researchers come forward here. The young people, researcher from IIT Kharagpur, yeah, please come in the front. When I invite our eminent person, I want you going a great future because of these eminent people. Okay, so please stand over here, please. Come on, all researchers, please. Yeah, from IIT Kharagpur or any other university, Kolkata University, please come forward. Yeah. When I invite all these, come on.
Maybe from IR, MRI.
Oh yeah, see, yeah, Mr. No, nobody there. Okay, yeah. Anybody from Kolkata University? Yeah, come here, right? Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, super. So first of all, this project I'm not doing alone. Okay, I invite more people to join as well. This is a Technobiz project, of course, initiated by Technobiz, but I'm also thankful to the partners. There are many people who will be in the future also join this thing. Rubber World Magazine, probably many of you know Rubber World Magazine from USA. They also supporting this idea. And Mr. Kamalesh Jain from Holdwell Components, also is supporting Param. This is a great thing that you are doing for the, facilitating the people in the rubber industry. And Lippincott is basically also Rubber World Magazine. So, but more will be joining in the future, sessions as well. So I'd like to invite our first, Hall of Fame member, next to Mr. Jayadev Chatterjee. Yeah. And, please, sir. Yeah. I don't know much about him before Calcutta University, but I came to know about him a lot. Okay. As you know, I live outside India a lot. So, Mr. Jayadev Chatterjee has been in industry. When I talk to, hey, Param, we nominate this person, everybody talks so highly about him. Everybody. I name it, I talk to people, at least 5-10 people I talk to, oh, Mr. Jayadevji, well respected with industry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So it's a really, pleasure honor for us as well to honor Mr. Jaydev Chatterjee, his contributions, his journey. I learned a lot that the AIR Eastern region actively supporting, he supported a lot in the many years, education side, industry with Ajanta shoes now. Well, our first inductee is Mr. Jaydev Chatterjee as our Hall of Fame. And I invite Dr. Kanika Sahakaro from Thailand to present the memento to Mr. Jaydev Chatterjee. Please join us. Yeah, please join us. Well, we're ladies first. Yes. Yes. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, and maybe we like Mr. Jaydev, sir. We like to say a few words here. Yeah, please. Maybe I give you the mic. I'll stand over here if you like to. Yeah.
After giving this and said earlier about me, I have nothing much to say. But anyway, starting from 1959 in the rubber industry, and now walk up to this stage, I am all along in the polymer and rubber. Nowadays, my mind is trying to say, not the rubber, it would be incomplete now to say polymer. Everything is basically this. So I have went through all varieties and dedicated myself for that. And during the course of time, I had the opportunity of meeting very stalwart, well-reputed person to guide me to go in which area, what job I should do or not. That I cannot forget at this juncture. One of my mentor and taking Dr. D. Banerjee, who is the architect of present rubber industries. I was sent abroad for education, everything like that. So I have nothing more to say. Now take the challenge, whatever I feel, whenever any person in some stage of operations or working, he has to take a challenge, don't run away from that. And secondly, I feel when you are in the job itself, after passing out for great institutions, I request you all that keep in touch with technical development which are going on abroad. Otherwise, as Mr. Mukherjee said earlier, it will be stagnant. You keep yourself, keep in touch with senior, your mentor, and keep on technical upgradation, even though you are working in various stages, which we did it. And so keep this something alive to the industry and life to yourself. This is, I must request you to do this and keep it up on this matter. And lastly, I must not tell because it will take longer time if I say so many things. Anyway, I must give a thanks to the Technobiz. Why? I have seen many times we are carrying out a conference, research thing, something like that. But new things will rare comes. When I have gone through the paper list, I'm not. It is my view. If you do not agree, you are ready to do so. The quality of paper, new things, new dimensions are appearing in this list, and for that reason, I can keep it up. Moreover, the types of books, on the molding books, I have seen 4 books they are providing, which we used to get it when we were in keep in touch with UK. Rubber industry, Institute of Rubber Industry UK, we at that time used to get all types of books and journals. That itself is a textile book. Here I find this is really very good. They have injected new thing, afraid, keep it up, not for this year, for all And I'll request IIT Kharagpur, Science College, any other institutions, IRA, please keep it, pour it the updated knowledge to the boys who will be coming to justice. This is all I can say. Thank you very much. And really, I am giving you my sincere respect that this honor bestowed upon me at this age, at this time. Thank you very much.
So thank you, sir. Wonderful message. Guys, you listen, right? This is for you. You understand that, right? Yeah. So our next, you already heard about, what he said, Mr. T.K. Mukherjee. He's our second inductee into the Rubber World Hall of Fame. I think we already talked about him, what he's about. We learned from him today. And actually, it's eye-opening for us how to do business. How to do business. I think he put in 30 minutes. Do you agree with this? Some entrepreneurs, I think you say, yeah, yes. I think we had a nod. Yeah, what he's saying is makes sense. That smiley curve. And when he's saying, sir, we also focus on the digital marketing. I tell them, everybody, brand your company, do the digital marketing. Some of the service I do, I say, oh, okay, he's talking about my business as well. Okay, but it's thing that your contribution is incredible, and the speech itself is very inspiring. So he's our second inductee, Mr. T.K. Mukherjee. Please join us there. Okay. I like to invite Professor Santanu Chattopadhyaya to come forward to present the Hall of Fame award to. You know why I choose the professors? The professors create the next generation for us. Professors create the next generation, and they are the ones. So please, sir, few words here again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Technobiz. I really don't know how much I deserve, but it's always good to get a reward, and more so when it is named as Hall of Fame. So I'm like Leander Pace, who has now entered the Hall of Fame. Mr. Chatterjee mentioned polymer. I would mention my keyword is management. My keyword is management. I think everything in the world can be managed and should be managed, and if it fails, that means it has not been managed properly. So my buzzword, my keyword in life, I've been also working for 54 years now. My keyword is management. And of course, the two most important things below the management are the product, the process, and the customer. Product, process, and customer. If you want, you can't have one without the two others. You have to have a winning product, you have to have a winning process, and then only you can have a winning customer. And inefficient process, inefficient or a not efficient product will only lead to unhappy customers. So you need management in order to ensure that you have a good, right product, right process, and therefore you can have the right customer. I would definitely like to thank Technobiz for only one reason, that you decided to do this program in Kolkata. I'm born Bengali, but I always think that I'm an Indian. And I normally cannot think that I'm only, restricted by the boundaries of West Bengal or even boundaries of India. Because I had the opportunity of working with European companies, American companies, so on and so forth. So as a humble citizen of this globe, I would say that somehow Calcutta has lost its glory for many reasons and various factors which we would not like to discuss it here. This is absolutely the wrong forum to discuss. But I'm also not talking those political jargons that let us bring back our glory. Who will bring back? Unless we decide to bring it back. Nobody from outside will bring it back. But what I would definitely like to see that Calcutta gets its share of this kind of exposure if it deserves, not out of any favor, but out of our ability to deserve it. And I'm thankful that you decided that, yes, this is a good place to organize this program. And you can see the people who were here. And I'm sure that if other associations who are active in Calcutta, who are in promotion of education and management of business, I'm sure if all of you join hands, such program can bring a lot of fruits to the entrepreneurs of Eastern India, Calcutta being the headquarter of the Eastern India. With that, yeah, sure.
I wanted to, the credit goes to the AIIA Eastern Region and Mr. Kamale Jain and his team members, and also IIT Kharagpur. They the one proposed why not Kolkata, and this is the welcome me. Without their support, it's not possible. Okay, so big thanks to everybody has same intention. All the industry association members here, they really want to do, whether you call it glory or not, but they have good intentions to support the industry here, and both on the research side, industry side. That's why I'm basically a catalyst. I create a platform, and I'm thankful to them actually.
So we take this opportunity of thanking IRI, AIRIA, IIT Kharagpur, Calcutta University, and all people, and most of them are, I am also known to them for being instrumental in organizing this program. Last point, I'm sure it is not my parting comments. I would still like to be active, and I refuse to die. Is that industry will have to grow, and industry will grow not for making profits, but industry will grow for improving the society. So without the improvement in the societal improvement, industry cannot grow and should not grow. Industry should not grow at the cost of society, but industry should go for the welfare of the society. And that is all that I believe in myself. I believe, and I would request you to give a thought to this small statement that industry must benefit the society. Thank you very much.
Wow, I mean, hey, this forum is fantastic, man. Agreed? Oh, a lot of energy into my body right now. Actually, we're going to have up to 12 o'clock midnight today. Yeah. So our last inductee for this session, this event, is Mr. Priyabrata Ghosh. I actually met Mr. Priyabrata online actually during the COVID times. I like the way he, shared his knowledge through the various programs, and I came to know a lot to the many members of IRI, Indian Rubber Institute, and the way he, promote education, and also whenever somebody asks questions about the technical issues, immediately try to address it. And that's what I learned before I get to know more about him. And when I talk to the people from IRI side, oh, Priyabrata Ghosh is another living dictionary, getting information on the rubber technology. And I'm very pleased and honored to put him into as a member of the Rubber World Hall of Fame. Sir, please join us. Yeah. 50+ years, when I call him Peram, I'm in some factory, yeah, still working, hard working, yeah. So it's a guy, please look up to this. All three people, they are your benchmark. They are the ones you look up to. Okay, I want this reason that you guys stand here. So, these are the models that we need to follow. Okay, and there are many others there, but here today I'm going to honor these people. Yeah. So I invite Professor Kinsuk Naskar to honor Mr. Priyatha Ghosh with a moment of the Hall of Fame. John, a big round of applause, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Few words, Priyatha, sir.
Oh, I would like Mr. Chatterjee also come
Together, yeah.
along with me.
Sure.
With the honor.
Yes.
And take you for.
Of course, that's a final. Okay, yes. Please, sir.
And also those who presented.
Of course,
all six of us.
Yeah.
Well, I think I have a small pride, not big as Mr. Mukherjee, Mr. Chatterjee. So just briefly, I'm telling about myself. I started my career way back in 1970 mainly as a supervisor in nylon polyester sheet factory, JK Synthetics Limited, Kolkata. So I worked there for 3 years. Then I got the idea to go for higher study in rubber technology. So I went to National College of Rubber Technology, London, where Mr. Chatterjee was also a student there for 10 years earlier to me. So I did all the courses and simultaneously for IRI, the headquarters, the PRI, the Plastics and Rubber Institute at Howard Place. So I also sat for exam for graduateship and LPRI, what the. Then I came back. I worked briefly about 9 to 10 months in UK. I came back and joined Dunlop India. And then so changes and for last 21, 22 years, I am doing my own consultancy services. And I think this is the best, tenure, this consultancy service, got 100% freedom, not working under anybody. I work on my own terms. And so I found that a lot of speakers and my previous speakers told me about the production, manufacturing, this and that. Everything is fine. But during my experience for about 50 years in the industry, I found there is nothing but one thing, quality. So all these guys are studying in IITs, in Kolkata University. They are doing a lot of research, continuous process, yes, and nothing like quality. So quality is the prime factor. Whatever you market, your production, your attitude, and your quality of people, quality of product. During my consultancy period, I saw that to earn extra bucks, people compromise with the quality. Or awan nikal do China ke down. So these sort of things I experienced myself. But ultimately it is harmful and quality pays you back. So quality or research you are doing only for quality. All the speakers talking about everything is on quality. And so you should go for quality. This is the prime factor. And secondly, environment, pollution-free world. Because I feel people still are ignorant of, the cleanliness, housekeeping. Mr. Mukherjee told nicely, housekeeping is directly affecting the quality. And housekeeping also you get rid of pollution. So equally, the housekeeping means pollution-free atmosphere is required for your daily life, for the longevity of your life, and as for quality. It will directly affect the quality. So these two things I experienced during my experience period the quality and pollution control. These are the prime factor, keep it up. And lastly, I thank Peram Bhai, Peram Bravo, I call him. So I don't think, perhaps I am the odd man out of three. So thank you once again. And it's a nice time to have you two and keep it up. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. May I request, I think it's well, all the three messages are very inspiring. I think everybody should follow immediately. Yeah. I'd like to invite all the three of you with the mementos, take a picture together. Yeah. Okay. Please stand here, take a picture with professors as well. All the members. Come on, guys. Yeah. Everybody, every participant, please join with them together. Take a picture together. Come on. Come on, students also come forward a little bit. Yeah, so that, so see. Yeah. Psychosarji, come on, Dr. Psychos. No. Fine. Okay, fine. Yes, fine. Yeah. Okay. Everybody can go closer, little straight. Yeah. Yeah. Ladies, come on, guys, to the front. Yeah, please. Ready? All of the participants, if you don't mind, all participants want to join, take a picture quickly, or maybe later. Okay. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Wow. Really enjoyed this session. Once again, sir, thank you very much.
And I promise my future support. Thank you very much, sir. Purely on the same spirit that I have spoken. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. But I cannot help but mentioning one point, that the three recipients have mentioned three bylines. And all three can be added into a famous company. Mr. Chatterjee spoke about polymer, Mr. Ghosh spoke about quality, and I spoke about management. If you combine the three, polymer, quality, and management, you will have a winning company. Wish you all the best.
So Mr. Mukherjee is leaving now. So thank you, Mr. Mukherjee, once again. Okay, now we're back to our program. I know that little changes. We will manage it. Okay. Okay, the presentation of the Rubber Innovation Forum, the next speaker is Professor Santanu Chattopadhyaya. I think all of you know him well. He is a Rubber Technology Center professor. You also join me to congratulate him. He just received an award from IIT Kharagpur from the Best Faculty Award. And you know, he has one interesting program on the rheology of the paints, materials, and 1,000 plus, how many? 1,000 plus students across India and some overseas online. 6 weeks. It's 6 weeks.
It's 8 weeks. Before that, there is an advanced characterization that is 12 weeks.
Okay, so he's not only teaching at our Rubber Technology Center, but he's also really, you know, into the educating the whole, you know, India itself on the rheology aspects of material characterization. So, without further delay, stage is yours, sir. Yep.
It should work. So I have to stand here.
Yeah.
Very good afternoon, everybody. And first of all, thank you, Mr. Piram, my friend, and as well my colleague, Professor Kingshuk Nashkar, as well as another friend of mine, Mr. Kamalis Jain, and all the fellow rubber people from rubber fraternity here. Okay. Before I really start my lecture, I normally ask questions. I'm a teacher, so I'm habitual asking questions. Okay. So I'll start with the question. Do you know why today is famous? That's the question I start typically. The morning I wake up, I look into the Google, why today is famous? Why should I live in for the day? Okay. See, actually, let me, without keeping you in the anxiety, let me answer. In 1830, on this day, 28th August, there is a competition, peculiar competition that had happened between a railway coach which was invented in Stockholm and taken to Baltimore, America, and they're tested. The competition was between that steam engine and a horse pull engine. You know what happened that day? That day, that steam engine lost because of some mechanical fault. So that doesn't really stop the civilization. So ultimately, what is the lesson from there? You have to keep innovating, rectifying, and have the civilization up. So rightly, this particular slogan of this Technovich conference is innovations. The word innovations. Steam engine was an innovation, and still you see it's pulling the civilization. Correct? I think you will be all agreeing with me. So today I'm going to talk about a thematic, not the research, not everything. I'm not going to make you a trained researcher here. Okay. My intention here is to show you how you can practice research for innovations, how you can practice research for business. Okay. So you can see the title is the Engineered High Performance Rubber Blades, a strategic compatibilization for industrial prospects. Okay. So I'll very briefly talk upon the subject. Okay. What is polymer blends? I mean, why it is so important. Then I'll show you, I chose two polymers. One is a fluoroelastomer, another is a silicon rubber. Those are the specialty elastomer category, high price, right? So these two polymers can I really strategically blend so that I can replace fluoroelastomer, fluorosilicon elastomer, and which is the strategic polymer, and with the cost efficiency. That's what the story I'm going to talk about. In fact, and indeed, this is the research gist of one of my PhD student who is working in Total now in Bombay. Okay. So this is the classification polymers. Again, the very word polymer was uttered. Okay. So if you look at majorly it's a rubber, fiber, and plastics. Of course, there are paints, adhesives. But from the engineering point of view, I'll say rubber, fiber, and plastic. If you look at rubber kingdom again, it's a general purpose. It fulfills all the requirement to be rubber, but it doesn't have extracurricular activity. It's not smart. So if you add the smartness, you have to add the cost. So if you look at the next one is a special purpose elastomer, and then specialty, of course, and your fluorocarbon, silicon rubber, fluoroelastomer falls under the category of, specialty elastomers. So is the price. So is the, it's very important to do the business, because marginal profit will be obviously much higher today if you look at that from that point of view. So just two properties by which you can put all the elastomers here. In my x-axis, there is a change in volume, is a swelling, right? Swelling is a very important phenomenon. On the contrary, in y-axis, the temperature rating, the window of temperature across which you can apply it. So obviously, if you go top in this particular series, you have to pay more. Okay, so there you go. Your fluorocarbon is at the topmost position. Silicon is somewhere, I mean, maybe here, but your fluorosilicon is somewhere here. Okay. Once again, those who are new to that subject, silicon rubber is extremely flexible rubber, which has a TG lowest amongst all the rubber, and it's because of the extreme flexibility of silicon oxygen bond. Okay, and it has a TG of -110 to -120 degrees centigrade. Okay. But it has certain limitation, including the mechanical robustness and its properties. Okay. On the contrary, if you just combine, if you look at that fluoroelastomer, it has an extremely high temperature resistance. Okay, but if we can really combine them together in a single molecule, you get a fluoroelastomer. And it has a lot of application, lot of applications basically. If you look at that, what is the demand, why it is in demand, this is the property. Okay, and you can see what is the global, uses. In the prediction is here up to 2026, you see a steep increase of it, both in aerospace and defense and where not. Okay, thank you. So these are the areas where you can really apply fluoroelastomers. Again, as I told you, it has certain limitations. Those limitations, includes gas impermeability, which is less. Okay, poor abrasion resistance, low tear resistance, low tensile strength, and very expensive material it is. Okay, sometimes 5,000 rupees a kg. Okay. Again, this is the fluoroelastomer. Again, it has a TG typically -2 to -15 degrees centigrade. These are the monomers. Typically tetrafluoroethylene, hexafluoropropylene, vinylidene fluoride, and perfluoromethyl vinyl ether. Okay, and its combination, copolymer, terpolymer, so on and so forth. Again, silicon rubber, which is a silicon oxygen backbone. It may have a methyl group, it may be having a vinyl group also, depending on the grade of elastomers. Okay. So question is that why can't I blend simply this fluoroelastomer with silicon rubber having a full fluoro silicon type of a property? What is the drawback? What restricts me? The point is that fluoroelastomer and silicon rubber has a drastic difference of solubility parameter or polarity of it. That makes them like as if oil in water type of a situation. If you look at quickly the thermodynamics of blend, I'm not going into that, is the subject as such. Okay. So you see what is necessary for anything, any blends to be favorable stuff is, a free energy of mixing should be negative. Okay. But technically, in the entropy point of view, if you just mix a big molecule, you have a really very small entropy gain. Okay. So that way it's unfavorable stuff as such. So most of the polymer blends are not thermodynamically compatible or miscible. So how to do that? You have to play with this del H term. Okay. So how to do that? You have to add certain compatibilizer. Okay. That can give you a favorable del H mixing, and therefore you can have a miscible or technologically miscible compatible blends. Okay. So now this combination, fluoroelastomer and silicon rubber. What's the problem? Fundamentally, there is a problem difference of polarity, as I said, and at the same time you have a cure time mismatch because it's a rubber blend, it's not a simply plastic blend. Okay, so two curing should match. Otherwise, I'll end up leaving one under cure, one cures. Okay. And the other thing, if I have a filler, say silica vice versa, carbon black, okay, they may have a different affinity to different phases. So there will be not a good distribution as such between the two phases. So these are the three challenges that eventually you have to overcome in order to have a good admixture or blend of fluoroelastomer with that our silicon rubber. So keeping this thing in mind, in this particular research, I'll not go into the details. I've been given 20 minutes time. I'll stick to President Oscar. Please remind me at least if I'm very close to. If I'm having 2 more minutes, then you just remind me. So strategy 1, what we do? I simply took a fluoroelastomer and silicon rubber and try to add fluorosilicons. Okay, fluorosilicon as a compatibilizer, and I added silica. And you see, I used 2 mixing apparatus here. One is the Hakerio pot, which is the internal mixture combined with a tool mill. Why? Fundamentally, when you mix an internal mixture, you typically do it at a higher temperature where viscosity reduces. So effectively, you won't be able to transmit the high shear force that is required to break down the filler aggregates. So what we use there, the first we try to make the phase formation of the polymers, and on top of that, at lower temperature, that means higher viscosity, I try to mix the filler. So that way we prepare. So this is the cartoon which shows you. So initially with the FSR, this is what it's getting in 2 roll mill exactly. We are trying to locate the silicate. Okay, and typically it forms silicon rubber as a continuous matrix, and fluoroelastomer as a disc particles. That is the typical. We mix it 50-50 as a model mixture. Okay. 3 properties is important. I'll not go through everything. One, we looked at the mechanical property. As I mentioned, it's poor for fluorosilicon elastomers. Okay. Second thing, our lookout was, of course, we have seen the dynamic mechanical property. Therefore, you have 2 TG of silicon rubber, which is very low, as I said, minus 120. Okay. Fluoroelastomer has a higher side. Are they coming closer to each other? If it comes closer to each other, that indicates that it's somehow compatible. And third important thing, we looked into the morphological features. It's the sea island morphology. And then we have tried to see the oil resistance and heat resistance. That is very important for fluoroelastomer. So I'll just go to the conclusion of that particular work. That work is a paper. I'm not going into the details of it. But what we optimized 2.5 pH of FSR, and with 15 pH of silica in a 50-50 blend is giving me a very good properties, and it's giving an indication that it's compatible. Clear to all of you? Again, to remember, 2.5 pH of fluorosilicon rubber is giving me compatibilization, improving the technical properties as well as oil resistance and heat stability. Correct? Second strategy was very simple strategy we adopted. We used on top of the fluorosilicon as a compatibilizer, we use a hybrid filler. Why hybrid filler? See, carbon black has a tendency to go to the fluoroelastomer, while silica has a gross tendency to migrate towards the silicon rubber. So that we utilize, and this is the cartoon which shows what I am intending for. This is what I am aiming for. I'll skip the result because I don't have time. But this is the synopsis of it. That with 15 pH loading of the hybrid filler, we got a very superior property with 2.5 pH of fluoroelastomer as a compatible. It's a very good property. It's even more than the raw fluorosilicon elastomers. Got it? I'll come back again, readdress it where I'm getting the age here. Okay. There is another strategy, it's published here. Okay. The strategy number 3, I was trying to graft acrylamide on top of the fluoroelastomer so that I have certain sort of interaction with the silicon rubber. That is one of the very, very, very common strategy, grafting. Therefore, I'm playing with the enthalpy part, delay part favorable. I'm trying to look for that. Correct? And with that, again, let us go back to the synopsis. What we got it is 3 pHr of, the grafted FKM is very good. Okay. Remember, I am skipping tons of data, tons of results, only the strategies. Just try to keep it in your mind. Okay. Another strategy we did other way around. We try to graft on silicon rubber, and this time maleic anhydride. Okay. And then again, we have characterize it, morphology. This is the end result. 2 pHr of this grafted things are giving a good compatibility. You may be wondering, why didn't I use the combination? That means fluoroelastoma grafted, silicon rubber grafted. You know why? I don't want to disclose that result. Okay. This is a strategy. The fifth strategy is quite weird, in the sense, what we try to use, we fill the fluoroelastomer as well as silicon with silica and try to use butyraldehyde as if this butyraldehyde is trying to make it all this silica together and giving me this compatibilization. In fact, and indeed, again, coming down to the strategy, this is where we have optimized. So all 5 strategies are told except cross combination. Correct? So let us compare. Okay. So we have all the comparison with all 5 systems, we made it, but end of the day, I'll show you this comparison. This is the pure fluorosilicon rubber. This is the property. This is the property: tensile strength, tear strength, hardness, retention of properties upon aging. Okay. And price. Finally, price will say everything, right, in the industry. You see, buying these blades, typically FSR with the hybrid filler, that's strategy 2, remember? So that is giving me, see, the comparison, double the properties. Okay. And you see the price ultimately. Got it? So simply blending to elastomer judiciously. Okay. Adopting a judicious strategy that will fetch me business. That is the final summary. Okay. So you don't have to do experiment at random. Have some benchmark. Try to adopt some feasible strategy, execute those, and come up with the solution for the industries. Before I conclude, this is my small little research group about our RTC. Professor Noskar has given an elaboration. My research team, we all faculties are having individual research team. So it includes basic rubber science, simulation, advanced rubber composite, energy, material, and healthcare. You must be wondering why the healthcare comes for a rubber technology. Yes, it comes. Because good health means a good society. Okay? And rubber gives the solution too. These are the students who are graduated working with my team. I call it popularly space group. Space is not space, although my logo is space. It's a sustainable and advanced composite research group. And these people are working now with me, okay, currently. And thank you very much. I think I'm in time.
Yes, if reached in time, I think there are time for a couple of questions. Yes, the back, at the back. Then Dr.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I just want to enter. You have added some silica here. Yeah, amorphous silica or it is like
typical rubber silica.
Precipitated.
So this analogy, can we try with medium and silicon as well?
Exactly. You can. See, ultimately, you have to bottom line is that having interaction. Interaction means who will interact. If I have EPDM, there is no interaction
it's all dying or saturated structure, right? With the silicon, on the contrary, doesn't have anything. So we get EPML silicon. EPML silicon, in that case, what I'm trying to tell you, this strategy might work. If not, try combination with the grafting I showed you. Why I grafted acrylamide? I grafted acrylamide because of the fact that acrylamide will have a proton donor. On the contrary, you have a many candidate which can open up. So it will have an interaction. Just two more questions. How do I take on the base separation later on? And what is the downside of this combination that we have done? Will you take the compression set also? Yes, so we have checked compression set, we have checked with the aging. And for your first question, how to see whether it's compatibilizing? Two ways. One, indirectly by dynamical properties, like to locate two PGs, are they coming closer or not? Number two, looking at the morphology directly. Correct? Yes.
Yeah, that's one of the competitive. But I have found that you are using about 165. Is it not enough to make it negative? Yes. Second thing is that getting the data is a very good concept, but how do you measure that data is negative? That cannot be possible. So I believe that 175 degrees centigrade temperature is good enough. Even your data is not changing enough, that can be. You are very right. And maybe one thing what someone was trying to say, one could be seeing that how the properties will change when you are temperature, high temperature and low temperature, then only you can see that how the phases are separated or not. Because that is again, if it is a temperature reduced with computarization, then that will affect. See, I told here only the very basics of it. I didn't go into the LCSC, UCSC. Yeah, so your question is pertinent to the LCSC, because when I mix in two phases, tactically I'm doing it at higher temperature. So my entropy will change, my enthalpy will change, and enthalpy is a function of temperature by job. Okay? So that way your question is very fundamentally correct. Okay, thank you. More questions. Carbon black I mean, is it based on any particular grade or irrespective of anything? Please refer to Anil Sikka's paper. He did it based on PGA, thermogravimetry analysis. The partition of, it's a kind of partition again. What is that partition you're talking about? This morning there is a small liquid. In this case, a solid into a semi-solid matrix. Yeah. Okay,
I know you would like to ask more questions to Professor Santanu. You will be here up to 7 p.m. or 8 p.m.
6:30.
6:30. Okay, around that. Okay, so you can ask him more. Give him a big hand, please. Okay. Please stand by, Professor Santanu. May I invite Dr. Kanika to Sakura to present a memento to Professor Santanu.
It's a really lively atmosphere here. Yeah. Let's go. Yeah.
Once again, big hand to Santanu, please. Thank you. I'd like to manage my time today a little bit. Okay, so faster, back to the next topic of the presentation. Very important subject. This also carbon black grade for energy efficient processing and product performance by Dr. Abhijit Adhikari, sir, as from the BKT carbon black. So all yours, sir. Please give him a big hand, please. Yep.
point is really essential. This is the point. You can just, the forward. This is forward. This is backward. Yeah, this is backward. Yeah.
Okay. I thought I will be the next presenter, so I was not prepared. Okay, good. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, big hands to Rabat Innovation Forum to allowing me to present this paper, and as well as my parent company, BKT Carbon, where I work right now. So with these initial words, let me start this thing. I was asked to prepare a presentation on sustainability part. That means, the energy efficient processing, product performance, etc., etc. And then I was reminded by my earlier guru, Dr. Mukhopadhyay, while I was working in one of the earlier carbon black company. He once told me that you guys are developing various grades, but can you make he has just provided me a challenge. Can you make a grade, which will process like N330? Performance wise, it should be like N110 or N134, and maybe processing wise, maybe maybe N234 type of thing. That means a mixture of all these things that incorporates all at lower cost of processing, lower energy of processing, but higher performance. As you know, why I'm telling about this, this N110, I'm just making this introduction part. So why I'm making this thing? Because as you are all aware that the 1 series black, ASTM 1 series black is very difficult to process because of its very high surface area. And when you talk about this very high surface area, then it requires multiple stages of production. And multiple stages of production means very high energy requirement at multiple levels. On the other hand, if you go from the 3 series to 1 series, the 3 series blacks require comparatively less energy to produce this thing or process this thing. So therefore, the energy requirement is much less. Even 2-stage mixing also will work. It doesn't require 3-stage or 4-stage. Okay. With this background, let me start my presentation. And first few slides will be for my parent company, BKT Carbon. And actually, this is our thought that we think in black. So it is why name these things? Or this is our conviction that why we think like that is we are also using the same black or what we give it to others. So our thinking or developments of these blacks are all inbuilt in that. And here is a management team. It is being headed by our chairman, Mr. Arvind Poddar, and Rajiv Poddar is deputy joint managing director. He is Arvind Ji's son. Now this is the the roadmap of BKT. I will not dwell much time here. In 1987, actually, the first plants of BKT started in Aurangabad, and then with gradual things, BKT has acquired various manufacturing setups, and now what we are right now having is 5 plants of tire manufacturing with 1 mold shops also. So we have got our own indigenous mold shop, where majority of our molds are being made. And in 2019, actually, this BKT carbon plant was started in Bhuj, that is here, 2019. And then after that, this COVID period has started, so not much progress. But actually, it's again gained momentum after 2022 onwards. And then it is running in full swing. And we manufacture almost all types of ASTM grades, as well as some specialty grades also. Right now, we have manufactured around 22 different specialty grades and almost all popular ASTM grades. So with this brief, no, I'm not going to read all these things. If you like to read, you can see that. What are the different applications in the different plastics, inks, coatings, and rubbers. So you are manufacturing carbon blacks. So now let's start this presentation again with this brief understanding of our parent company. So this study actually aims to develop this carbon black, which I already told that the processing characteristics of the 3 series blacks, and then stress strain properties and deabrasion loss equivalent to the 1 series black, which was the basic understanding, and dynamic modulus and energy of the 2 series black. So this is the basically, so it's all mixture of all threes. So in this study, actually, we have developed a new grade, which is termed as the BKT 5371, and which is actually evaluated against N134. So then you can find the similarities and dissimilarities of both the grades. Now, if you see this, carbon black reinforcement of elastomer is basically dependent on 4 basic fundamental properties. So this is this particle size distribution, aggregate size and shape distribution, porosity, pore size distribution, and surface chemistry. These are the 4 basic requirements. And all these, the parameters actually plays a vital role in elastomer reinforcing through different mechanisms. So these mechanisms are not always very much pertinent, but then sometimes it is seen, sometimes it works in the background. And this, for example, this interfacial interactions between the elastomer carbon black, which we call it the polymerphile interaction, and then occlusion of polymers in the internal voids, that actually the part of the structure that plays a role. And carbon black aggregates and their polymer matrix. So this this carbon black aggregates also plays a vital role there. So there are various inbuilt, the interplay of various things which actually works for this carbon black polymer filler interaction. So when you talk about this new grade development, then we must also think that the kind of colloidal properties which are given by ASTM D1765 is basically the outer layer of any onion. If you see the onion as a metaphor, then this is onion is basically layered structures, right? So the outer layer of onion is the D1765 colloidal properties. Okay, this is the iodine number, DBP, then NSA, STSA, hint, and stuff like that. CDBP also. But the interplay of the internal things like the morphology, like here you can see the different shapes of the aggregates, that plays a vital role. this aggregate size distribution. This different distributions of different size, and shapes of the aggregates in a particular carbon black. So new development is always, looked into those aspects, and some, interplay of various things actually works there in the new development. Other than that, there are the surface structures and surface chemistries are also there. Surface chemistry takes a major role when you talk about this, the carbon black surface modifications and stuff like that. Now, this particular grade, what we have developed, this is the typical colloidal properties. So this is 57C1. That has been compared against this N220 and N134. So you can see the x-axis is the STSA, y-axis is the ON number, oil absorption number. These two grades have been mixed in the natural rubber and SBR formulation. The formulation is very simple. It is taken from the ASTM formulation with slight modification. For example, this 6PPD was not there in ASTM grades, and TBBS was not there. It was in MBTS like that. Otherwise, it is almost the same ASTM formulation. Why ASTM? Because it is not too complicated with any typical tire formulations. And when you talk about the tire formulation, then particularly, some tire companies formulations will be exposed. So better not to take it. So now let's talk about the processing properties. There are two properties we have measured here, which is this ml for the rheometer, and this the ml ml 1+4 for this is Muni viscosity at 100 degrees centigrade. As you can see, if I take this thing, the blue one is the BKT 5371, and red one is the N134. Of course, ml and this Muni viscosity is expected to be higher, and that has been actually been seen. And that is same for the NR as well as the SBR. So okay. So basically, what I mean to say is that is with the two-stage mixing. Even if we do the two-stage mixing, actually here we have done the three-stage mixing, not the two-stage mixing. If you can see, this is the master batch, and this is the re-mill, and this is the final batch. So this is three-stage mixing we have done. If I have said two-stage mixing, sorry for that. Next is this test and properties we have tested. It has been cured at the TC90 plus 5 minutes time. And if you see the blue one is N134, and which is at 100 level. This is a spider chart, so it is at 100 level, and then the red one is. You can see that this the modulus M100, M200, M300, and these are all slightly higher than the the N134. That's very important, because the static modulus should increase, because that will give for truck radial tires some benefit. Similarly, for the SBR type, you can see the same observation has happened. Of course, we have seen that the lesser amount of the 10% reduction in this tensile strengths we can see, and that is due to the particle surface surface area is much higher in N134, and that has actually created this issue. Now let's talk about the dynamic properties. It has been tested in DMA 1000 from the Metravip. So here you can see that E prime at 60 degrees centigrade, then E double prime 60 degrees centigrade, tan delta at 60 degrees centigrade, then that is at 100 degrees centigrade, E double prime at 100 degrees centigrade, tan delta at 100 degrees centigrade. In addition to that, we have also put this rebound resilience at 100 degrees centigrade. So if you see, is this, the E double prime at 60 and 100 degrees centigrade is much lower than the, N134. That actually provides you the less amount of, the viscous modulus. That means during, movement, it will lead to, less heat generation, and that has been seen in this rebound resilience. Sorry. Rebound resilience value slightly higher, rebound resilience value also, although it is not directly proportional, but rebound resilience value, higher rebound resilience value also indicates that thing, and that's the same thing we have observed in SBR also. We have done some air aging properties at 70 degrees centigrade at 250 hours, and here I have plotted this thing, that BKT 5371 at 100 level, and I have seen that how this N134 is performing. As you can see, the N134, the retention is more than 100%. That means it is getting hardening. Hardening effect is being seen. So retention more than 100 is not good. Retention less than 100 is also not good. If it is 100 level, then it is good. Here you can see that this the 100% modulus, 200% modulus, 300% modulus, all are increasing for N134 as compared to the newly developed grade 5371. And hardness is also lower for N134. This indicates that the retention of the developed grades after aging is mostly contained, and that is a good sign. That gives you longevity of performance. And the similar thing has been observed with this SBR based formulation also. So what is the conclusion? So with this development, we have incorporated the best of the characteristics of ASTM 1 series, 2 series, and 3 series blacks into the new developed 5371 grade to minimize the energy losses during the compound processing and product performance. What I try to mean is basically it's basically like what the professor was telling about the blending part. So we have blended the good properties of all three blacks together to make one single black, which will give you all the good performance in the processing part, that is the in-house part, at the same time at the customer end also. And this is again a business slide. So if you like to contact any of us for any requirements, any clarifications, so we are there. Thank you for your patient hearing.
Thank you again. Our next speaker is Dr. Soikat Dasgupta. He is Chief Scientist and Vice President of Harishankar Singhania Elastomer and Tire Research Institute, in short, SST India. He also is an alumni of Robert Krill Center of IIT Kanpur. With this brief introduction, over to you, Dr. Dasgupta.
Yeah, good evening to all of you. Now it is almost coming to the close of this session. Though whatever I am going to present to you, it is not new to all of you. All of you know that this is, I will be speaking on this application of dynamic mechanical analysis in the rubber industry. Dynamic mechanical analysis is well-known material, well-known instruments which is being used widely into the rubber industry and particularly in the tire industry. And we have to understand that, or we have to know that rubber industry, there are few workhorse with respect to the instrumentation. The one of the workhorse is thermogravimetric analysis, and the second workhorse is this dynamic mechanical analysis or the mechanical analyzer. These two equipment are widely used into the rubber industry, and it will give you and it will help you to sort out number of problems, because rubber is a very, very complex material. And when the rubber compound is used into any product, it is not used as a single material. It is basically a composite. And in this composite, you have minimum 10, maximum 20 different ingredients. Now, to balance all these ingredients into appropriate balance of these ingredients into the rubber compound, so that you can get the ultimate properties, performance properties from that compound is very vital. And that how you will understand that yes, your mixing is done properly or your processing is being done properly. So that those kind of information, it is very difficult to get that information. So one of the instrument is this dynamic mechanical analyzer, which will give you a very wide information about your compound, what you are producing into the factory, and the product you are using for the performance application. So this is the brief of motivation for this topic. Before going to the topic, let me speak about one slide on my organization. And in this seminar or in this forum, we have three presenters from our organization. We have this ASAPCHI is established long back, 1991. The registered office was in Kakroli, that is in Rajasthan. It's a very remote village and almost 70 kilometers away from Udaipur. And then we have relocated because of the space constraint. We want to develop, we want to expand our facilities. So we have relocated in Mysuru, that in Karnataka, in 2016. And we are recognized as a scientific industrial research organization under Department of Scientific and Industrial Research, Government of India. And we, one important part is that our organization or our HASA3 is an accredited institute, research institute. Morning, there was one question that how the quality of the testing laboratories will be judged. Is there any kind of standard is available? Yes, there is a standard. It has been mentioned that time. And our laboratory, our research institute is accredited as per ISO IEC 17025 long back, 2002. And that time it was accredited under the guide 25. And now then it has been accredited by 2017. So we have very vast activities with respect to testing, with respect to processing, with respect to characterization, with respect to new material development research, with respect to simulation modeling, and with respect to advanced testing activities. So it is a very well facilitated, facilities are available, and all of you are welcome to see that our facilities at our Mysuru. And another thing is that we are also accredited as per ISO IEC 17043 2010 version. This 17043 is another quality system accreditation for the laboratories for proficiency testing provider, right? Majority of the laboratory, whether it is an in-house laboratory or whether it is a standalone laboratory, they are all performing the testing and they are all producing the quality results. The quality results, whether actually that is a quality results or not, the proficiency testing is one of the important parameter or one of the important tool to see that whether your competency as a laboratory, testing laboratory, is good or not. So we are accredited for that. We are providing these facilities to all the rubber fraternity laboratory in India as well as in the world. And we also got accredited for 17043 for proficiency testing for the tire testing. It is the only laboratory in the globe, in the world rather, to get accreditation for the tire testing for the proficiency testing. So these are all overall idea about our institute. Now coming to this, what is DMA? We all know that dynamic mechanical analysis is basically a characterization method that can be used to study the behavior of the material under various conditions we all know, such as temperature, frequency, time, and like that. And the test methodology of the DMA, which aims mainly to examine the solids and also has the root of rheology, but Professor Shantanu is also has been introduced that he is also taking a lot of rheology classes. So this is one of the area which dynamic mechanical analysis talks about the rheology, basically on the basis of the principle of that rheology. It is a scientific discipline and it studies the viscoelastic properties of different materials. And it is not only limited for the rubber industry, it can be used by the any confectioneries industries, any kind of industry, it can be used to understand the viscoelastic, where there is a viscoelastic properties. So that viscoelastic properties can be analyzed for any kind of materials by this instrument. In DMA measurements, the viscoelastic material behavior of the solid-like samples is analyzed mainly, and it basically determines the time and temperature dependent deformation or flow characteristics. And depending on the type of materials, depending on the type of properties you want to measure, the specimen has to be developed and has to be prepared accordingly. So some of the important abbreviations of this DMA, I hope it is visible. There are two different modes are generally available for measurement by DMA. One is the elongation mode, or in short we call as a tension compression mode. Another one is the shear mode or the rotation mode. So the modulus under elongation or the tension compression mode is being represented as E, and under the rotation mode or the shear mode it is indicated as G. And similarly the complex modulus E star with respect to G star, then storage modulus E prime, blah blah blah. So the loss factor is another important parameter. Loss factor is basically a derived factor from your viscous modulus and the loss storage modulus, and accordingly you can calculate this loss factor. It is not being measured by the instrument, but it can be calculated, and you can draw the graph of that. So what can DMA tells us? In DMA measurement, the viscoelastic properties of the materials are basically analyzed. As I have mentioned to you, the storage modulus or the loss modulus are being measured as E prime or E double prime, again in the tension compression mode. In the shear mode, it is the G prime or G double prime. And the damping factor, that is an important parameter for, that is the tangent delta, which are being the output values. Depending on the test setup, it is possible to make statements about several different materials characteristics like physical properties. Under physical properties, you can measure the glass transition temperature, which is very important for the rubber selection for any kind of activities, for the selection of the rubber for a particular performance of activities. Then molecular motions. Then you can measure the crystallization. You can also measure the curing and cross-linking type. Then in case of the mechanical properties, you can measure the static and damping dynamic moduli, the damping behavior, the creep and stress relaxation behavior. So, and also for the long-term material behavior like time temperature supervision, we all know that the WWF, that is a WLF equation. So that also can be utilized by this equipment, and we can get a very good inputs about the material properties at very high frequency. If you perform at very low temperature and low frequency, and you can extrapolate it to the high frequency zone, and you can get a very good information. But yes, there are a number of questions. So we are not going into that questions, but we will only tell that this can be utilized or this can be used by this instrument. Now, I will not repeat that what is complex modulus. The complex modulus is E star. It is basically represented in a megapascal. And it is a ratio of the stress to strain amplitude. And the storage moduli, the storage modulus, it is also E prime. It is also in megapascal. Loss modulus, all modulus, we all know that it is being measured or it is being represented as the megapascal unit. And the loss factor, that is a tangent delta, as I have mentioned, it is a derived one. So it is a viscous by storage. So that way you can measure that one. Now, how does this DMA work? So the specimen, when it is being prepared, is examined, subjected to a certain sinusoidal mode, sinusoidal stress and strain. It can be axial deformation or torsional deformation, and the reaction of the materials is being measured. If you look at the figures, it is being shown how these big things are being measured. There are three cases, so the three figures has been shown in this in the figure. The first one is a perfectly elastic material. Second one for the perfectly viscous material. And third one, which is basically we are dealing about, that is the rubber industry, rubber fraternity, that is a viscoelastic material. So in the first one, you will not find that when you will plot this graph, that is a stress versus strain, storage versus loss modulus versus storage modulus, then you will not find any kind of lag between these, because whenever any elastic material, when you apply force, it will deform, and when you release the force, it will come to the original position. So that is why there is no phase lag between the viscous as well as elastic modulus. So it is a perfect match of the viscous as well as elastic moduli. If you want to measure, you can get it this kind of graph. That is the first graph. The second graph is a perfectly viscous material, where the response, if you can press, give some amount of force, it will take some time to react, or it will take some time to deform. So there is a good amount of phase lag is happening. So that phase lag will give you the viscous part. That is a third graph is showing that one. And the middle graph is showing that the viscoelastic material, where the viscous component as well as the elastic components are there. So if you are taking the raw rubber, then in the raw rubber, it is more viscous, less elastic. When you are taking the same raw rubber is being cured, then it is more elastic and less viscous component. So basically, we are doing this analysis for the cured material, where the viscous and elastic modulus varies depending on the product application, where you are going to apply that product. Depending on the requirement of the viscous components as well as the elastic components, the graph will change and you will get this kind of viscoelastic graph. These are the typical graph I have shown, depending on the type of formulae and depending on the type of recipe, depending on the type of application, this graph, particularly the middle graph, will change. So how we are representing the important terms into this dynamic mechanical analyzer, that is the strain, that is the E is equal to E0 of the sine omega t. The stress is sigma is equal to sigma 0. These are all common nomenclature. And the common complex modulus is equal to E star is equal to E prime plus E double prime. And E star is basically considered as a square root of E prime square plus E double prime square. And the loss factor, as I have mentioned, it is a ratio of the viscous modulus over the storage modulus. Now, what are the common DMA measurements into the by this DMA? What are the common thing we can measure? We can measure the amplitude sweep. In this amplitude sweep, it is basically done into the linear viscoelastic zone. So where the amplitude sweep measurement is performed in different materials, linear viscoelastic range. Here mainly the elastic or the reversible deformation occurs, which is highly relevant for all types of DMA analysis. And as it enables the measurement of correct and absolute values and without destroying the structure of the sample. Then you will get this kind of graph whenever you are going for this amplitude sweep. And there is also another mode which is called the frequency sweep, which you can use for the for performing the analysis. And another important parameter is the temperature sweep or the temperature ramp. The most common important parameter is the, in case of the rubber industry, people are doing this temperature ramp very frequently to see the nature of the viscoelastic parameters at the wide range of temperature, starting from the very low temperature of the -70 or -60 degrees centigrade, going ahead of the almost around 80, 90, 100 degrees centigrade. Depending on that different temperature zone, we can identify the characteristics with respect to the abrasibility, with respect to the weight traction. I'm talking about with respect to the tire application, with respect to the dry traction, and with respect to the rolling resistance, and finally, but not the least, with respect to the heat buildup of the material. So this temperature ramp or the temperature sweep is one of the very important characteristics or important way of analysis by the DMA. So this is a typical graph of DMA with temperature zone, temperature analysis, temperature scan analysis. One important take home from this DMA analysis with temperature transition is that transition temperature, right? This transition temperature is nothing but the glass transition temperature. And this glass transition temperature is widely used to understand the properties of the material, of the properties of the compound as it is, right? So this glass transition temperature will give you an idea that whether your product, what you are going to manufacture for a particular application, whether it will be suitable or not with respect to this glass transition temperature. Now there are several, whenever you will do this kind of graph, then you will find that there are different temperature zone and different transition zone also. And these transition zone are starting from the glassy state, from the glass transition, then the rubber elastic plateau, and finally the flow region where the material starts flowing. So now one thing in case of these from this transition part that we are very much interested with this particular glass transition area. Now when we are measuring this glass transition temperature by this dynamic mechanical analyzer, there are several concepts that are available how to take your glass transition temperature. That is very important. Now with respect to this, we actually have developed one standard, test standard under ISO. So we have a standard ISO 4664-3, which is our developed standard with respect to this glass transition temperature measurement by DMA. So there you can have the different characteristics, a different way you can measure the glass transition temperature. The bullet point, if you look at it, that the peak of the tangent delta curve, it's one of the way. Then peak of the E prime curve, step method of the on E prime curve, or the inflection point method on the E prime curve. So out of this, the most non-controversial method way of measurement is that the peak of the tangent delta curve. So that is one of the way to take home that with respect to the glass transition temperature measurement by dynamic mechanical analyzer, the peak of tangent delta can be well accepted, and in our test method what we have developed for ISO has been incorporated that method. Other methods have also been talked about, but this has been emphasized and has been proven by interlaboratory correlation that this glass transition temperature measured by the peak of the PG of this glass transition peak, you can get a good correlation with the results. Then there are different mode of application of this DMA. One is the tension mode, the type of load in the tension mode, then the bending mode, then the tension or shear mode, then the compression mode. So there are several varieties of modulus, and in different modes you will get the different modulus, but that all again depends on the product to product application. So if your material is used under tension and compression, then you can always go for this tension mode to measure the E prime. If your material is being, or your product is going to be used under the shear mode or the torsional mode, then you can use it to the G prime or G double prime. So all these kind of things are there, and the equipment is so versatile, so you can use all the different modes application, and you can measure this and you can get the results. Now, there are several measuring systems are available with respect to the DMA machine. So there are measurement systems like parallel plates, where the different mode of application you are restricted. That the tension mode you cannot apply for the parallel plates. Torsion mode, yes, you can apply. Bending mode, you cannot apply for this parallel plate. And the compression mode, obviously, you can apply. So where it is being widely used, this is basically used for the foam type of application. Now, in case of this solid rectangular fixture, where you can apply the tension, torsion, but not the bending and compression, where it is basically used for the thermoplastic application. The solid circular fixture, where both the modes are being applicable, that is the tension and torsion, that is also being used for the thermoplastic application. The universal extension fixture, where you can apply only the tension mode, which can be applicable for the polymer film development. And the 3-point bending test, where you can use for the bending application, which is basically used for the ceramics application. And the cantilever bending, which is also for the particularly for the bending application, which also you can use for the elastomeric application. These are kind of application of the DMA. I am not spending much time, but yes, for the automotive and aerospace, we can measure by DMA the cross-linking activities, the glass transition activities, and the modulus of damping. Then for the chemicals, we can measure the glass transition temperature, crystallization, melting, and modulus. Chemicals means not the original chemicals, because if you want to get an idea about that, if I add these chemicals, how my material will behave, how my dynamic modulus will change, how my tangent delta will change, that can be used. If you want to measure that, this equipment can be used to measure the chemicals effect on the product properties. The greases and oils, it can always be measured by these suitable attachment by these dynamic mechanical analyzer. The paints and varnishes, the curing reaction, particularly for the epoxy paints and epoxy varnishes, the glass these curing reactions can well measured by these dynamic mechanical analyzer. Rubbers, as we are all from the rubber fraternity, so it is one of the very versatile instrument. As I have mentioned, that it is one of the workhorse into the rubber industry, where we can measure the vulcanization, we can measure the glass transition temperature, we can measure the softening temperature, we can measure the mechanical properties, effect of feeler and viscoelastic behavior. Now, let me tell you another thing we have already developed, as I have mentioned, that glass transition temperature by this dynamic mechanical analyzer. Now we have proposed another 2 ISO standard with respect to the polymer filler interaction by glass transition by this dynamic mechanical analyzer, because widely used machine for the polymer filler interaction into the rubber industry is the RPA. But this RPA is measuring these glass polymer filler interaction into the GAM state or the raw state, not into the Kyo state. But we, the tire producers or any rubber product producers which are used under the dynamic condition, there the polymer filler interaction into the cured state is also very important. So cured state, when you are curing the material, then how you will measure the polymer filler interaction? This dynamic mechanical analyzer can be used. We have proposed that method. This is hopefully within a 3 years period, it will come as a standard. Beside that, we also developed another method for the cross-link density measurement, because all of you in the rubber industry are measuring one point of time, one or other point of time, the cross-link density of the rubber product to see the state of cure of the rubber product, right? Whether it is under cured or it is an over cured or it is a normal cure, because all these different cure patterns will affect your product performance, right? So to understand that state of cure, we want to understand what is the degree of cross-linking. So this degree of cross-linking, commonly people are using the Floyd-Renner equation, that is a normal solvent soiling method. But till date, there is no standard is available. Very unfortunate part. So here we have measured this dynamic mechanical analyzer, use this dynamic mechanical analyzer to measure the cross-link density of the rubber compound or the cured vulcanized rubber. And then we have proposed this method and we found very good repeatability, and we have compared these results with the Floyd-Renner equation also. And in this method, you can not only measure the cross-link density, you can measure the molecular weight between the crosslinks. So these are the things you can measure it, and that has been proposed from our side as into the ISO standard committee for the standardization of this method. Beside that, the plastics, you can use all those laundry list of activities. You can do the curing reaction, cross-linking, cold crystallization, the glass transition, secondary relaxation, name it, and you can measure that. And beside that, ceramics, food products, and the pharmaceuticals. That is why I'm telling the dynamic mechanical analyzer is a very versatile equipment, and we can use quite well. And without this dynamic mechanical analyzer, particularly the tire industry, feel that they have nothing, and they have to depend a lot on this dynamic mechanical analyzer to see that how the product or how the material they are going to utilize into their final product tire, how they were going to behave. So particularly the tire industry perspective, this the table down is very important. That obviously it is a straightforward thumb rule I have mentioned. It is may not be applicable very easily on that, but this is a thumb rule. Yes, the desired value, that is the tangent delta, has been considered for this for the prediction of the performance of the tire. So the high tangent delta at minus 10 degrees centigrade is being considered as for the ice traction. I am very much, I am very simple way I am telling. It is not that simple, but it is a standalone practice. Then very high tangent delta at 0 degrees centigrade is being considered as good for the weight traction of the tire. Particularly for the summer tire, this weight traction is one of the very, very important parameters. And the very low tangent delta at around 30 degrees centigrade is being considered for the rolling resistance application. Now, all these 3 points are very, very important for tire application, because all of you know that tire, when it runs on the road, it consumes a lot of energy. And because of the consumption of the energy, they are producing a lot of greenhouse gases. They generate a lot of greenhouse gases, that is a carbon dioxide. Now, this carbon dioxide greenhouse gas is basically creating a lot of carbon footprint. Now, to reduce the carbon footprint, the tire industry are continuously working on to reduce the rolling resistance with the support of the materials. These material supports came from the polymers, material support came from the fillers, material support came from the different varieties of resins, material support came from different varieties of cross-linking systems. Now, all these permutation combination, the tire industries are working to address the rolling resistance as low as possible, to address the safety, that is the grip at low temperature, that is a 0 degree centigrade temperature, as high as possible. And if you are making the snow tire or the ice tire, then you have to make your ice traction as minus 10 degrees centigrade as high as possible. So these are all, and ultimately you should not forget that with maintaining all these things, you also have to perform that the proper mileage. You have to give the mileage of the tire. So all these are contradictory to each other. So that is the reason the tire industry people's life is a nightmare. So they are always constantly trying how they do the permutation and combination, and this is the only instrument one way it can give a very good idea very quickly whenever you are developing any new material, whenever you are developing any new compound, and for the tire application, they can get a very quick information or very quick info about all these activities, and all these information can help them to facilitate their development activities and reduce the development cycle. So this is one example has been shown to you that that is a blend A and blend B, that is a different polymer blend A and polymer blend B. The first one is showing that the glass transition temperature, that is a peak of the DMA curve, is towards the left hand side, and the blend B is showing that the glass transition temperature, that is a peak, is towards the right hand side. Now, if you look at it at the x-axis, the x-axis is basically the temperature, where it has been scanned from minus 40 degrees centigrade to plus 40 degrees centigrade. Now, if you look at the yellow curve, which is the right hand side blend B curve, then you will find the glass transition temperature is towards the right hand side, right? So when it is the right hand side, and if you look at the 0 degree centigrade temperature, the tangent delta as compared to the blue curve is quite high. So it will give a better weight traction. And simultaneously at my 30 degrees centigrade, if you look at the tangent delta, it is lower than the blue graph. So it will also give that we also mentioned that 30 degrees centigrade lower tangent delta will give you the better rolling resistance. So this is a kind of example I have set out, but this is a kind of ideal situation. We have to be, as I have mentioned, the tire industries are basically striving on to achieve this kind of curve with respect to the different material combinations. And these are the basically the ideal tire for application for the summer application. Beside that, there are several others like interfacial interaction between the polymer filler. You can very well characterize. I have already mentioned that. We have also proposed that method with respect to this, the first point. The second point, the dynamic heat buildup. That is another important parameter you can measure, because nowadays the conventional heat buildup equipments, manufacturers are not manufacturing this. So you have to find some alternative. This DMA is one of the alternative to measure the heat buildup properties if you have some kind of attachment. So that attachment you have to develop, or you have to interact with the customer or manufacturer to develop that one. So we in our system, we have developed that machine, and we can measure these dynamic heat buildup properties under different conditions. And it can also give a very good idea about what is the heat buildup, because ultimately we all know, particularly this heat buildup is basically for the any product, rubber product which are dynamically used, right? We all know that when any rubber product is used under dynamic condition, the failure basically takes place because of the heat buildup, and that heat buildup ultimately cause the mechanical failure. So that is the reason the heat buildup in the rubber industry is one of the very, very important characteristics. So DMA can give you that information. You can measure the quantitative estimation of the filler polymers by this filler-filler interaction with the dynamic mechanical analyzer, and also that cross-linking, as I have mentioned to you. We have also proposed this cross-link determination. These are all from my side to share with you with respect to the application of the dynamic mechanical analyzer into the rubber industry. Now, if you have any questions, I would love to answer. Or if you do not have any questions, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It was a very good session on learning and training. I have one question coming back to the latex industry. Can we use DMA for the latex characterization?
Latex characterization, madam, yeah, this is basically water-based material. So yes, if you can make a film out of it, then you can use that material. But again, you have to select the grip, because when you are making the film, that film is not cured. It is only a casting film. So that film, whenever you want to measure it, your load cell as well as the grip has to be appropriate, like the film of the polyethylene, the plastics, whatever the way you use. But you can use that material.
But then, like what type of product is there is no or not much filler we are not adding?
Not required. Not it will not be a problem if you can have a shrinkage-free film, and if you have a proper grip and also the proper load cell, then you can always measure whatever the dynamic properties you want.
One more question I have. We go for DC measurement with DSC and DMA.
You want to measure the DSC and DMA, yes.
There is a delta.
Absolutely, yes. Yes.
And do you think it is much closer to the concentration temperature where never reaches to that? It's always getting higher.
Yeah.
So then which one we should consider?
That depends on what kind of application you are in, right? If your product is under dynamic application, it is always preferred to measure the glass transition temperature under the dynamic condition. If your material is under the static application, then it is always better to measure the glass transition temperature at the static application. That is why the user, the product user is better, they know better that what kind of mode you have to use it. Even if it is a dynamic application of your product, you also understand that what kind of frequency or what kind of strain that it is being under utilization. So accordingly, you have to select your mode of analysis. So the product knowledge is very important, or application knowledge.
Thank you very much for your good presentations. Normally, we calculate the grossing exit by purely and position to NC is also in that. But how you determine this your NC costing density or molecular rate in costing and by the DMA method is highlight something about
because we are not discussing any method here. So until it will not be published, we will not be sharing that one, right? So let us publish that one, that method, and then you will come to know. But it is nothing but the E prime measurement, and then on the basis of that, we measure that clustering density.
Thank you very much for a nice presentation and analysis. When you work on a system, from a composite or polymer plant, with two components, then two TG values will be there.
Yes, if yes, yeah. So if you are make a composite of two different TGs and the variation between the two like two rubber, one rubber has a TG of minus 35 degrees centigrade, another is a minus 80 degrees centigrade. If you blend these two, then obviously you will get two TGs, right? So that means they are not compatible properly. So if you want to make a compatible of these two TGs, then you have to add some compatibilizer. Now there are also some restriction. It is not always possible that using the compatibilizer, you can vast different TG, you can make a single TG. You will not get. So it is up to you what kind of, again, that application, right? Suppose let me consider about my tire application, right? I want the low temperature, high glass transition temperature, but low temperature glass transition temperature, low glass transition temperature as well as high glass transition temperature. These two are my requirement because low glass transition temperature will help me to get the wet traction and high glass transition temperature will help me to get the dry traction. Now, if is these two I want, I should get use two different rubbers to get these two different benefits. But ultimately, it is not happening because if I do this kind of blending, then it is a while curing, I will not able to get the curing actually. There will be a mismatch of curing, right? So judiciously, we have to think about that what kind of blend we can use it for a particular application. Exactly.
Sir, I think you made one very complex topic of DNA very simple. That is one point. I just have one question. For example, in DNA, we normally do sinusoidal deformation, but we know in tire, whenever we measure the running resistance, we are trying to correlate the actually fast deformation. And because sinusoidal deformation actually is with the frequency very low, we make one result in DNA where the deformation is pulse also to the effect of better RFC.
Yes, yes. Because now the pulse DMA is also available. People can do that one. If you, I should not name because they are already representative here. Metravip or Asium is there. So their DMA also can measure that pulse measurement by the multi-DIN software. If you can use the multi-DIN software, so you can measure the pulse mode also. But yes, you are correct. The tire or particularly the tire application, it is not a sinusoidal, right? It is always in the pulse mode. But it has been proven through different experimentation that if you measure the sinusoidal experiments also with your compounds, then you can get a good correlation with your performance. Now, I have shown you one table that minus 10, 0, plus 30 degree. It may not be the same temperature, right? So it depends on what way the industry is doing their correlation with their product performance, right? This is only a thumb rule I have shown you. So in the sinusoidal mode also, you can get the results and you can correlate with your performance, both indoor as well as outdoor performance, to see that which one is fitting you best under the sinusoidal mode, right? Pulse mode is not a very easy analysis, right? There are a lot of complications are there, particularly the DMA, whatever the present use. If you're using MTS, maybe you can have some kind of good reproducibility. But in case of the pulse mode, the DMA is sometimes you will get some kind of I should not say that you should not get. You get it, but it is a kind of complex situation. So it is always better in your sinusoidal mode. You can correlate your performance prediction with your actual product performance.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all the questions. Thank you very much, Dr. Sajid Nas. Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much. Lots of questions. So you can ask more questions during the coffee break. We have a coffee break now. Before we let you go for coffee break, we invite Mr. Pandey to give a total appreciation to Dr. Sajid Nas. Excellent topic. Make it very, your point is very relevant. Make it very simple to understand the MBA. Thank you very much, Dr. Sajid. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so let's have a coffee break for 15 minutes. We'll come back. Yeah? 15 minutes, okay? Enough? Then, okay. Yeah? Let's take a break, have some hot coffee and tea. Come back here in 15 minutes. Yeah? Thanks.
Or is that helping all right?
Open up from the routine this thing, just actually participating these things, knowledge, but having a gaining.
Presentation next time.
Swami.
Yeah, but I invite many times. I can take inviting him. We are still there. We are looking for it.
And now only colleague guest, that is classmates, parties.
Oh, is it?
They study together.
Oh, yeah. I mentioned it this morning.
No, so when he was
You made it, sir? On time? Oh, first time. Oh, this is you. Classmates. Right now. All right, right. So, if you have been. Yeah. Oh, no, we skip it. Because the Hall of Fame is already done. You can move. So, we still on. Still on little 10 minutes. Once it's done, okay, fine. Yeah. So okay, good. Yeah. Fine. Yeah. So no change in the. By the way, yeah.
हाँ बोल दीजिए सर। वीडियो में दिखा देता हूँ प्रेजेंटेशन ना।
Last minute you should
हाँ.
not come. The program is going well. Why should
one man army?
Only थोड़ा I don't know whether I'm old. थोड़ा सा clarity दीजिए.
I tried that one. Yeah, the screen itself.
No.
I think. Yeah.
Am I right or
Yeah,
not?
I also
Yeah,
felt on the
fair.
distance. Yeah.
On distance.
Yeah,
Because but crowd is there, so you can't reduce the distance.
Yeah. So.
And particularly when something is in color.
Yeah.
When that time small thing I have not seen.
Yeah. I know that when it's so small, I have a difficulty. I agree.
Kishore. One minute, I have better Kishore.
So you take all the 5?
No. Click it.
Okay.
You have your name is there. Rubber innovation.
Yeah, okay.
And then corporate video latest.
Corporate video I will give you.
No, ये ना corporate.
नहीं मैं दिया होगा आपको।
वही कॉपी किया, ट्रांसफर किया उसको।
अच्छा उधर ट्रांसफर किया। कहाँ ट्रांसफर किया?
इधर नीचे। अच्छा।
देखते हैं।
Just have a. That is a great time. You are only individually doing all this job. Really admire. So it is come.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Yeah.
It is also good. I have not seen it. This is why it's only 10 stories.
Yeah.
I take only 10 minutes. And that video.
Yeah. Let's do it.
I don't want to take more time, but just want to that video also.
Video is there.
You just see, we will show you. Kishore. Your size also will come to it. So bigger.
No, there is 2 videos or 1 video is just check it and 1 deleted.
Photo deleted.
Yes sir, good evening.
The file is big file.
Yeah.
So sir, do me a favor. Actually, so can you talk to Pawanji or can I talk to Pawanji to call him? Oh, thank you.
Yeah, just click.
Which one? There are 2.
That's why.
No, yeah, this you delete it. Music you delete it. You delete it. Now you just sound. They're taking time.
Sound नहीं है इसमें. नहीं. That's why, sir, with the music.
No, that is different. No, that music is different. Sound. Just see.
Yeah.
I have the WhatsApp also. I run in mind that it will sound like that. That's not enjoy it.
The video there in your video.
Yeah, could WhatsApp you on the show, right?
Not paying.
No, no, there are emails.
Last thing, hey, can you check audio? Because movie का audio नहीं आया. चल.
Maybe transfer to transfer. What I am doing, I am giving you a press file right now.
Where will transfer?
I am transferring in my pen drive and giving to you.
Then we'll delete that.
Yeah, you will delete and you will play it with in my laptop and explain.
Or even my laptop, okay. So that is why we should try now.
audio नहीं आ रहा.
One also.
अभी
Yeah,
उस
online का है क्या?
नहीं नहीं ये वीडियो कंप्यूटर में.
अच्छा, वीडियो प्ले करिए ना. So that's it. Chalo, thank you very much.
Want to run it? Just give it.
At the end of that,
Yeah.
I just to safeguard the whole program. You should not forget. I'm a little bit cautious always.
Yeah, understood. Understood.
Last minute people get upset and we are doing something here, and then you are under tension. You'll make more mistakes. So do in advance, no? Safe.
Yeah.
Now even problem comes, I can call you. You know that it is everything is working. It was there. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. Take a minute. There you go.
Thank you.
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm participating in your rubber quiz also.
Okay, good.
Just one question I have to find the answer right now.
Ask anybody you like.
No. I will do it by myself.
Okay.
Tomorrow there is time, no?
Up to 30. You can
Up
finish.
to 30. Oh.
Yeah.
I uploaded my presentation, which is in the desktop.
Already there?
Yeah.
In my folder?
No, not in the folder, in the desktop.
Oh.
Sir, আপনার কখন presentation?
এই তিনজন স্কলারের পর।
Yes, sir.
Make the move.
Wait.
Yeah. So tomorrow.
I'm expecting to join the clinic, man. How can
Hey,
you go?
he just যাবে কেন?
Check
I
this.
have to rush because my trailer is like, এরা করে একটু রাখো না, কি আছে কি আছে রাবার ক্লিনিকে অ্যাটেন্ড করে যাও না, তোমরা না দেখলে রাবার ক্লিনিকে অ্যান্সার কে দেবে? If they are not there, who will answer the rubber people? They are the professors. Sir is also here.
Any videos, sir?
Yeah. It is running. I checked.
Okay, already checked. That's fine.
Hey, wow, this first presentation তোমার?
First না, third, in fact, first is the Christopher Robertson, third.
Third presentation নিয়েছো কেন? তুমি আসতে পারো খড়গপুর থেকে?
খড়গপুর না, আমি দুয়াটি যাবো।
I'm going to IIT Kharagpur on Friday.
Oh, that hard.
Yeah, so I want to visit, with the lady at the Kanika. So,
And when you are here until sir, when you will be going back?
30, same day.
Friday itself.
Friday night. Yeah. Because I had to go to Malaysia. We have a rubber conference there. So, yeah.
So you are a globetrotter. Very good.
I thought that you will be leaving immediately. Otherwise, I would have also made a plan visiting my lab also.
I was there last time, right?
No, no, means with.
Oh, yeah, I see. Yeah, yeah. Actually, that's she good contact. When you join us, IIT Kharagpur, you want to come with us?
I'm going to Bangalore. I mean,
Okay.
Mysore.
Okay. Oh, for the NABL? Are you part of the NABL or?
Check it out. My project. Speakers.
Yeah, I saw it. Thanks, man. Okay, 10 minutes. I just realized that I'm 30 minutes behind the schedule. We need to catch up. Mr. Rami has already told me, Peram, you are late. Yeah. So I'm going to ask next speaker, keep on the time. Yeah. So the next speaker is Miss Parvasha Maji. She is a Prime Minister's Research Fellow at Rubber Technology Center, IIT Kharagpur. She's also an advisor of the Professor Kinsuk Naskar, and she'll be giving a talk on the influence of accelerated nanofibrillar cellulose on the shape memory behavior and the mechanical properties of SCBS. What we should do? Welcome her, guys. Come on. Yeah.
Good evening, everyone. No, why?
Okay, fine. Okay.
I'm Urvasha Maji, Prime Minister Research Fellow from Rubber Technology Center under the supervision of Professor Kinsuk Noskar. And my topic of discussion is influence of accelerated nanofibrillar cellulose on the shape memory behavior and mechanical properties of ACBS. So these are my contents. I will talk about what is shape memory behavior and why ACBS shows shape memory behavior and how we can improve it further. So styrenic block copolymers are phase separated system having polystyrene end block and elastomeric middle unit, and that can act as cross-linked rubber, and also these are reprocessable in nature. And ACBS is styrene ethylene butylene styrene. It is one tri-block HBC with saturated mid block, and they have excellent hydrolytic and oxidative stability because of their saturated nature, and also they are transparent in nature and non-toxic, and they work as an excellent matrix for stretchable electronics, strain sensor, and fuel cell, and also in biomedical applications like blood pouches and medical tubes and bags. That is, they can act as a sustainable replacement of plasticized PVC. And also their potential application is shape memory polymer. So shape memory polymers are these are we can change shape and we can fix shape. These are stimuli responsive material, so that can be deformed and fixed in a particular shape, and once they are exposed to external stimulus like magnetic field or electricity or temperature, then we can recover the original shape. So they can be used extensively in transparent dental fixture, in smart grippers for soft robotics, and also in medical applications like self-tightening suture and self-expandable stains. So why ACBS is showing shape memory polymer? Because of presence of both plastic phase and elastomeric phase in the same matrix, and also their temperature dependent cross-link strength. That is, at higher temperature, when crosslinks are weak, we can deform the shape, and if we reduce the temperature, then that deformed shape will be fixed, and on increasing the temperature, we can recover the shape. But the problem with ACBS is generally it shows shape memory behavior at very high temperature, that is 90 to 100 degrees Celsius. So in order to improve their behavior, researchers have tried to incorporate other crystalline material like paraffin wax or polycaprolactone that can form a percolating network within ACBS, and this network destroys at higher temperature. So they form crystalline domain having melting temperature of 50 to 60 degrees Celsius, and they destroys at higher temperature. So by this way, they improve the shape memory behavior. But the problem is, since they are physically blended within the matrix, there is leakage problem. At higher temperature, they can leak, and also their crystallization or domain formation is not localized. That is, if we make a product out of it, the materials, paraffin wax or PCL, it can move from one part of the product to the other part. Thus, their cyclic stability, it will not be there. We will not get same amount of fixity and recovery on repeated cycle. So our idea was, if we can surface modify cellulose nanofiber in such a way that we can graft long chain acyl groups having 13 to 14 straight carbon chain, and that can form crystalline domain due to self-assembly behavior of these long chain acyl groups. And if we can disperse these cellulose nanofiber evenly within ACBS matrix, as they are grafted on the cellulose surface, they will show localized crystallization and melting. And by this way, we can get stable shape memory behavior. So for this way, we selected myristoyl chloride as an acylating agent, and we got myristoylated cellulose nanofiber. We have selected maleic anhydride grafted ACBS for the matrix because it has better shape memory behavior than that of pure ACBS, and also dispersing cellulose in maleiated ACBS is much easier comparative to normal completely hydrophobic ACBS. So we surface modified nanocellulose to varied degrees of substitution, and we incorporated in maleiated ACBS at 10% loading. And we checked shape memory behavior through DMA, dynamic mechanical analyzer. We quantified in torsion mode, and these are these are two governing equation for fixity and recovery percentage. It's not working. So our temperature was, we selected 75 degree for recovery temperature and 10 degrees Celsius for shape fixing temperature and torsional stress of 0.25 MPa. So for coming to the result and discussion, first we characterized the acylation from FTIR, and also we did XRD study, and we can see that as we increase the degrees of substitution of acylation, the percent crystallinity decreases from 68% to 53%. But the crystalline peak coming from the cellulose structure, that is still intact. So it is very important study for surface modification of cellulose. So currently many researchers, they are trying different surface modification technique of cellulose so that they can use it as a sustainable nanofiller for rubber products. But here it is important factor that their hydrogen bonding interaction is not completely destroyed. If hydrogen bonding interaction is completely destroyed, then their reinforcing ability will not be there, and we cannot use it as a nanofiller. So their hydrogen bonding is still there. It is confirmed by the presence of same crystalline peaks. And also we check their morphology. The acylated nanocellulose is showing less aggregation as compared to pure nanocellulose. And here comes the mechanical properties of all of the maleic anhydride grafted ACBS and acylated nanocellulose composite. And we have got like 80% improvement in tensile strength along with 13% improvement in elongation at breadth. And their storage modulus also improved a bit. And the ACM cryofractured images shows that in case of pure MS, it is complete. There is no filler, but in case of nanocellulose, they are oriented in a particular way. These oriented fibers, they can store high amount of elastic energy, and during recovery cycle, they can improve the shape recovery. This orientation was also obtained in acylated NC. Finally comes the shape memory properties, and from DSC card we can see there is another crystalline domain in all of the acylated NC loaded composite at 65 degrees Celsius. And this melting zone is coming from the crystalline domain formation of the acyl groups, and they contribute to improve the shape memory properties. Here all the DMA shape memory cycles are showing. We have quantified it for 2 cycles to check the cycle stability, and we have got like 97% shape fixity for pure ACBS and only 73% recovery. But on increasing, on adding nanocellulose, the fixity has reduced due to stored elastic energy of the nanocellulose. The fixity reduced to 90%. But on addition of acylated nanocellulose, both fixity and recovery percentage increased to 94% and 92% respectively. And here in video, we are showing opening up from spiral shape to completely straight shape. That is the design composite is showing shape memory behavior. So in conclusion, we can say that this partially substituted nanocellulose is more compatible within ACBS matrix, and they can act as a reinforcing filler also. They can improve the mechanical properties, and this self-assembly behavior of acylated nanocellulose, it can act as a very good material to improve the shape memory behavior of several plastics and thermoplastic elastomers, and also we can check it for other materials also. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions to your question? Okay, I have one question at least asked there. Young people, yeah? Yes, okay, Rona, thank you very much. I'll give you 100 rupees. Thank you. Thank you, Purvasha, for your nice presentation.
Thank
so, it's a really nice topic, but can you understand that what is the application temperature you're looking for your product?
Currently, it is, I have checked that at 75 degrees Celsius. So for recovery anyway, you have to use that 75 degrees Celsius.
Okay, so,
application temperature is, since if you want to use it for soft robotics or smart grippers, then temperature is not a bar. You can use it at 100 degrees Celsius also. But for biomedical application, it is quite high. So we have to reduce it further.
Yeah, thank you. That was thank you for that. Yeah. If you're a big hand, may I request Dr. Basu to present a personal appreciation to.
Well done.
Thank you. One more time, guys. Girl, yeah, come on. Thank you. Okay, let me have a look at the next presentation. I think I missed it. Let me have a look. It's not put in there. No worries. It's you know the file name, right? Presentations. Okay. What's the file name that you put?
Same Rubber Innovation Forum, Piyush.
Here you go. Yeah? Yes. Thank God. Sorry that I missed it. Yeah. Try to make it 10 minutes exactly. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, guys. Our next speaker is Mr. Piyush Gupta. Is also from the Rubber Technology Center, a research scholar, IIT Kharagpur. Is going to give a talk on the flame retardant silicon rubber compounds, properties and performance. Before he starts, give a presentation for every young students. I like to have a loud applause from all the senior people. Yeah. Okay, guys, come on. All yours.
Very good evening. Hello. A very good evening to all. My name is Piyush Gupta. I'm working under the joint supervision of Professor Santanu Chattopadhyay and Professor Naranjan Das at Rubber Technology Center, IIT Kharagpur. My topic of presentation of today is flame retardant silicon rubber compounds, their properties and performance. So before starting my presentation, I would like to give you an overview of the contained part of this presentation, which comprises of the introduction of silicon rubber and different type of flame retardant which have been used in this work. And later on, I'll discuss about the materials and method which I have used for this research work. And later on, I'll discuss about the formulation and different characterization technique which I have been followed in this work for getting the results for the different properties and flame retardant performance. And afterwards, I'll conclude it with the research outcomes of this work. So about silicon rubber, as we all know, it is one of the most important type of synthetic rubber, which is having very outstanding properties, like having excellent electrical properties, low temperature flexibility, high temperature stability. But because of having inorganic backbone of silicon oxygen bond. But in electrical and electronics field, the flame retardant requirement is very much high. So because of that, it is having LOI value of 18 to 24. So which to rise up the bar of the LOI value of silicon rubber, we need to add some or incorporate some type of flame retardants into it to raise the bar of LOI. Once it is having a drawback, once it gets ignited, then it burns the entire matrix fully. And from that silicon rubber market size, you can clearly see from 2024 to 2030, it is going to be increased by more than 50%. And it is widely used in different areas like biomedical, constructions, electrical, and aviations. So what is actually a flame retardant? So a chemical which is added to the combustible polymers or different type of materials to make them more resistant to fire. So to minimize the fire risk of polymer, so different type of flame retardants are added. So conventionally, halogenated type of flame retardants were added into the polymers, but due to government regulations, because of environmental concern and health issues, one of the halogenated type of flame retardant I have mentioned here, which is decabromodiphenyl ether, which releases very much high toxic gases when it works as a flame retardant. And from the fire triangle, you can also see three type of things are required for the fire to exist, like oxygen, fuel, ignition. So for flame retardant certified electrical equipment, we need to cut down any one of them. And from that, because of halogenated type of flame retardants are nowadays phased out. So people are moving towards different type of other flame retardants available into the market, like inorganic type of flame retardants like ATH, MGH. But we have to incorporate at very high loading to achieve the similar results as we get in bromine or halogenated type of flame retardants. So it is also showing the drawbacks, because as we all know, silicon rubber is having already very poor mechanical properties, and after using that much of loading of around 60%, so the mechanical properties are going to get hampered a lot. So here I have shown you the different type of flame retardant mechanism, like phosphorus and halogen type of flame retardants act as a gas phase, which quench the free radicals or H dot or OH dot, and remove the concentration of oxygen from the environment to cut down the oxygen supply to the fire. That is how it works. And into the endothermic, which is the type of inorganic type of flame retardants like ATH and MGH, which when they come into the contact of fire, they release water molecules that quench the pyrolysis rate, and that is how it works. In case of char forming, which is also commonly known as intermittent type of flame retardant, So these type of flame retardants provide a charge protection layer over the surface. So that is how they cut down the fire or oxygen supply and cool down that, and it also acts as a smoke suppressor. So in this work, I have used very sustainable basalt filler into the different forms. So it is in powder form, fiber, and flex form. So you can also clearly see from the morphological images, they are having different aspect ratios. And basalt filler is actually we occupied it from the igneous and the volcanic rocks while melting at a very high temperature of 1500 degrees Celsius and extruded at different sizes according to the need. So it is having the very good key properties like very high flame retardancy, very high thermal insulation, and different type of like impact and chemical resistance and very high tensile strength. And it is having a broad applicability into the field of construction and different. And here, apart from that, I have used expandable graphite and the combination of ammonium polyphosphate, which is a type of phosphorus type of flame retardant. So they work in synergy. They both combination is called a synergistic type of intermission type of flame retardant. So here, this is my formulation. In this work, I have used 4 different type of basalt filler. The first one is in powder form, and the second one is in microfiber. Third one is fiber, and fourth one is flex form, which is in plate form. So I've used all in 20 PHR because I have optimized 20 PHR of loading. That shows very good mechanical properties. So and in SR6 I just used 20 PHR of intermission type of flame retardant, and from SR7 to SR10 I have shown the synergistic effect between the basalt filler and the intermission type of flame retardant. So from the method which I have used in this work, you can see clearly from the right side diagram. First, I followed the mastication, and afterwards, I have done the pre-treatment. I have added KH550, which is a tri-aminopropyl 3-aminopropyl triethoxysilane, is a silane coupling agent, which shows very good dispersion of basalt filler into the silicon rubber matrix. Later on, I will discuss about that. And afterwards, I have followed like mixing of EG and APP, which is expandable graphite and ammonium polyphosphate. So from the rheological properties of silicon rubber, I have done the dynamic strain method or a strain sweep. So in this, I have found that a storage modulus is going to decrease, and the loss tangent value is monotonically with getting increased with the increase in strain. So that shows, and from that curve, that clearly shows that SR8 exhibits smallest decrement of storage modulus. That clearly shows a better dispersion of SR8, which is a type of microfiber is used with the 10 PHR of intermission type of flame retardant, which is showing the best result into the silicon rubber matrix in case of dispersion. And which also shows a weakest pain effect. That is how it is showing the best dispersion of the filler. From the LOI data, you can clearly see the SR8, which is having a microfiber, is showing the best result among all synergistic type of flame retardants. But in SR6, which is having only 20 PHR of intermission flame retardant, is showing the best, but it only works at very low temperature up to 400 degrees Celsius. And afterwards, it doesn't support the system for the flame retardancy. And here from the CCT data, you can clearly see the SR silicon rubber without having any filler is having a very high peak heat release rate, total heat release, time of flame out, and maximum average heat rate of emission and time of ignition. But in case of SR3, SR8, those values are going to be decreased a lot. So that shows the SR8 and SR3, which is having a microfiber into it, showing the best result when they work synergistically. And here from the digital photographs, which is taken after the test of the CCT, the material is burnt at vertical flame test as about 1000 degrees Celsius. So you can clearly see in case of normal silicon rubber, it is having many holes over the surface, But when you just add 20 phr of basalt filler, it is forming a compact char layer, ceramic layer over the surface. And into the case of SR8, there is double layer of protection. The upper layer of ceramic layer and the bottom layer is made up of char layer, which is produced by the expandable graphite. So here from the UL94 test, you can clearly see I have compared SR1 and SR8 because SR8 is performing better in comparison of others. So from the UL94 test, you can clearly see that if we ignite silicon rubber, normal silicon rubber, then it is not getting like fire is not rapidly spreading all over the matrix. But in case of SR8, it is self-extinguishing, and because of those expanded graphite char is forming all over the surface. And after 120 seconds, you can also clearly see silicon rubber is still burning, and the total structural damage is happened there. But in case of SR8, it is self-extinguished completely, and the structural integrity is still maintained. And from the morphological images of different type of basalt filler with the KH550 as a coupling agent, you can clearly see in case of basalt powder, those are forming agglomeration, and dispersion is very not that much good in case of like in case of SR3. But in case of SR3, you can clearly see those microfibers are well dispersed all over the matrix, and those interaction between the silicon rubber matrix and the basalt filler confirms that KH550, that same coupling agent, works very well. So about my conclusion part, the adsorption of polymer chains that is confirmed by the morphological images of the matrix, like KH550 is working very good in that situation, in the reinforcement of basalt filler into the silicon rubber matrix, and the enhancement of interaction between the SR8 for the better dispersion shows why the weakest PN effect. And later on, I'll limiting oxygen index value, or SR8, is showing to be going to be increased by 37.25%, and it is also obtained at UL94 V0 rating. And SR8 composite exhibited significantly reduction in THR, which is total heat release, peak heat release rate, and maximum average heat rate of emission, around 64, 140, and 86% respectively. And these are my references. These are my list of publication and conferences. Before ending this presentation, I would like to mention a famous quote from a famous personality, Leonardo da Vinci: "Spark neglected burns the house." Thank you so much.
I repeat, a spark neglected burns the house. Very well said, well said. Any questions to you, please?
I read myself, Manoj. Is there any technical limit to high temperature to work with the telephone rubber?
250 degrees Celsius.
We are using 250 degrees Celsius in the test kit, but we are setting more than 250 degrees temperature.
It goes up to 200 to 250 degrees Celsius in a normal condition. Like thermal stability of silicon rubber is maintained up to 250 degrees Celsius. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So then you should go with the fluorocarbon elastomers, because that is having a working temperature up to 350 degrees Celsius. Yeah. Yeah. FKM rubber.
Thank you very much. Very good. Okay, we'll take an applause to you.
Let's go to the next. Guys, I need to keep up with my time. Oh, sorry, Piyush, please. I'm thinking about my time. Huh? Yeah, Mr. Amir, you put me in my head, time. Okay, please. Mr. Dr. Basu, yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Piyush. Okay, next presentation by Debashish. Yeah, this is online. This gentleman from Kolkata University His works as under the Professor Abhisit Bandyopadhyaya. So another excellent researcher from Kolkata University. Just a second, let me 10 minutes. Huh? Super. Okay. Just a second. Let me deal with this question thing. Okay. Good. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I can use this. Okay.
Good evening all. I am Gavasith Brahma, under the guidance of Professor Abhijit Bandyopadhyay, University.
Stand comfortably. Stand
Abhijit Bandyopadhyay, the Rajavaja Science College, University of Calcutta. Let's start my recent topic of the fluorescent compound development from encapsulated perovskite nanocrystal and silicon rubber. This is the total overview of the presentation. Now let's start. But the silicon rubber. The silicon rubber is highly versatile elastomer that's made from the silicon polymer, which contains silicon, oxygen, hydrogen, and carbon. The first was introduced at 1940, and then having unique properties that got a raw attention of this. Here is the properties: heat resistance, flame resistance, chemical stability, weatherability, electric properties, and water repellency, cold resistance, and radiation resistance. And this is the silicon rubber total chemical morphology. Have you seen that? And the global silicon market here. And the next one is the fluorescent silicon rubber. So what is the fluorescent silicon rubber? The fluorescent silicon rubber is a compound that exhibits a fluorescence incorporated to some fluorescence matrix incorporated with silicon rubber compound. That is the look. We made it. The benefits of fluorescent silicon rubber, that is aesthetic appeal, add some vibrant look to consumer product, and the visual aid, and that is the before and after showing image and the fluorescence effect under the UV, and the anti-counterfeit, the brand safety. You know what is the anti-counterfeit? That is the technology to prevent the counterfeit materials, and for the brand safety you have used, they put on it and get some lights. The fluorescent material, that is the perovskite. But what is the perovskite? Perovskite is a inorganic crystals that first was discovered in 1839 in Russia by Gustav Roche, and naming the perovskite by the Russian mineralogist L.B. Perovsky. The general formula of the perovskite is AbX3 or AbO3, and A is inorganic or organic positive ion. The organic means Fa plus means formanium, Ma plus means methylamine, and for the inorganic perspective, that is cesium. B is inorganic positive ion, that is lead, and O is oxides, or X is halide like chlorine, bromine, iodine, etc. That is the perovskite structure, total cubical structure. The measure, that is the advantage and disadvantage of the perovskite materials. The advantage is impressive photoluminescence properties, tunnable band gap, and electroluminescence properties. But disadvantage is poor stability. When it is contact with highly polar solvent like water or in moist condition, it totally degrades or lost the stability. That is the synthesis of the methyl lead bromide perovskite. First, with lead carbonate dissolved in hydrobromic acid and under the stir it at normal temperature until the white transparent solution is formed. Then methylamine added dropwise. Then it formed the bulk perovskite. After that, CTEP and DMF and toluene dropwise, and they formed methyl ammonium perovskite, nanocrystal, and add PTBR for the stabilization. That is the normal line image of the perovskite and encapsulated perovskite and under UV image. That is the preparation of the perovskite contain silicon rubber compound. The first, the perovskite and soaked with the sealant for the overnight. After that, the silicon rubber and the perovskite in a bravender under the condition of 140-degree temperature and 60 RPM for 4 minutes, and then mixing, add some peroxide, and again mixing and molding, and that is the resulting. The normal light image and under UV lamp. And the FTIR analysis of the silicon rubber perovskite and the encapsulated perovskite. Is the tensile properties. When higher PV is loading, the degrades the tensile property. The tensile elongation reduced on the incorporation of the 0.5 PV, and the catastrophic failure is obtained when PV and PTP are hence category compound discussed for the further analysis. And this is the swelling properties. And have a look. The silicon perovskite composite have the better swelling, the lowest swelling, that is indicate the better chemical resistance. And the TGA and the showing that the silicon and perovskite compound with better thermal stability than others. The conclusion is the successful incorporate the perovskite into the silicon rubber, offer the fluorescence properties, and the higher PV content the mechanical property of the silicon rubber, that is regrade, and the swelling and the thermal property, the thermal analysis are satisfactory and working for the further optimization. And acknowledgement the Professor Abhijit Bandyopadhyay for invaluable guidance and assistance, and also extend my thanks to Devdipta Basu, the Senior Assistant Director and the Center Head of IRMRI for providing me the technical support, and Suman Acharya and Sivasis Chawla for the dedication and contribution to analysis and interpretation of the result. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Devasis. Some questions to Devasis.
What is the role of the Silane coupling?
Huh?
What's the role of Silane coupling?
Silane 69. Silane 69.
What's the role of that coupling?
The coupling agent we have used 2,4-dichloro peroxide materials for a curing agent.
Why do you use Silane?
To enhance the mixing efficiency. Firstly, you have without sealant, but totally tensile property have degrades. So that's why we enhance that.
Very simple question. What kind of application you are looking for industrial application?
The industrial application is anti-counterfeit, mostly looking.
What is that?
Anti-counterfeit.
Thank you. May I request Dr. Kiso Nasser to presentation, for appreciation. Judges, with your mind, give me hand, guys.
Okay, let's move to the next presentation. How are you feeling, everybody? All right. Are you all right, guys? I'm all right. Are you still pumped up, guys? Yeah. I know it's a long day. Yeah, so just for today only. Yeah. Okay. Tomorrow we will fine. I think so. I know that we have lots of topics and we the timeline. Appreciate understanding and okay, our next speaker is Professor Abhijit Bandyopadhyay. I think all of you know him well. Department of Polymer Science Technology. He's also technical director of the SARPOL in West Bengal. He's going to give a talk on integrating 3D printing and finite element simulation for development of automotive bumper using a polypropylene and seeps. Okay, so once again, evening, we need more energy.
Thank you, Peram and Technovis, for giving me this opportunity to speak before you. Today, I'm going to talk about this integration of 3D printing and finite element simulation for the development of product. For example, this bumper, automotive bumper, which was developed from polypropylene and SEEPS. This is a thermoplastic elastomer, styrene-based thermoplastic elastomer. Styrene co-ethylene propylene styrene. So this is the constitution of this TPE. Now, before going to this topic, let me introduce my university. It is a 167 years old university, the oldest Indian university. And it has 60 postgraduate departments, which is organized into 7 faculties like humanities, commerce, science, engineering, library science, home science, and law. And you will find some exclusive departments that are still running in this university. And then 21 centers and various specialized schools, 6 schools, and all these are spread into 9 academic campuses. And we have more than 140 undergraduate colleges affiliated to this university. These are the 6 non-academic campuses we have. So in total, we have 15 campuses of this university in Kolkata. And we have a hospital, we have a sports ground in the Maidan area under the Department of Sports. Then we have a big agricultural farm in Baripur. We have a separate press, university press. We have this ionosphere field station, which is administered by the Department of Radio Physics and Electronics. And also we have a rowing club in Thakuria area in Kolkata. And this is my department, applied chemistry, under applied chemistry, polymer science and technology. This department itself is 108 years old. Established in 1916, means this applied chemistry I'm talking about. And plastics and rubber technology, I mean BTech degree specialization in that, it was started in the year 1968, and after that in 1982 we have a separate department, and the name changed to polymer science and technology in the year 1997. We have an intake capacity of BTech 32, MTech 18, and currently we have 36 PhD students in the department. And this is about my research interest and group. We have 4 groups where in one we are doing 3D printing and this finite element simulation, this work which I will be presenting. Then photoactive polymer and rubber composites. There is another, group which is working on this. Then there is another one working on eco-benign hyperbranch polymers and grafts for effluent treatment. And there is the last but not the least, that remedial biology and microbiology, which we do in collaboration with biologists and microbiologist people. And till now, we have supervised 15 PhDs, 1 postdoc, and currently 11 students are working. Now, a glimpse of some data in these areas that we are working. This is with 3D printing, where we do 3D printing with thermoplastics, thermoplastic elastomers, and rubber plastic blends. And we study the properties of the 3D printed articles. And then we try to integrate with finite element simulation for this product development work. Then this is the photoactive polymers. Debashish has just presented this. We synthesize this photosensitive crystals called perovskite, and we try to stabilize it. This is a very, very important, material crystal which has application in solar cells. But the problem is this, that this is very, very unstable, right? Very, very unstable. It has a good efficiency in converting the solar energy, right, into chemical energy. But because of the, very, very feeble stability, this is not commercially used. So we primarily started with the objective of stabilizing these crystals, these nanocrystals, in fact. And also later on, we moved into other areas. So here you see that the filaments, one is glowing, another one is not. The glowing filament, both these are made from HDP, high density polyethylene. In one which is glowing, we added perovskite. It is stabilized, as well as it is offering this glow, means that anti-counterfeit, what Debashish mentioned, to secure your brand, and particularly in the packaging. This is the packaging grade HDP, which is used for bottles and others. So you can secure your brand or packaging using this kind of material, because under UV it will glow. And also this silicone rubber, which we can also have this glowing appearance with the use of perovskites. Now this is with the effluent treatment, where we develop hyperbranch grafts on natural polymers, mainly polysaccharides, to develop flocculants which are multifunctional and can do selective separation, also simultaneously can reduce the COD. And we tested with the industrial waters. This left one, it is from the iron mine industry, where we have these hematite and silica, these are mixed together. So under selective conditions, we can selectively flocculate them, and also we can reduce the COD. So multifunctional flocculants come COD reducers that we can produce using this polysaccharides. And the below this one, this is for the dye degradation, and this we can do with the lightly cross-linked this polysaccharide materials. And this is for the biology work. This is one recent work where we developed this non-linear star-like hyperbranch polymers, which are nanopolymers basically. And this is one work recently that we have done with these polyesters, which are derived from eco-friendly monomers, and that we have used for the increasing influx of calcium ion in the neuronal cells. Because with age, what happens, the calcium intake of the neuronal cells that drastically reduces, and for that, in aged person, we have diseases like Parkinson's and others. So this polymer, non-linear polymer, which can mimic the neuronal cells, so they generate that ionophores for the influx of calcium ions in the neuronal cells. So this is our latest work. And this is another one where we have developed this kind of nonlinear polyamides which can change the glow with pH, and this we have used for the detection of the change in pH of the milk. Whether it is just for a say milk packet, you take a bit of milk and check the pH with this. You have the color index, and you can find the pH, and you can say that whether your milk is at proper pH or not. So that kind of ready testing you can do with this. And this is the microbiological work, particularly this work we do for, developing, your therapeutic process for multi-drug resistant bacteria. You know the concept of superbug. That is, it is predicted that after a few years of the overuse and over-the-counter use of antibiotics, so these common antibiotics are not going to work, because your body will develop the resistance. So then what to do means how many new drugs you can have to tackle this bacterial infection. So we are developing some nonlinear hyperbranch polymers which are very effective for developing a resistance against the growth for this kind of multi-drug resistant bacteria and microorganisms. And this is another work which is on devulcanizations of rubber vulcanizers using microorganisms. And we have been successfully doing this work whereby we have, isolated this kind of microorganisms which can devulcanize rubber. And these isolation we have done from soil which are collected from different parts of this city. And we also have habit of writing books. I can say since 2012 we have written some 6 books, and this is the latest one. This is the textbook just published in June 2024, and these are the 2 books which are in press, and it will be launched in 2025. And now let us come to this topic of today's discussion. And I have divided this in 3 parts, where first of all I will tell you a bit on 3D printing, then about finite element simulation, and finally the development of this automobile bumper. Now this is what is 3D printing. As you can see that 3D printing process is going on. It's an advanced manufacturing technique. Basically, it's nothing to relate with the new kind of material. It's an advanced manufacturing process whereby the 3-dimensional digital models which are developed through CAD are first sliced into 2 dimensions, and those are printed by a printer, and that printing process is basically an extrusion. It's a material extrusion process whereby the 2D layers are joined together to develop the 3D model or object. So basically, first you need to have an object designed through CAD. Then the software, slicing software, will cut those or slice those or that object into 2D, and the printer will print in, extrude in 2 dimensions to develop the 3D model again. So this, the process you can define in this way, in a simplistic way. And this is what we call it as a additive manufacturing. This is a common term that we refer for 3D printing. Additive manufacturing means where you are adding layers to create the object. And the conventional molding that we do, that is called a subtractive manufacturing, because we need to put off or cut off the flash. So we have to subtract the flash and get the object or product. So that bit is called subtractive manufacturing, and this is what we call as a additive manufacturing. Now, the printing protocol, as I mentioned, that first you need to develop the object through CAD, then dissection of the 3D object into 2D, and then your printer move in X, Y, and Z. X, Y means that 2 dimension, and Z means that 1 step up, and then again X, Y printing. So that it will complete the printing. And this way you can develop both prototypes and obviously the final products. So this is what's being shown schematically, so that you need to have that CAD model, then convert to that .stl file where you will do the dissection. and then that dissection, that command will be conveyed to the printer by this G code. And if you can modify the G code, then you can modify the printing process as well. And finally, your 3D printer will print. And this is how the printing is being done on an open platform. You see, this is what I mentioned, that it's basically an extrusion process. And this extrusion process is applicable for polymers which are, obtained in various forms, like say liquid resin, powder, granules, like that. So when you have these resins and powder, meltable powder, thermoplastic powder, so with liquid resin, you can do printing by this method, that is stereolithography. When it is a thermoplastic powder like nylon, then you can do it through selective laser sintering. And when you have meltable thermoplastics and thermoplastics elastomers, that granules, you can do it using fused deposition modeling or material extrusion. Fused deposition modeling, or FDM, generally we do not refer because it's a patented term. So material extrusion is a more common one to refer the printing of these thermoplastic granules or meltable granules. So what we do in material extrusion, we need to have the filaments, and that filaments are fed in the 3D printer. And with that object, that 3D object slicing, etc., that with that command, that your filament under molten condition is extruded on the open platform to get to construct the object. So here you see, first you need to have the filament. Here the filament is shown. Yeah, here's the filament is shown. This is a filament extruder. Then you have this part design, simple dumbbell being designed using CAD, and how it is being printed. Now, what are the merits of 3D printing? It's a free of complexity, means you don't have many complex steps to be followed, very simple. One would prefer to adopt this technique for making a complex geometry with higher accuracy and efficiency. This is the bottom line, that very complex geometry you can make very easily with lot of accuracy. An ideal technique for faster prototyping. Obviously, you can do prototyping at a very fast rate. The technique is more sustainable, as it eliminates expensive mold design, mold making, and mold maintenance costs. Energy costs are lower than the injection molding. And finally, another important point is that the inborn stress is very low, because we know that this is the main reason for the product failure, that is high inborn stress. So as the extrusion is carried out under very low shear stress, so very less amount of inborn stress is there within the product. So the inborn stress is very, very minimum in this kind of printed products. Then if you consider the demerits, obviously what we see, the parts that are being printed are often mechanically weaker than the molded parts, because these are printed in layers, particularly for crystalline thermoplastics. So a lot of weak points are generated when it is being printed. So that is one drawback, what we call it as a warping, high warping. And this technique is not applicable for solid rubbers or conventional rubbers, where you need to cure or cross-link your rubber, and lower productivity, but that you can take care of by increasing the extrusion rate. Now let's come to simulation. What this simulation means actually, this is another part, finite element simulation, which I have referred, which I have used in this work. So this simulation actually is a model that mimics the operation of an existing or a proposed system. You can model an existing system, or you can propose something and you can check the validity of that. So this is what we call as a simulation, and you can check the validity at different scenarios or different operating conditions for a product. So in this simulation, what we mean by this finite element simulation, or FES, this finite element modeling or finite element simulation is a numerical technique basically, which is used for finding approximate solutions to boundary value problems for partial differential equations. See, when a product is being applied, there are a lot of conditions being imposed for the application of the product or during its application tenure. So you have many variables that your product has to counter. So if you want to have a prediction against those so many variables, so that simple differential equation is not working. So what you need to do, you must have a partial differential equation, that is del y del x. So if you can recall dy dx, it's a simple one, and when it is more variable, when it involves more variables, then it is del y del x. So that kind of differential equation, I mean partial differential equation, you need to solve, but don't worry, software will do for you. You don't have to solve it. So in simple terms, this is a method for dividing up a very complicated problem into small elements that can be solved in relation to each other. Means with respect to one condition or more conditions, you can solve and you can see how your product is performing under different conditions. So this is what we have in this method. So first is to, here you see, first you again have that geometry of the product that you can develop through CAD. So here is the common feature between 3D printing and finite element simulation, that you need to have a model which is developed by CAD. So first step, then in FES or finite element simulation, you must have a hyper meshing, and this is the heart of this process, that you need to divide your that model into very small part, right? Very small part, that hyper meshing. Then you have to solve, means after imposing the boundary conditions, that what are the operating conditions you can have or your product can meet. So after putting them, you develop those partial differential equations and your software will solve and you will get the result. And if you see that the results, with your experience, if the results are not satisfactory, then you can redo it. So this is that block diagram. Again, I'm not going to explain it. So this is, see, one example. Suppose when this tire is running and it meets a sharp object, and you can see that red spot, which is the stress it generates, and you see how the stress is moving inside. And now if you see the portions of the tire through which the stress is moving within the inner part, if you have the tensile strength lower than the stress value, means your product will fail. So this sort of analysis you can do using this method virtually without making anything. So these sort of input variables you can use regarding mechanical property. And remember, here we consider the rubber as not as a viscoelastic, but as a hyperelastic material for solving this sort of problems. Then tensile modulus, tensile strength, elongation at break, hardness, Poisson's ratio, abrasion loss, post-aging data you can put. You can also put dynamic data, temperature in the form of heat capacity you can put, and other indigenous data if you have, you can also put to solve. Now these are the steps. First you need to define the problem, then you need to characterize your material, then you have to create the geometry or model, and then that hyper meshing, then you have to apply load and other boundary conditions, and then you have to select the appropriate analysis, run the simulation, and do the result analysis. Now let us come to this 3D printing work. Now first, why PP we have selected? Why PP we have selected? You see that these are the commercial filaments which are available for 3D printing except PP. PLA, TPU, ABS, PC. You will get these filaments commercially available, but you see that their shrinkage. See, when this, if you consider PLA, TPU, so these are crystalline polymers, but when crystallization takes place, then the polymer, what happens? It shrinks a lot, right? And if it shrinks a lot, then it will develop a lot of warping, right? So these grades of these polymers which are being made into filament for 3D printing, these are not as crystalline as we know. These are 3D printable grades, right? So which are amorphous, and for that you see the shrinkage value. Now we know while we process polypropylene, it is exclusively processed in injection molding technique, where you can counter the shrinkage, right? Otherwise, the shrinkage for PP is 1 to 3%. With injection molding technique, you can have a shrinkage of 1%. So because of this reason, means as in 3D printing, you will be printing your PP on an open platform where there is no reverse force to counter the shrinkage. It means that it will give you a lot of shrinkage and a lot of warping, and you will be getting a very weak product. So because of that, these filaments are, PP filaments are not commercially available. So we took the challenge that if we can optimize the printing of PP, and for that, these are the conditions we selected. I'm not going into the detail. And you see the results, you see the variation, just varying the conditions a bit. You can vary, means you get the variations and also the shrinkage values. And finally, with this work, we can reduce the shrinkage to 2%. But then what we did, these are the XRD data. I'm not going into this, although these have, this contains some interesting data, but because of the time shortage, I'm not going into it. What we did in the next part, that we printed PP under simulated ambience, means we have closed the printing area, and we have we developed a mechanism to heat the ambience such that it is not printed directly in air, right? And we increase the ambient temperature from 60, 100 and 150, and we checked, and you see that we have been able to reduce the shrinkage less than 1%, which we do not get in even injection molding. So with this, we have developed this technique of printing polypropylene with very less shrinkage, and also the tensile strength almost close to 30 MPa with this grade, where the recommended tensile strength is below than that. And then this work with this blending with SEEPS, with this work, what we did actually, we blended this isotactic polypropylene with SEEPS. SEEPS being a TPE, we know that it can offer toughness to PP. And while we did this work, we kept in mind that if we can test the performance of any product, so, like say car bumper, which is generally made with PPCP, that is polypropylene copolymer. So with that objective, we started this work, and we simply blended PP and SEEPS. And another reason for taking SEEPS is that we can have some autogenic compatibility, because in SEEPS, as I mentioned, we have a polypropylene unit. So with polypropylene and SEPS, there could be some compatibility. So that 10 to 30% by weight percent, we blended SEEPS, and then we just printed the dumbbells, tested it, and by applying this finite element simulation and obviously CAD for development of the bumper as a model, we tested the performance. And here you see that the filaments we made, this your dumbbell, and then we did the printing. And this is one data where we compared PP with the 10 weight percent blended PPS EPS, and this dotted one is the blend, and you can see that the toughness was increased to a greater level because of that very good miscibility at this composition. And shrinkage value also, you can see it is 0.8%, because ACEPS offered the amorphous character to PP, and for that we have a lesser shrinkage. And these are the XRD data. Again, I'm not explaining. This is the ACM fracture surface morphology, right hand side for the blend, and you can see that toughening behavior, ductile nature. And this is the design of the bumper that we have made, and here is the performance you see. And we have got about 70% higher deformation characteristics to this blend, and this was tested at various car speed, means virtually the collision was generated at a car speed of 40, 60, 80 and 100 km/h. And this is the data for 60 km/h collision speed. And at this speed, you can see that the bumper can have a 70% higher deformation. It means that it will not fail. That is what we want, that it must give you higher deformation, and it can resist the failure or impact. So with this, we can close this talk. And I'm not going to repeat this because I have explained everything during the talk. And I must acknowledge once again Peram Technobies for this opportunity, and obviously Professor Noshkar for invitation, and Rahul who did this work, and obviously to Dr. Ghosh, Deputy Director, Hassetry, who agreed to collaborate with this work, and this simulation work is done by his team. So I'm also grateful to him, and thank you for for your patience here.
Any questions for Dr. Abhijit? Ask a tough question, please. Okay, thank you.
Sir, you suggested that this technique, printing, is not for the normal rubbers like these, right? But sir, I have studied that natural rubber is already being studied for 3D printing.
But it is not cured in sulfur.
Yeah, that's
That you should mention.
yes, it's not in sulfur consistent. Yeah, commercially people are also trying this thing. So what are the
But have you read about what are the limitations or how perfect they got it printed?
that is what
Yeah, that's the challenge. That's why I mentioned.
associated with that? And why are people still pursuing that if there are challenges that cannot be like
So you need to have a change in the curing technology or curing process. You have to be you have to have a curing process similar to that thermosetting composites that we develop, liquid resin, right? So you have to have that rubber entire paradigm shift in rubber technology in order to make it printable. But TP you can print very comfortably. In fact, this is a, printing work with TP.
Why IPP and is your SEPS blend is used? Why not APP?
Actually, I mentioned that this SEEPS contains that polypropylene unit. So in search of some autogenic compatibility between these two, we blended. Because our objective was to develop a toughened PP with a simple blend, not using too many other stuffs. Because it is styrene, ethylene, co-ethylene, propylene styrene. So because of that propylene part, we expected some compatibility, and that's why we blended. Yeah, isotactic polypropylene and no.
Thank you, Professor Abhijit. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. Mr. Ram, may I invite Mr. Krishnan to give the conversation to Mr. Abhijit, Professor Abhijit. By the way, I want to introduce Mr. Krishnan. By the way, if you need a good book on the rubber technology, these guys will be a nice book. Okay. By the way, you want to get a copy of it? Come to this guy. Okay? Yeah, nice book I was telling you. Okay? Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to the next one.
Next one is very, very interesting. I know everybody is all right. Say yes, sir. Yes. Almost, yeah. Innovations without registering as a patent is no meaning. Okay, so it's important. The role of Mr. Amiya and is what. Second, sir, let me open it.
You have the remote.
Just a second, let me. Yeah, no, just yeah, this is cordless.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because people are watching on the camera as well. So yeah, understand good. Because the camera is on. Okay. Please join me to welcome Mr. Amiya Jamal Ali Dahar. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Piram, particularly because I am attending such type of rubber conference after 24 years. You know, I am an ex-assessor here. So I feel very good to be with my friends and lot of other friends, colleagues. And I am probably the odd man out over here. You know, I am only the government staff at this state and discussing something which is completely not related. Maybe you may be feeling that is not related with the rubber technology, but is highly related with. Okay. And thanks to all of you who were present still now from morning 8:30 or 9, Piram is called on all of you at 8:30 for a group photograph. That message I have seen. But today I could not come over here at that time because today is a compulsory attendance at our office. So that's why I came a little bit late. But still, we are running 1 hour late, almost, for my session actually. And thanks there, particularly for this one, because still you people are clapping. It's in very high voltage. That is the main thing. So today my topics will be related with this. Just forget about the topics. I heard little bit about the subjects, specifications by different speakers, and nowhere I could find that whether they did any IP with that or not. True or false? True. I have made some disclaimers. Please read it out. So first, I will talk about little bit about IP. Why I feel that IP awareness is really we do not have that much, and that is my experience, particularly while talking in different universities, colleges, engineering colleges, medical colleges in our state in particular. When we do research, it happens many a times to all of us. This fellow is saying, look, it is my invention, and this fellow, comparatively older than him, he says, look, it looks like exactly like mine. And somebody even older is throwing away the same product, and it happens many a times in the research. Same product which you have developed, just by not knowing that there is a way to protect it, you are just ignorant, and people are smarter than you do protect your ideas. So who owns your knowledge is very important. Do you have your knowledge yours, or somebody else is having the knowledge? Now let's talk about the Global Innovation Index, because this is the international scale where all the innovation countries are recognized. What is the India's position? Every year, World Intellectual Property Organization, they scale up one Global Innovation Index. Every year, September, during September it is published. So it is the latest data as per the 2023. This year is about to come within a month. India ranks to 40 position. Last year also India ranks 40 position. What is the position of our so-called competitor type of things? Look at China's position. Forget about all these things. These are all top notch. China is very much trying to enter in this group, means within the 10. Probably by this year or by coming year, they will be surely in this group, expelling somebody. Now, since it is a rubber innovation forum, so innovations is a buzz term nowadays, and everything is related with the innovation. So it is a rubber innovation forum also. So innovation is nothing but combination of what is desirable to the users, what is possibility with the technology, and what is viable in the marketplace. These are combination of this called the innovations. There is a much difference between innovation and inventions. Okay, now these are Ray Kurzweil. Ray Kurzweil is a futurist, American scientist basically. He told, the quote was made in the 2001, the 21st century will be the equivalent of 20,000 years of progress in today's rate. The rate of progress in innovations is very fast, and the result is really in front of us. Even the last speaker who talked is, there is nothing like a difference. Now everything is becoming merging, and ultimately this is very important thing. Biological and non-biological intelligence is going to be merged, and there will be a time when we will not knowing what is going to come in our future. Please note that intellectual property is the oil of 21st century. Who made this comment? Is a very famous person, Mark Getty. Getty images we all downloading from Google's and everything. He told that the intellectual property is the oil of 21st century. So unless and until we protect our intellect, it is really difficult to be grow in world economy rather. Okay, so this is the Mark Getty's point. So when you talk about the introduction part, the world economy is changing. It is not like a materialistic value. It is basically the knowledge economy. How much knowledge you are and how you are protecting your knowledge, that is the most important thing. Okay, so very fast I'll be going about the basics of intellectual properties. We know property, property we know, and property are mainly what we know is the movable property or immovable property. So these are movable and immovable. I am not discussing all these things. And why we call this a property? Generally, we feel that is a personal property. Yes, it is a personal property. And why it is called personal property? Because we possess it. And who gives us the power to possess? Yes, legal. It is by law we can access our this thing. Okay. Now, just think that not only movable and immovable properties, there are other properties are there as well, and that is called intangible properties. Those the movable properties and immovable properties are basically the tangible properties. We can feel it, we can touch it. But what is intangible property? We cannot feel it, we cannot even see it. So these are the intangible assets. Yes, brands, knowledge, goodwill, how much knowledgeable person you are, what is the trademark, and all sort of things. So this is your goodwill. Goodwill is also an intangible property. Okay. So why it is called intangible? It is intangible property or asset is also known as intellectual property because it comes from our intellect. Yes, it comes from our intellect. We are very much possessing to get the property rights for the movable and immovable properties, but we are really very much lacking in protecting our intellect properties. So why, if we consider the definitions, IP is a product of mind. Basically, it is a product of mind, similar to movable and immovable properties. It can be used by the owner alone and lawfully by others, with owner's permission. Every year, 26th of April is designated as the World Intellectual Property Day, and in this day, there is a theme. Every year there is a theme, and based on that theme, World Intellectual Property Day is observed. But one World Intellectual Property Day cannot be considered as a single day, what I feel. And this year's, means 2024, the theme was IP and the SDGs, building our common future with innovation and creativity. Again, the innovation term is here. So rubber innovation is there. So there must be something great with the innovations. And all of you are doing the research in rubber and related fields. Really, we are doing very good in innovations. Now, what are the criteria for the intellectual property? Only criteria. They're new. It should be new. But how new? It should be globally new. Please remember, it is globally new. While searching for a movable, like if we are going to purchase a land, we usually give searching for whether that land is owned by others or anything. But here, searching will be a global basis. Different search machines are there. Different search databases are there which are available. It's very costly databases are available, not like Google patents. So those databases are checked, and if it is found that is a globally new, then only you can. It is a single step by which you can proceed for this IP. But there is a confusion about all the IPs, But please remember, in India, we are having all 8 forms. What these are? Patent, copyright, trademark, industrial design, GI, geographical indications, layout design of integrated circuit, protection of plant varieties and farmers' rights, and protection of undisclosed information. It may not be equally useful, everything for all of us. But many or most of the thing is very useful to know at least whether we will be doing IP or not. It is entirely different thing. But at least we should know we are doing research. But out of this research, how much thing can be possible? That is as first you have to identify. If you do not know what is IP and how to protect it, then it is of no use. So what is the examples? These are, I'm going very fast actually. Patents is the intellectual property rights granted by the government for 20 years. Please remember, patent life in India and other countries also 20 years at present for the benefits of the society. Please remember, patent has to be benefit for the society. Without the societal benefit is nowhere. That means these are 3 main criteria: novelty, that I have already mentioned; non-obviousness, means it is not, should not be obvious; and third is the industrial application. Without this, nothing can be patented. And very common example in this one, everybody we use it, is a paste it. The beauty of this is a adhesives, not the paper actually. It can, you can peel it out anywhere from it can stick any surface and you can peel it any times, number of times. It's very useful. It's nothing like a sellotape type of things. This is a sellotape. Yes, it is a patented product. We all are using, but we may not be knowing that it is a patented product. And this is the original patent documents of this stapler. These are original documents. 1944, it is got patented. You'll be surprised to see, look like it is also yes, it is a stapler. And these are first stapler by George McGill. This is the patent in 1879. Is the first single press stapler, and it from here only we got this one. So that is called innovations. You have a particular product, and after adding some value addition, it can be there. Like our mobile phones. Yes, mobile phones yesterday and now is entirely different, and from today tomorrow will be entirely different. Everything is more innovation. Nothing like the main characters, but the way of innovation is important. I'm sure you will be knowing this person, very famous, Michael Jackson, is moonwalk. Michael Jackson is also got a patent. That is a surprising thing. For which, this shoe by which the moonwalking was there, it is against science. Look, it is a center of gravity. So how a person can be standing like this? So there must be something in this shoe. Again, it comes with the rubber. Okay, so rubber is there involved. And this is the Michael Jackson's IP patent over there. So they made in such a way so that you can make an illusion type of things. People can stand in this way. So these are designing part as well as the adhesive part, the rubber part. So while talking with the rubber and tire industry, yes, I came across a lot of patent documents. Many of you may be having some more, or my friend Soikat is having some patents, and others also may be having some patents, but less. It is really, really very less, not that much, which is we are supposed to be, So I just search for one database. Is called INPAS database. It is for Indian Patent Office because my topic is related to the Indian patents thing. So these are the keywords I have used for this one: rubber, tire industry, vehicle and wheel, using this IPC code. This is done by our department at Department of Science and Technology, Biotechnology, Government of West Bengal. We are having a patents information center at our department. And I just collected 10 patented, actually rubber and related patent over here. And these are in the topmost ranking, but still it's very, very less. Only 10, and that is out of taken by huge year gap. Look, this is done by Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, Kingshook may be here, and CET in 2014. This is the title of the patent: a reprocessable unfilled or green thermoplastic vulcanizer for automobile tire inner application. So these are abstract. I'm not looking up all sort of this. You may be knowing much better than me of what these patent. Second one is the IoT based. Look how the technology is involving even in the rubber technologies. Okay, it is made by Sri Ram Murthy Sarak College Engineering Technology. IoT based automotive tire killers speed breaker system. I actually read about this. It's very nice product they have made. It's really need of the hour. Soikos has made something, but the topic title seems to be very, very simple. It should not be like a rubber composition. Actually, he told that your patent attorney made in this way. But anyway, Hassetry has made not only single one, there is much more than this one. But this rubber composition, but just by reading a title, you should give a flavor of this what patent are. Because when the searching comes, title gives a flavor. Everybody of all of us actually, while searching for the paper, we give that a flavor on this what is there in the inside of the topics. So it is by MRF Limited in 2023. Is still under process. Dual setting high contrast sidewall pattern for tire is highly tire related. Then MRF Limited again they also got another one 2021, an improved valve system of tubeless tires. Then TVS Richakra rubber nano composites, again rubber with nano composites, lots of works are going on. So it is based on rubber nano composite for vehicle tire with insulation and method thereof. It is by Professor Ravi Kumar Poli Madurai. I do not know its institution. A puncture guard for vehicles is very, very useful product. He made it. Then Kalyani Maxian Wheels Private Limited Maharashtra, a tapered bead seat wheel rim. It is also very good product. Again, this is Apollo tires and rubber is just a rubber compound for tires. I do not know why this type of title is there. But anyway, they have made some rubber compound which may be useful for the tire or something. And this is Mahindra Nashik multi-compartment tube for vehicle tires. Only this much I could able to collect it because number is really very less. I have given 10 numbers of only patented product, and for a period of almost 10 years. This is very much surprising. Look, we are telling that we are going very fast in developing our economy, but we are very much lacking in our basic component, because nowadays we are talking about the Mark Zuckerberg, why is do all sort of things, but we are nowhere. There is no attempt at all. Actually, they have not applied. All of them are not even granted. Many of them, most of them are under processing only. So that has to be think of. Since I am basically from a rubber background, so I know I really worked with one of the best research institute in our country at that time, at least Hassetry. Still they are in leading, and many of you are in the different research organization or some other institution, or maybe in different institutions. We are doing research. This is very good, but look whether we get something great out of it or not, so that our country ultimately get profit or not. I do not know whether you are doing really great. Surely you are doing great. Maybe you are keeping all those things as a confidential. I do not know. If it is, then I don't have to say anything. But still, it is required. It is a must. These are some just some news articles come out of these patented products. So I got this is from the Hassetry websites. Another part, we talk much about patents, patent everything, but in IP there is not only a single patent. Industrial design is also there. I do not know whether you know about it or not. Yes, industrial design can be protected. Like, look, we are sitting in a chair, and when we talk about the chair, mostly we thought that it was four legs is a normal chair. Yes, it is a normal chair. But look then what these are. Yes, these are also chairs, and these are designer chairs. So who made this design should be awarded or not? Yes, because it has a value addition. Maybe it is a chair, but it's how look. Look, if there are two options, whether you choose this one or that one, which chair you will choose? Surely auto will go for this one. Yes. Tire designs. I do not know how many of you are doing the tire designs as a design protection. I'm quite sure many of you may not be even knowing that these designs can be protected. We are doing footprints or all sort of things, no? But still we are not protecting it. But these has been protected. Companies are very much smart about protecting the trademarks. Yes, that is there. All of our trademark registered. Why? Because it is the advertisement part, no? This one. So they are very much think about this one. Commercial people look after all these about this one, It is not related directly with this thing, but people should know about the GI. It is a one form of this IP. You are still in Bengal, so Bengal, Bangla, Rasgulla. Please, everybody who is out of Bengal must be consuming this one. Oh, Peram, you must give some Bangla Rasgulla. It is got a geographical indication. Don't say it is a patent. It is a geographical indications, but it is a form of IP. That's all. Okay. So there is a fighting between the Bengal and Odisha. I don't know. Many of you may be from Odisha also. And what is this last fighting? Who owns the Rasgulla? Who is the owner of this Rasgulla? Anyway, the manufacturing process of Bengal Rasgulla is entirely different from the Odisha. So both of them got, although we got first time, and this is our department who made this one for this processing. And in India, first GI is the Darjeeling tea, that is from the West Bengal. But now we are not in the front phase. Other state of our country is leading, particularly South India. And this is the trade secrets. And what I have told that trade secrets, maybe the research is going on in different research institutions at the companies R&D level. Maybe they thought that it is a trade secret of things. But anyway, one of the best trade secrets product is the Coca-Cola. All the soft drinks are trade secret. Borolin is a trade secret. These are trade secrets. They never disclose what is there, because after 20 years everything will be open to the market. So they don't go for patent. They will be keeping it as such. That is also possible. Copyrights, all the designs you made now, that also can be design protection as well as the copyright protection. So that can be done. Now in common copyright thing, there are mostly three types of protection. One is called normal copyright. Nothing is, all rights are reserved. This is called Creative Commons. Nowadays, you will find that a lot of Creative Commons are there, and this is a public domain. It is, everything is open. People can use it. You know, Google has given the free to YouTube musics and all small videos, all things. Okay, so this is an example. Look, this is a, you can easily identify which is copied. This is the original one. This is the copied one. It's clearly there. Okay. Now, what is the role of intellectual property between the innovation? So again, the innovation is coming, and here industry is there, because ultimately it has to be in the industry. Otherwise, people are going to consume it. So, in intellectual property is basically between the two. It is acting as a bridge, you know. So, while you are doing a lot of research or you think out of which from your internal ideas or external ideas, then do the research. This IP is basically a bridge, and ultimately it is coming to the market. So why protection is necessary actually, you know? Again, this intellectual property is basically the GDP, as I mentioned initially. So modern economy is a knowledge economy. Not only knowledge economy, it's protection. Knowledge is there. You are having a lot of knowledge. Everybody is having knowledge, but we are not protecting our knowledge. That is the main. So just to give you an example, fantastic. This is the iPhone. Is not, I'm not branding iPhone. In fact, iPhone doesn't need a branding nowadays. So iPhone, if the materials cost is considered, it cannot be 10 to 15,000 rupees, but its cost is more than 1 lakh or 1.5 lakhs rupees. Reason is, yeah, big royalty payments to large inventors who made the individual components, individual softwares, everything. Okay.
Can you wrap it up?
Yeah, very quickly. I'm repeating up. So it may be a breakthrough research, or it may be a Harry Potter type of writing. Everything can be protected and people can earn. So since whenever there will be some innovation, infringement will be there. Yes, like Google's made a car, Google Waymo, and Uber is there to compete, and ultimately there is some infringement. Is a patent. Very nice case study was in US Supreme Court. So who will protect us? Law is there. Again, the innovation is tangible. Innovation is looking after by law, and intangible is also looking after by the law only. And these are made by Romans. Okay. In India, there are different protection, means all the protection, 8 components, they are having some rules and regulations, and these are administered by different IP, means organization in department at our government. Please remember one thing, IP is like banana. If you feel that you have made something, do it immediately and apply it. Otherwise, it will be like the fate of banana. You know what is the fate of banana? Nice looking banana becomes a black color within 2 or 3 days. So accordingly, you have to, I mean, this government policies are there. There is a life cycle. Please remember, trademark is lifelong and geographically life. Otherwise, they have some lifelong, and these are the patent certificates. Everything comes from your idea and can lead to these things. Please remember, a single product can have multiple number of IP. Like this is again iPhone. Patent is a new mechanism, process, copyright is engineering drawings, industrial design is the external features, trademark is this one, trade secret is the manufacturing know-how, and layout design is the same. So out of 7 components of IP is there in a single product. Okay, there are 4 offices in our country. Calcutta is the head office mainly. So role of Indian Patent Office, they usually help us to do all sort of patent and all sort of other things. And again, this is the topics. You should look after something about this. Your research should have some market value and it should be protected very much. Okay, thank you very much. And you know this one, this is, you know how it has been prepared. It is not a, it is an AI product. Do you please remember? It is an AI product. And again, there is a lot of work between this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So, like a comment, please stand by, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, very nice presentation. I have a question on whether a good idea or concept it can be better.
No idea. Concept is better. Look, please remember. Yeah. It should be formed. No. Idea cannot be better. The idea is there. You have to have something out of your idea.
I tell you, some lawyers recommend that a good idea and concept apply for the patent, then carry out experiments. By the time it's on the application moves for proceedings, you can supplement the data. That's why I'm asking whether good idea and concept can be applied for patent and prevent others from getting into that.
It's not like this.
Yeah.
The ideas as such cannot be presented.
Okay.
It's not possible.
Yeah.
Because you have to be in some form. Out of your idea, you can make something, prepare something, and that can be protected in different forms.
Probably idea in the form of design.
Yeah, that can be protected.
Design is an idea and concept.
Yes,
Maybe.
everything comes from idea.
Yeah, because an idea and concept in the form of design, if it is applied or pattern, then process can be done. Probably later on, we can experiment and something.
No, that
Is it allowed?
No, it's not allowed.
Okay.
You actually, if you thought, and if you group, let's also apply this one, then no.
Yeah.
Better to do something,
Okay.
really apply, and after apply, publish. Here, in research community, what we usually do, we publish first, and then go for others. And then the community destroying element, basically. Once it is published, this prior art is there. So, it's better not to publish. Because when they will be asking some question, whether they been published, yes, they have published. It has been published in even in the communicated in the television. No, these are all destroyed elements. So never do this.
Oh, okay. Hey. I have one question on this, or what you were saying on this one. So there is an option of provisional patent and then go for the patent.
Yeah, provisional patent is something that you have done. You are working in any field. Okay, you got some results, and you are sure that out of this is not the end, I may get even better than results. So just apply for the provisional patent. In fact, different provisional patent can class maybe completed letter and single patent.
Even without making a proto, we can go for provisional patent.
Yes, but some form should be there.
Yeah, it's in the paper. The design is in the paper. The design. Because in industry, the design is in the paper, and the comes that go ahead and find it first.
Yes, find it first. You are making some designs, and out of these designs, something will be coming out. That means you have made something.
Yes, it's in the paper yet, but not in the proto form.
No need in the proto form. That is possible.
Okay.
Because that has been protected by copyright. Whenever you make some design, that also been protected by copyright.
One last question.
Very presentation. Just want to understand, what is the typical lead time for, from the application of the patent to the conversion to an actual patent or a trademark or industrial sort of copyright? And B, if there is a case of infringement, then what should be the form of recourse that companies should take? I mean, legal of course, but
as soon as you apply for patent, it is under the government domain. There must be belief, ultimately you have to believe somebody. Whenever you apply in the government body, it is supposed to be not disclosed. Okay, that means it is yours only. If exactly similar what is there published later on, it is by chance, but since you have applied first, government will give you the priority number one. Okay, that is the number. Yes, it may happen. Similar works are going on. Cases are there also in future, in the past also, future also coming into there. It is better to apply first. That means you are giving some protection. Initial protection is there. Then after that you can do some work, and that is actually saying about the provisional thing. It is always better to have some provisional application. It's always better. But there is some time, it usually takes a lot of time, from application final granting of the patent. Now the government has made some changes, and now there is some fast examination possible. Yeah. Thank you.
It's very important. We have to go to the customer and discuss what we are doing. If we don't protect
You do provisional and then discuss to others. No problem.
One last question.
Last question. I just wanted you to explain when you have patents, you talk nationally on patents. How does it work? If I'm an Indian company, I have an American patent. How does it work? Can somebody in India copy my design?
No. In any case, it is not possible. As I told you.
No, but I have not registered my patent in India. I have registered my patent in
No, if you are doing some business, you have to be registered over here. That is possible. Okay.
So there are many.
For a patent a product cannot be similar thing cannot be patented in India language. Ultimately there will be some structure, no? So that is not good. That's why the Sony is using that trademark
And the country where they are doing some business, everywhere it has the payment registration has to be there, and their association must be very easy.
So it is country wise.
Yes.
So
Specifically,
so if I
for a product which is a patented in any country cannot be patented in other country.
no, but how does it work?
But for business
If I
purpose,
go to America,
but for business
I get a
purpose,
patented product and I
no,
start
no,
making
it's a
it.
COVID case. It's a COVID case, you know.
Right.
COVID vaccine actually. They made this product in somewhere else, and really comes different parts of the world. Where they did the business part has to be registered in the specific country.
My second question, sorry, Karan. The Rasgulla example you gave, the end product is the Rasgulla.
Okay.
So you said that the root is different.
How it has been processed is very important. The constituent component, the way it is, you know, people are using this much pH of sulfur or some sort of things, exactly like this. How it has been processed? The main component of puri, which and Bengal are different.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ravi. Guys, yeah, thank you. Okay, please stand by, sir. Please stand by. May I invite Professor Kinsuk, please forward the token appreciation. Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, I'm very proud and giving a talk after 20 years in rubber conference. I'm very proud to host you guys. You know?
Okay, guys. The last presentation of the program before we go for a clinic is on the revolutionizing rubber hose industry. I know we are a bit late. I know when I see the questions are asking, I want to make sure been answered. Okay, may I request 20 minutes exactly? Yeah, it's fine. Tomorrow will be here. Fast. Okay. Revolutionizing rubber hose industry innovations advancement by Mr. Arup Das is a division engineering manager at the Parker Hannifin, India. Join me. He needs to get loud applause. He's the last speaker. Yeah, come on. It's a brave guy. Thank you. Yeah, it's there already, right? Yeah, automatically. Let me take this one out. Just a second.
Good evening, all. I think it's a long wait for everyone. So since I'm the last speaker, even I am also waiting from the morning and going through a lot of good presentations and good ideas. And so I am also a little bit confused what I'm going to present now, because it's almost 8 hours. I have heard a lot of things. So let me see. First, thanks to Peram and Technobees, and also Kingshuk. I'm calling him Kingshuk as he's my classmate. So and when he approached me that to present something, so I was thinking, what is that I'm going to present? Because we heard about this IP and patent. So Parker has a lot of IP restrictions and all. So I don't know how much I can present on that. So I just took this topic as revolutionizing the rubber hose industry and see what innovations and automations that we are doing. So let me see. So on the rubber side, rubber hose. So we heard that this is another industrial product apart from tire, right? So any idea about how old history of our hose will be? Any idea? Even I was also not knowing. Actually, few days back only I was just trying to see what is that. And I came to know it is 350 years old when the first hose came to in the world. It is in 1670 done in Amsterdam. Some firefighters, what they did is that they joined leather to pass the water. So that is where the first concept of rubber, hose came. And then again in 1800, 1820 or 1825, this garden hose came. But finally the rubber hose, which has taken the shape now. And in last 20 years or last 10 to 15 years, a lot of innovations is coming in the rubber, in the hose products, as well as on the automation, on the smartness of the product. So let me go through that. So this is something I thought, because this is the first opportunity where I'm taking to present on behalf of Parker. So I thought that maybe a few slides on Parker, and then the market and the next gen trend that is coming on the hose, some challenges and some key technologies, innovation, and then automation, and see what Parker has come up with that. So a little bit on the Parker. This is more than 100 years old. So in 1917, Parker was founded with one product, and now it is almost 107 years with having a world's great engineering solutions. And if you look at Parker at a glance, you can see we have almost in 45 countries and have 305 manufacturing units all over the world. And this year we are ranked 216 as Fortune 500. So a small video just to go through about Parker.
This is an economy game somewhere. This is nature coexisting with the chemical plant. This is electromechanical welding increasing efficiency by up to 83%. This is Parker. This is a teenager in a safer car. This is a paper mill running at peak efficiencies. This is a dryer and bottling plant using 60% less energy. This is wireless condition monitoring, next generation electro-hydraulic systems, precision engineered pneumatics, and industry-leading food and gas conveyance technology. This is Parker in the industrial machinery industry. And it will engineer that lead to a better job. This is Parker.
Okay, so this quickly gives us an idea about what are the different types of products Parker has. And now I just move on to about Parker India. So we have our headquarters in Mumbai, and then we have few locations like Parker FCD, which call is as a Fluid Connectors Division. So we have got two plants, one at Hyderabad and one at Nagpur. So I'm representing the Parker Fluid Connectors Division. We have different divisions like MSD, the Motions and System Divisions, which is in Mumbai, as well as Parker recently acquired Lords. So Parker Lord in Nasik. We have Parker EMG or Engineering Material Group. It also comes, Parker Lord will be finally merged with EMG. So it is in Chennai, and Parker Filtration. And very recently, we have also aerospace acquisition done, Megit acquisition. So now we have Parker Aerospace also in India, which is in Bangalore. So I need to know what are the products they make actually. So, but that is the new addition. And this is our Nagpur and Hyderabad location for Parker Fluid Connectors Division. These are all the products which comes under Parker Fluid Connectors, hose as well as tube assemblies, fittings. So as we make the hose, we need to have the fittings also to connect the hose, to pass the media. So we also make the fittings, valves, quick couplings, and the connected products and diagnostics. So overall, a very good range of products we have. But today, I'll just talk on to the hose side because it's a rubber forum. So I just considered that. So this is all the market. If you see any market you think over, right from agricultural, construction, industrial, material handling, mining, oil and gas, you will find hoses in every field, and right from low pressure, medium pressure, and high pressure. Apart from that, also we have the metals, as I mentioned, metals. So we have the metals, connectors, couplings, all are used in the agriculture construction division. And also on the right hand side, these are some of the new areas which are coming, like semicon industries, this transportation, thermal management, data cooling. So all these are the new application, new market trends that are coming. And Parker is making sure that we have products in this category as well. If we look at our hose, so these are some of the next gen application trend. So you can see high pressure application, gradually the pressure requirement is increasing. Maybe 20 years back, we have only SAE 100, R1, R2, R12, around 4,000 PSI, 5,000, 6,000. Now market trend is asking more and more. So it is going up to 8,000 also. So some of the machines are coming with motors with higher pressure rating, and we need to have hose to provide that, and that is where the pressure application is going up. Second is the flexibility. Everyone looks after flexibility. Now ergonomics is very important. So if you look at any previous hose, it should be very tough because we are making the hose robust. But now you have to make the hose robust as well as you need to make the hose very flexible. Tight bending. The trend is shifting towards compact. If you look at all the machines, these are all compact machines, and you have to fit your products into that area. So you need to have products which can be bent very tight. Abrasion, this is another requirement. It is always there. We need gradually, we have standard abrasion, we have a tough cover abrasion, super abrasion, so that the abrasion level goes high. And the smart product, everyone is making smart, right? Mobile smart, watch smart. Now we need to have hose also which is smart. So that is another trend. And new application that I mentioned, the data cooling, the semiconductors, these are some of the applications that are coming up. Challenges, as I mentioned, like abrasion. So abrasion and wear. So if you look at our 80% of hose fails because of abrasion only, because it comes under severe contacts, and also this is the big challenge on the abrasion side. Cracks and leaks, the robust design of the rubber compounds or the tight bending, those can lead to these cracks and leaks. Kinks and twists, how we route the hose, how you handle the hose, that can make your hose kink as well as twist. And then obviously the burst and rupture all design depends upon the design of the product. So just look on to some of the hose construction. Basically, it's a three basic components. If you see, tube, reinforcement, and cover. Tube mainly takes care of the fluid compatibility as well as the temperature range. Next, the reinforcement. So this gives the strength. The pressure rating that the hose has to withstand comes from the reinforcement. Now, the reinforcement can be a braided, which can be a 1 layer or 2 layer, or a spiral. I'll come to that, which can be a 4 layer or 6 layers. And the external cover, which mainly protects the reinforcement inside as well as gives the environmental advantage on that one. And if it is a 2 layer, 3 layer, or 4 layer, then you need to have a rubber insulation in between. We call it as an insulation layer or a filler layer, very thin rubber layer. Key technologies. What is the key technologies rubber? This is not such a big technology in the rubber side, but the main is the rubber compounding and the material analysis. So what are, depending upon the fluid as well as the temperature application, you can select a wide range of material and work on to get all the properties that are required under those conditions. Chemical compatibility, a wide range of chemical needs to be conveyed because the main function is to convey the media. So there is a wide range of chemical compatibility is required. And the last is the wire and the fabric reinforcement. So this is a braided hose. So this is the technology how you apply the reinforcement. And this is the spiral hose where all the wires are spiral or they're parallel to each other. And this provides the strength to the hose. Okay, now moving on to the innovation side. So recent advancement. So there are a lot of advancement happening on the elastomer. From the morning I'm hearing a lot of work is going on. And that is where the industry is looking after those researchers as well as the institute to understand what are those things happening and how we can take it into our products, right? So if we look at, so these are the areas where the hose advancement is going on, is the advanced next gen material. Then so that helps us to come up with the next gen hose design. And the third one is the sustainable material. So the world is moving to the sustainable. So hose industry is not far behind. So they have also taken up, and we are also in putting some steps on the sustainable material. So the work is going on how we come up with using this sustainable material and come up with the sustainable type of hose. Smart technology integration that I have seen. So our mobile and everything is becoming smart. So we need our product also needs to be smart and talk to everyone. Then the automation and robotics is in the manufacturing we should have. So you can say that there is a paradigm shift in the hose technology and innovation is happening in the recent years. I'm not going in details, but these are some of the areas where we are working, like nanomaterials, nanocomposite. We use this material, right? But it becomes very difficult because when we are in the manufacturing, the processing becomes very difficult. We can do a lot of things in the lab, but when we take it into the process in the Banbury, in the mixer, we come up with a lot of issues. Then again to the extrusion, because our hose is an extruded product majority. So lot of issues are there. So those works are still going on. Some work on the thermoplastic side, as well as some novel reinforcement material. It's a wire, but the wire manufacturers are also coming up with something new, very high strength material, but it should be very flexible so that we can make our product flexible. So those, some of the works are going on. So I'm not going in details like super high abrasion resistance rubber cover compound. As I said, that 80% of the hose failure comes on the cover because of abrasion. So we are looking how more high abrasion resistance material we can use. Lightweight, another thing which is coming up. So as I mentioned, that the challenge is how we can ergonomics, right? The flexible. So we need to see how we can develop lightweight material, having low specific gravity but achieving high strength of the material. So this is another area. High temperature resistance cover and tube compounds, whose design which operate a versatile temperature range. This is another. You can see here we are looking whether we can operate a hose from -70 to 200 degrees centigrade, because a hose fixed in a machine like JCB or Komatsu or something, it can run in Indian condition, it can run in the condition in Alaska also. So we need to have those compounds developed in such a way that it can withstand a very versatile range of temperature. Self-healing, I know a lot of work is going on, so that is another aspect of development. Okay, so on this side, as I mentioned, this compact hose and all, what is happening is that the outside diameter, the cross-sectional space of the hose need to be reduced. So earlier a standard hose may be in this shape, and now it is coming into this shape. So you are reducing your cross-sectional dimensional of the hose. That comes when you are making your each and every layer thinner than what we have earlier. You are making your tube compound very thin. So as you make your thin tube compound, you are prone to processing issues in the while manufacturing. But that is where we need to develop a tube compound, a very high strength tube compound, which can be used in thin condition, as well as which can provide a very high tensile strength, required elongation and modulus. Bend radius, as I said, we should have the hose developed in such a way that we can, just like a wire, we can make it so tight bending that you can have your routing of the hose in this small area, because the machines are getting compact. You don't have much space now. Forced to bend. So operator who is using or installing the hose in the machine, so he should be very satisfied. He would not require to put much force while he is installing the hoses. Compact design that I mentioned, and high impulse cycles. This is another one, because majority of the hoses are going through pulsating pressure, and day by day the requirements from the customer is increasing. Earlier for a braided hose it was 150 to 200. Now no one talks about 200,000 cycles. It is all went up to 1 million, and now some of the organizations requirements are coming from our OEMs that we need 2 million impulse cycles. So the requirements on the performance is also increasing, and that is why this development on the compounds, on the reinforcement are becoming so critical. So on the some of the work on the smart technology happened, you know, the hose needs to speak, right? It is like sort of like a health monitoring thing. What is the temperature going on? What is the pressure going on? So Parker came up with some RFID technology integration with the hose, so that you can scan your hose and get the information what is happening, when you need to change the hose. So those developments are going on. On the 3D printing side, as Dr. Bandyopadhyay has said, a lot of work is going on here also. With the we have the metal fitting, so we get the proto done through FEA, and then quickly get the proto and understanding what is happening and where the stress is more and what changes needs to happen, right? And some of the sensors we are working on the coupling side, so that in the agriculture, particularly in the field, there are multi-couplers which you need to add at a quickly, so that helps. On the sustainable side, so this is, and I think one of the important topic, and every organization has a goal. Similarly, Parker has also goal that we have to have our carbon emission reduced by 50% by 2030, as well as achieve the carbon neutrality by 2040. I don't know how much we will be able, but we have taken a step forward. So we are also coming up, we are exploring various sustainable materials. So this is very critical for us also. We are also working on that. And you can say we are putting a step forward to a sustainable future. Very soon you might be hearing something coming up from Parker. I cannot disclose everything here at this moment because of IP. On the automation and hose manufacturing, as I said, the operation, the process is becoming so critical nowadays. So we need to have less human interaction, so that your robotics, your automation, you can see the plants, we don't have much resource in the plant. All machines will be doing, so that you get an accurate on the quality side. So those works are going on. Some of the products that Parker has given, I am just quickly running through some of the braided hoses for high impulse performance that I have said, and you can see here the bend radius as well as the impulse. You can say 3.25 times, 25% less bend radius. So these are some of the features that we are adding into our hoses. Similarly, on the spiral side also, here the impulse cycle, you can go, it went up to million cycles. So the requirement is changing. Some of the special products we have, like thermocooling, as well as the new technology as we are moving to the hydrogen side also. So Parker has made some little step on that, come up with some hose on the hydrogen side as well. But more work is going on this side. So I think Parker, being in a Parker and engineering side, so we are looking to make the tomorrow more better. As I think one of our speaker already said, how we can work for the betterment of our society, and also Parker is committed to do that. So thank you. I think that's it.
Questions to other class?
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Professor Singh, can you please present the presentation to Mr.
Last man standing as speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Arup. Guys, we are into the last part of this program today. Before we go for a dinner, that's a rubber clinic. Before we go for a rubber clinic, I have one gentleman who wants to sing, entertain us a little bit, few minutes. So, Banerjee, Mr. Banerjee, have like come forward, have sing a song, man. Everybody tired, yeah? Come forward, few minutes. Come on.
You like to sing a song?
We have another singer.
Okay.
Hey, so starts. I have a time problem. Get down. Yeah. Here. Get started.
YouTube, can I use that YouTube track? It will be better.
Man, sing without it, man. Okay. As time is an issue, presence now. Yeah. So otherwise, people will kill me. Yeah. Okay.
Data team to expert.
That's it. That's right.
It's already on data.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anybody else? And oh, I cannot prolong it anymore. Like to? Amit? I hope everybody's okay with that. Yeah? Okay. Cool. Let's start.
I've never learned how to sing, so please pardon for my mistakes and for a very bad voice for me. I'm actually curious without my guitar. So, but I'll sing a song in English now. It's written by Bob Dylan. This song is surely in the context of what is going on right now, what has happened in Kolkata. Okay, please don't take me political way. It's just some lines I have to sing. Many roads must man walk down before you call him a man. And how many tears must a widow shed before she sinks in the sand? Yes, and how many times must a candle fly before that boil began? The answer, my friend, is looking in the rain. The answer is blowing in the wind. The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The answer is blowing in the wind.
Okay, thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much, Amit and Saikat. Thank you very much. Good. At least a little lighter tone, huh? Yeah. It's been all about rubber so far. So the last part, we're going to the rubber clinic. I know that I'm very delayed. I apologize for the delay. Of course, as you know, it's all for good reason. Please be patient, little more, and then we can have a dinner. So as a rubber clinic's idea is to have a Q&A session. Ask anything that you like to know on the rubber technology, rubber processing. There are many experts here. And this session is sponsored by Finorchem. As you know, they're the leaders of the rubber chemical manufacturers in India, and also Holdwell Components. They're supporting this idea. I wish that I had this session started a bit earlier, but I wanted to finish it. I can't cancel it right now, but I want to finish this session too quickly. First, I'd like to invite Finorchem to give a short presentation on their company and what kind of activities that they're doing. And I invite Mr. Kishore Katkar, Technical Director of the Finorchem, to talk about the
good evening, everybody. I will not take much this time. You have to excuse me because it is too late and people are very keen to ask the question in the rubber clinic. But I thought that the success journey of Finorchem, maybe I will take you through along for last 4 years. You know, this is Acme Group. Acme Chem Group is the Kolkata base, and Mr. Holani, who is our CMD, who started Acme Chem in 1994, and then in 2019, another well.
I'm just saying.
Promise.
There you go.
Yeah. So the vision of our company to be world-class company in rubber and specialty chemicals with a clear focus to exceed customer expectation. Rather than going in details, I think you will go through the video. So I just mentioned you, Mr. Mulani, who is our CMD, who is technocrat, chemical engineer for BIS Pilani. He started a small company in Gujarat in 1994, specialty chemical company. And then in 2019, another company called Merchem. Whatever the reason, it was closed, and it was absolutely necessary that one domestic company which needed to continuity of the supply. So 2019, we took this company, take over this company. With the Merchem Tech World, we have a widest range of rubber chemicals, as well as the huge capacity has added almost 40,000. And in 2022, we merged this two company, Acme Chem and Merchem, to form a new company, new baby. It is Finorchem, with a turnover of $75 chemicals. So these are the rubber chemicals which are offered by the Acme Chem. Now we call it as Unit 1. These are most of the specialty. These are the Unit 2 product, Merchem product. I'm going little faster. So maybe next time when we'll come, we'll discuss individually, or anyone can contact me. Then our journey start in 2022. We restarted this plant, which Merchem closed down almost for 6 months. And any chemical plant, obviously closing after 6 years, it will get corroded. So we have to revamp with the technology. And then we started, MBT is a basic raw material for accelerators. Then sulfonamide is a condensation reaction of thiozols and the different amines. Then in 2021, we started a 6PPD plant, which is again high technology with a high purity product, almost 99% of GC by GC method. Then in 2023, we started a new antioxidant plant in Panoli with 8,000 of capacity. Okay, 6PPD, we have 10,000 capacity. Again, this TMQ plant, as you know, old Markem was very famous about the high dimer. I will not again go detail, but TMQ is antioxidants and it is a resinous material, polymerized material, is a mixture of monomer, dimer, trimer, tetramer. Higher the dimer content is the best antioxidant property, and it has the impurities also, which is called as bisaniline. Again, I will not go in detail, but lower the bisaniline is where, and we proudly said that our Phenorchem product has higher dimer content and very low bisaniline. We also make high purity TMQ, which is going in a special application of tires. Then in 2023, we start a technology center. We comprise of 4. We have an R&D lab, then analytical lab, then the rubber lab for the evaluation of the rubber different molecules, and then the pilot plant. Pilot plant is a very unique in the world, where whatever the products are developed in the R&D, we can scale up to the level of around 500 kg, which is quantities enough to make some tires and evaluators. Then pilot plant, I told you, where we can make a final product in pastils or beads form. Then in 2024, again, we started in resin, because resin is a very new technology. Mainly Japanese tire companies has using more resins. There are some import substitute, some sustainable raw materials. These are different products, and these are the different resin. Again, I think it will take another 2 hours also to talk on that. But all type of resins going into the rubber industry, tire, cuts and tip resistant, tachypiers, super tachypiers, then adhesive resin, resins going in the adhesive industry, we are making. So these are the products which are manufactured from the basically the sustainable raw materials. Then we are also helping in the silica, because silica is carbon for using improve the rolling resistance and tractions, particularly in the high speed car tires. So we are making a new import substitute, silica dispersion improver. And also now the another base is the anti-reversion agent. There are a lot of anti-reversions are there, but they are mostly our import substitute. We have developed a technology with a new, where the quality will be same, performance will be same, but price wise we can give a very sustainable product. So now I will run one video so that.
So this is the contact information of the Mr. Kishore Katkar. Okay.
Rubber keeps the world going. This is rubber. So it's this, and this, and this, and this too. At Phenorchem, chemistry is our passion, and rubber chemicals are our expertise.
R&D is the backbone of our company's success. We at Phenorchem are striving to come out with new products, technology is to solve our customers' problem.
An expertise built through years of extensive and exhaustive research by expert scientists. Research that's made it possible for us to create technological complex, yet cost-optimized products in our state-of-the-art facilities. Facilities that are equipped with specialized processing units from cross-hopper, BHS, Sun-14, vibro-short gears, and amendments come. We know that the marvels of chemistry don't just lie. They're tested through quantities.
We at Kolkata understand the evolving needs of the customer. We have set up an R&D which consists of synthesis lab where molecules are created so that this material will be given to the customer for new product development.
We focus on being a leader through our diverse and impeccable sustainable product offerings.
We have recommissioned a plant 2 years back, and we have reached the full capacity, and we have optimized the technology having 3 decades of experience. And like renewable energy sources like solar power and backward turbine, so where we are able to save a lot of carbon footprints. So we have an EPC system is trying the capacity of the requirement. There is a huge capacity surplus available from the space point of view, from EPC point of view, and we are an expansion part.
We don't just focus on the bonds between polymers. We value bonds that bring us together. Like the one that brought Acmechem and Berchem together in 2019, which led us to being Fine-Rolken, a proud company with a turnover of $75 million spread across 2 locations.
We at Kolkata believe in the chemistry and work. This is amply reflected in the bond that our employees share with each other and with our customers with whom we are creating our future.
This reflects in the bonds our team shares with each other and our clients with whom we are creating the future.
So Kolkata is basically Acmechem technology, having the widest range of accelerators and adsorptions and their processes. Because of the COVID, because of the power shortage, because of the availability of the company, and which affected the supply chain of the very consumer package. So with this background, Kolkata has an important role to play. So this has helped to our customers that more dependence on China has reduced, and the material is available volume-wise, quality-wise, and justice.
To us, the road to the future is clean and green, and that conviction has helped us settle and see through several successful sustainability initiatives and a green rooftop. We don't just add value to rubber, we add value to life. Never tired, never static, always forward. We are Fine-Rolken. We are chemistry at work. Chemistry to
Before it gets clearer, I request you all come to our factory and see what we are doing for the future. Actually.
It's an excellent video. I think you should also get inspired to make your own company video like this. Really good one. Excellent. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, guys. I know I'll address few questions here for the rubber clinic. I'm hoping that some of you, talk about it. Some participants have submitted some points to discuss. So I want to make sure that this be discussed. Okay, so I know it's been a long day. I mean, I try to actually. So I'm going to put the first question is this. I'm posing this question to Dr. Thamani to address it. Yeah, Thamani, over to you. Yeah.
Thank you, Param, for having come to the meeting. Okay. Coming to the first thing, at the loading levels required for meeting with activity and meeting with constraints can be actually a concern of more than 80% Yeah, the purpose is not specified here. Otherwise, if it is a black compound, it's possible to achieve 80%. If it is a non-black, 5% material will be difficult. That is not clear. The second question, I have questioned that the guy who is writing this question is asking for a flame retardant material. If it is so, it is difficult. Yeah. Then you need to put a coupling agent to get rid of the cell. Second coupling agent. No, 80% because well. Not 80. 80 kg from 80 kg. 8 MPa. 8 MPa. 8 is not very difficult. Yeah, it's a black compound. Here, answer the question. Sorry. Okay, with a black compound is possible. 8 kg per centimeter square can be achieved. Yeah, it's possible. Even with a non-black color compound, if you use the proper silane coupling agent, it's possible. 8 kg per centimeter is not very heat resistant. Coming to the next one, other than magnesium oxide, hydroxide, and ADH, what other additives can be used to achieve absorptions and lower loading of tastiness? So, why am I talking about magnesium hydroxide and ADH? We don't need a flame retardant properties, fire resistant properties. Don't need to add. No, we need this. It's the same. It's the same compound. Yeah. The bacteria is for the same compound. Therefore, I am if it is so, then you not use a carbon black here. You put a carbon black, your fire resistance will be sacrificed. Okay. Then you have to go for a silica to the silane coupling agent. Okay. Yeah, with that, the magnesium hydroxide and the aluminum nitrate, positive achieve. You can put a calcium carbonate also. There is also substitute to improve your fire retardant properties. Yeah, how can we now pillars be used for this? Now the pillars we can use it for it's quite expensive. Now the silicon available. Yeah, now the available, but last one is expensive. Now the silica, I think they are asking it okay. If it is cost is effective, you can buy that material, but I don't recommend at this point of time because now whenever you say nano is one, but price wise it's expensive.
What is the purpose for using nano?
Yeah, okay.
That's question he has asked.
Yeah, the last answer. What is the purpose of using nano in that particular compound?
It's not a sustainable. Sustainable, there are other silicon also there. Why do you
All the four references are for the same Ethereum profile application, which are for the achieving code of the profile. So all is part of the same. Okay. If it is possible, you not inside our Ethereum inside with the coupling agent, it's possible to achieve. Okay. At this point, and all over you put it, costing is going to be expensive. You try it is possible, you can use that. When selecting material, it's very important. You select the material with the higher ethylene content. Like to serve it should be higher so that you get higher result and higher resist of the hours. Selection of right grade of the grain is very important. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Any other comments? Anybody on this issue? Maybe you have any other questions you have at your work? That is something that you want to ask these people. Can intellectual property also be used to achieve these specs? If you make these
leach profiles in non-black. So obviously then you cannot get a microwave line for leach profile. If you are making it in non-black, you cannot make up the microwave line. Microwave line won't work. No, there are additives. With that you can use something with mass and such a way that it will be a microwave like this. It's not that with non-black only it will do microwave. There are other additives. You need to ensure that it's polar enough to absorb microwaves. Okay, yeah. Possible. Any other guys, any other questions you have? Dr. Tommy here, he's going to face all the questions you have. Sorry.
So in this year series 4, 5, 5, 4, 5, there are again 3 subgrades H1, HL1, HL2, and HL3.
Okay.
So what is the difference between the three?
Really, I'm not aware of that.
Railway is asking for HL3, which is probably smoke toxicity anti.
Exactly.
This is what I have wondered.
Yeah. See, when you talk about the fire tolerance, smoke density is very, very important. Your flame count is very important. The glow also, how long the witness is glow. Those things are also very important. It should be designed. If you share the specification, I can help you to meet the specification. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay. How many? Difficult questions, please.
So, we know that CCTV is for a ban.
You are listening is not on.
We know that CCTV is for a ban and it is formed in the toxic compound, so it can affect the water bodies. So, what could be the possible sustainable additives in replacing CCTV?
I delegate this. Sure. Okay. Right? Yeah, no? I think people are too enthusiastic about this. So sorry to say that, because this question is asking for every conference. Being a rubber chemical representative, I will say not. So I will answer. Then I have seen this industry for the last 46 years. I'm giving a practical lecture. There are a number of chemicals that have been banned, maybe nitrosamines and all this. So things are, from the student point of view, I'm giving this information. The last 45, 50 years, there are a number of chemicals are banned in Europe. So I'm from Bayer, that's it. But unfortunately, these chemicals are used not in India, even in USA and Japan. A good example is sulfonamide, LBA, EMDD and all this. I'm not against that. There are a number of ways you have to improve. Coming to your safety, it is just a tip of the one solving where the Mexico they are talking about that. Safety, you know the product, what is the applications and all this. So unless there is an immediate substitute, yes, so people are like, if you say any chemicals are there. The people who are working in the tire industry, lot of pollution there. When you are on the road also, lot of is there, the pollution is there. So, okay, I'm telling you, I have worked with the European company. So just to keep their upper hand, these things will continue. You have seen, huh? So how many are there? Last week I was there, I was not in. There is a sustainability clause also, there is a certification has come. Only GNP has been presented. So this will continue. Coming to your CCTV, yes, people are working for that. Now there is immediately, there are 3 more options are available. 773 is in number 1 category, and there are others also. But obviously, first application wise, it is 1-to-1. Slight difference are there regarding the spot safety, etc. But can be done. But now the effect is a toxical effect, and not only the supplier or manufacturer, they have to do that. This is making themselves. So industry is working on that. But only problem is that after that it is a viable proposal, because it will meet the requirement 100%. You have to see that. But now suppose you want to export the tire to that particular provision, then you don't have options. You have to do that. So that kind of products will be available.
Yeah, because one point is, with respect to the synthetic value, there is a TFR regulations that came into by California and Washington DC. That 2026 December onwards, those who want to do the business in these 2 states, they cannot use any 60 to because there is plenty evidence that post-urban is now getting tired because of this. So that is one of the major reasons that people are on their toe. There is a consortium formed by USTMA, and all car industries are a member of that. Those who are doing the research in these two states, and they are really on their toes how to reduce this sensitivity from their side. And this sensitivity till now it is very difficult to get alternatives, equivalent alternatives. Oh, yes. Sorry, answer. So, but where do I identify? It's not that only the supplier, but users also have to be that you have to do that. Because the file identified that kind of criticism identified. Even lignin is one of the material, but still what is going on? The first report has came into, that is a alternative analysis report, that is the first report came into, and it has been published in July. You can, all of you can download that from the website. And the second alternative reports will come into, and they have extended that time from 2026 December to 2027 July. But beyond that, we will not extend anything. And it is really a serious concern to the dairy industry particularly. Thank you.
Any other questions there? I have a question for on behalf of young people. Basically, we all earn monthly salary. So then we have to pay PMIs, right? How many are we paying EMIs? Getting salary of the month and paying back EMIs. So I'm going to ask Mr. Chandra to give some tips about how to manage your money quickly. So Mr. Chandra, particularly other industry people, how their money we spend on, for EMIs, all those things, but we also hear some suggestions, and we have experience with this, so we work on that.
This is the same question given to me. How many of you need money? Raise your hand. Everyone, right?
Ask who doesn't need money.
Who doesn't need money? So since each of us has got some kind of requirement and that gap is there, or somebody wants to grow, so there are two ways of generating income. One is we are getting salary. So with that salary, what we are saying, that money can again generate money for you. Are you aware? How many of you are investing in stocks or mutual fund? Can you raise your hand? So has it helped you? Yes. So okay. First hand experience will take from him.
I am made. I don't borrow.
That's a very big valid point. He's not under debt.
Yes.
He's not borrowing.
Yeah.
Because normally to meet our requirement, we try to borrow. So we need to come out of that loop. This is especially for the students. Right? In your coming time, at the early age, if you start investing your money, then you will feel you are becoming independent. So I give you some few good examples, and my focus is to tell you that since you understand rubber industry better, to focus on industries which are in rubber only, where you will be able to understand. I made some notes, I'll just read it.
Yeah, very important thing is, all any students, you must develop a habit of savings from any state. Whatever you are earning, whatever you are getting it, try to save something, even a few percentage. But this will help you then. Habit is very, very important. We used to say, I have a friend from USA, he used to say, the culture is to live on the paycheck. Whatever money they get it, they spend the money next month itself. Or they use the money for paying the EMIs. That is their culture. But in India, our interest rates are very high.
The borrowing of is very high. We don't need that kind of life. Our parents have taught us that we need to live in a meaningful way. We must try to save as much as possible. Okay, savings is very, very important. Yeah, this should come as a practice and a culture from your childhood onwards.
So how many of you have heard about the word inflation? So most of us have heard. So if your earning is not equal to inflation or you don't beat the inflation, the value of your money is going to go down. So you need to have the financial literacy. How are you going to manage your money tomorrow? Because there are various milestones in your life. Like students for education, they need money. Then they have a marriage, they need a home, they need to settle, they need to settle their children. So complete planning is required. So if you have used your money judiciously, say in 2002, if you have invested rupees 500, the value of the share was 500, and if you have invested 1 lakh rupees, it would have been today 2.73 crore. Huh? और फिर उसको बेच के बीच में same way PCBL was 1.74 paisa in 1919. So what I'm trying to put my point is the investment, saving the money and putting it in the right place. Since we know the industry, I'm still waiting for Finochem share to come out. I see a lot of potential over there.
He's waiting for the IPO.
Sir, I'm waiting for your IPO. So I'm a very avid investor and I keep a very close watch on the particularly industries related to rubber. Man is sitting over here. I'm a shareholder of Ecotex. So I'll tell you a brief about how I look at that industry. I see the leaders who have been the owners and who have run the industry. So you have to see the honesty of the owner, the level of commitment, the product, the growing market. So those who are feeding the rubber, they can understand very quickly all this. So you can choose rubber industry. Just to give an example. So I have, Kiran is asking this question. I'm just giving a few. Start investing immediately. Keep a track of Finochem. Don't pay me. PCCBL, disclaimer. Is there anybody from PCBL over here? I'm giving a disclaimer. Within 9 months, it's going to become dull.
Okay.
But don't catch me somewhere because of this. Thank you so much. I think everybody is hungry.
Thank you very much. Good session. Actually, I want to comment. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. I want to end the session here now. Okay. I have more questions to talk, but I think it's enough. Is it right? Is it enough? Enough. So let's have a dinner and then you can go home. Our dinner is ready. You can have food and I see each other tomorrow at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock, yeah? We have 2 different rooms, different schedules, or also packed schedule, but we'll be not waiting up to 8 p.m. tomorrow. We'll be finishing by 4 tomorrow, yeah? So thank you all for joining today. My apologies for the long delay with this session today. I'm hoping that you find it worthwhile, what you learned today. Let's see each other tomorrow morning. And thank you very much.
Actually, he went with the Basu. I asked him Basu. I mean, I think so because I asked him to go with Basu because Basu is talking. you and Kamlesh is going home in different direction.
Yeah, like we kept one car.
Who's it?
Yeah, you got two cars.
Oh.